Jincheng, Peaceful Community, Building 7, Apartment 1702. Lin Yan suddenly sat up in bed. Before her mind could react, a wave of nausea hit her so hard that she almost threw up. She rushed to the bathroom and leaned over the toilet, dry heaving again and again. But since she hadn't eaten for a long time, only sour liquid came out. Weak and trembling, she slumped to the floor, feeling her stomach twist in pain as her vision slowly cleared. Wasn't she dead? She clearly remembered being attacked by a group of violent survivors in the apocalypse. How could she still be alive? Yet now, she could feel herself breathing. Except for the discomfort in her stomach, there was no pain anywhere on her body. And the place she was in, this wasn't her dark, damp, half-collapsed shelter. This was her home's bathroom?
Impossible.
Lin Yan forced herself to stand and looked around carefully. Then she ran to the living room and checked every room again and again. It really was her home from 3 years ago. She grabbed her long-unused phone and looked at the date. The screen clearly showed a date from 3 years earlier. Her eyes then fell on the photos of her parents on the small altar in the corner of the living room. She could hardly believe it. She had been reborn, back to the 4th day after her parents' funeral. In her previous life, after taking care of her parents' affairs, she had fallen into a deep, restless sleep for 7 days and nights. But during those 7 days, the world had changed completely. The apocalypse had quietly arrived. A powerful typhoon swept in, followed by nearly 2 months of heavy rain. No one knew exactly when it began. When she finally woke up, Jincheng had already been devastated by storms, floods, and destruction everywhere. At that time, she had little food or supplies left. When everything ran out, she had no choice but to go out in the rain to search for more. That was when her nightmare began. At first, she met her aunt's family, whose home had been destroyed by the flood, and took them in. Her aunt treated her kindly at first, and Lin Yan even used her own savings to buy supplies for them. But as the flood swallowed the entire city and prices soared dozens of times higher, her money quickly ran out. Soon, the food at home grew scarce, and the portions her aunt gave her became smaller and smaller. During the hardest times, she was given only a small potato a day. To survive, she had to go out with a group from the neighborhood that searched for food, all under the watchful eyes of her uncle and cousin. Again and again, she risked her life in dangerous situations. The disaster grew worse. After the flood came a terrible disease. When the outside world had turned cruel and food was almost impossible to find, her aunt tried to force her to make a painful sacrifice for survival. When she refused, her uncle and cousin beat her. Her aunt and cousin humiliated her, tearing her clothes and hurting her. She was forced many times, and every time she resisted, she was beaten again. When she was finally on the edge of death, they decided she was useless and threw her onto a pile of bodies by the road. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, for she found a jade pendant under her, a pendant she had worn for more than 20 years. It was a gift from her grandmother. When she was born weak, her grandmother had gone to great effort to get this protective jade pendant from a wise monk, telling her never to take it off. She had always obeyed, except for one small accident when she was a child. Later, when her cousin discovered the pendant, she took it away by force. How it ended up with that man, she never knew. As her life was fading, she used her last bit of strength to reach out with her blood-stained hand and grasp the pendant. In the next moment, the jade shone brightly, and a mysterious spring appeared in her mind. Her body quickly recovered under the spring's healing power. From then on, she stumbled through the dark, ruined world, struggling to stay alive. Thinking of all she had been through, Lin Yan looked at her parents' photo and wiped away her tears. If she could live again, why couldn't she return to the time before her parents' accident? With a bitter smile, she took off the pendant and gently stroked it in her hand, feeling a deep sadness rise in her heart. After calming herself, she found a needle in her sewing box, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood slowly fall. When the drop of blood fell onto the jade pendant, its shine disappeared instantly, just like in her previous life. A misty space once again appeared in her mind. The space was about 100 square meters, covered with green grass like a football field. In the northwest corner, a spring bubbled softly, giving off a faint mist. The water formed a small clear pond that glowed gently. The surroundings were covered in fog that her mind couldn't see through. In her previous life, after gaining this space, she had only used the spring water to strengthen her body and treated the space as a storage room for her few supplies. Although she hadn't made good use of it before, she knew that the space could be upgraded with objects that carried spiritual energy, such as gold, silver, jade, antiques, and paintings. During the end times, these things were considered worthless, so she would collect them whenever she found any and store them in the space. After several tests, she learned what the space liked, and over time, it had grown stronger. Thinking of the jade bracelet her grandmother left her, the gold and silver jewelry from her mother, and a few gold bars, Lin Yan quickly took them out and placed them all into the space. As the spiritual items nourished it, the surrounding mist slowly faded, and the space expanded by nearly half. By rough estimate, it now covered about 150 square meters. She looked around with her mind's eye. The mist still lingered, but the height seemed to be around 10 meters. Knowing she needed to store more supplies, Lin Yan realized the space was still too small. She began searching the house again. Anything with spiritual energy would work. What about the rosewood tea table? She gently touched the tea table her late father had loved most and placed it, along with the tea set, into the space. The table was instantly absorbed, while the tea set landed steadily on the ground inside. The space seemed to have grown a little, though the change was barely noticeable. After checking the house once more and finding nothing else of value, Lin Yan decided to pause her work on the space and think about what to do next. She picked up her phone and saw a typhoon warning from the weather station. The message said that the super typhoon Thanos, with winds reaching level 17, was expected to hit Jean City at 8 o'clock last night. It was now 10 in the morning. So, had the typhoon already passed? Lin Yan quickly walked to the window and pulled open the heavy curtains. Dim light poured into the room, making her squint after staying in darkness for so long. Rain was still falling outside, tapping noisily against the window. Through the rain-streaked glass, Lin Yan could see that the neighborhood had clearly been battered by the storm. Trees had been uprooted, lying across the gardens with broken flowers and plants scattered everywhere. Stylish streetlights were bent in half, hanging loosely over fallen branches. An iron bench had flipped over near an artificial rock, and what looked like a broken air conditioner unit lay nearby, its metal parts scattered across the ground, proof of how strong the wind had been last night. Lin Yan checked the residents' group chat. It was full of posts about the typhoon's achievements. Some said their windows had been blown away. Others said the roads were completely blocked. Most messages were photos showing the city's damage and destruction after the storm. After scrolling for a while, Lin Yan put down her phone. She calculated the time. There were still 3 days before the moment she had woken up in her previous life. Everyone thought the typhoon had passed, and that life would soon return to normal. No one knew this was only the beginning. The rain would keep falling, heavier and heavier, and in 3 days, the flood would reach the first floor. By then, the water would be waist-deep, and power and water supplies could stop at any time. She had to hurry and stock up on supplies. After lighting incense for her parents, Lin Yan put on her waterproof overalls, grabbed her raincoat and car keys, and headed out. An elderly woman saw her and looked at her with concern. She reached out to touch Lin Yan's arm, but Lin Yan instinctively stepped back. Seeing the woman's surprised expression, Lin Yan suddenly remembered this wasn't the end of the world yet. She took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and put on a smile before calling out, "Grandma Foam, old Mrs." Foam didn't mind Lin Yan's distant tone. She spoke kindly. "Yan Yan, you must stay strong. Take good care of yourself, all right?" Lin Yan knew she was talking about her parents and quietly nodded. "I understand." Mrs. Foam was her upstairs neighbor and had been good friends with her late grandmother. They often played mahjong together. According to her grandmother, the old lady was a kind person, but her only son was quite unreliable. He stayed home all day doing nothing, neither working nor helping with the family, leaving everything to his wife. Because of that, their home was always noisy and unsettled. Lin Yen noticed Mrs. Feng carrying a cloth bag in one hand and a long umbrella in the other. She asked Grandma, "Where are you going?" Mrs. Feng lifted the umbrella and said, "I'm going to buy some chicken wings for Xiaoyang. When that boy wants something, he won't stop until he gets it. He insisted I make chicken wings for lunch, but we don't have any at home." Feng Xiaoyang was Mrs. Feng's youngest grandson, 8 years old, with 2 older sisters. As the only boy of his generation, he was naturally the family's little treasure. He had been spoiled since birth, becoming quite bossy and mischievous, the well-known troublemaker of the neighborhood. Just thinking about that naughty boy gave Lin Yan a headache. She didn't want to continue the conversation and kept her eyes fixed on the elevator's changing floor numbers. Seeing her silence, Mrs. Feng asked, "Are you still running your fresh food store?" Lin Yan shook her head. "I haven't managed it for days. The vegetables inside are probably spoiled. I don't have the energy to deal with it right now. I'll think about it later." Mrs. Feng clicked her tongue regretfully, but said nothing more. As the elevator neared the first floor, Lin Yan almost reminded her to stock up on groceries, but she swallowed the words. The events of her previous life already felt distant, almost blurry in her memory. But when she thought carefully, a chill ran down her spine. The old lady herself was kind, but her unreliable son, Feng Yong, had been the first to cause her trouble when everything fell into chaos. He had come knocking on her door again and again, even late at night, refusing to leave her in peace. And who could say for sure that the old lady had nothing to do with it? If they found out that she had stocked up on supplies too, they would probably come knocking on her door with a hammer. After holding the elevator for Grandma Feng and watching her slowly walk out, Lin Yan's stiff smile gradually faded. When she reached the parking lot, she looked at her family's Range Rover and the small truck, then decided to drive the truck instead. Her parents had been truck drivers. When they were younger, they earned some money from long-distance deliveries and later opened a fresh food supermarket in a small wholesale market. Her father still drove from time to time, mostly to restock their own store, and occasionally to help out his old company. Her mother managed the supermarket. After graduating from college, Lin Yan didn't rush to find another job and instead helped her mother at the store. Because she quickly learned how to manage the business, her mother felt comfortable leaving the supermarket in her care, while she sometimes accompanied her father on deliveries. But it was because of this that, a few days ago, her parents were both killed in a highway accident involving multiple vehicles. Collecting her thoughts, Lin Yan drove slowly along the ruined road, calm and steady. The streets, after being hit by the typhoon, were a complete mess. Except for the main road that had been cleared, fallen branches and leaves covered the sidewalks, shop signs were torn apart, and cars along the roadside were half buried in mud and debris. Some stores had been destroyed by the storm, with broken glass, furniture, and goods soaked in rainwater, leaving the owners at a loss. Yet compared to what she had seen in her previous life, this was already a good state of society. At least there were no refugees, no injured people, and no bodies on the streets. She could walk around without fear of being attacked by monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Yan gave a bitter smile. Perhaps she was the only one who could feel nostalgic about such a scene. As she drove on, her eyes caught sight of several car dealerships lined up along the road. Knowing that the city would soon be flooded and that finding a vehicle later would be nearly impossible, Lin Yan decided to stock up on cars. After all, she could buy them on credit, it wouldn't cost much. After some thought, she chose Wuling Motors. No need to explain why. A true legend, tough and reliable. After entering the store, Lin Yan quickly placed an order, as if choosing dishes from a menu: one S300 motorhome, 2 MPVs, 2 small cargo vans, and 2 pickup trucks. She even paid extra, so the salesperson would deliver the vehicles immediately. The salesperson never expected to make such a big sale in this kind of weather. Overjoyed, he not only agreed to deliver the cars but also gave her several fuel cards, enough to fill all 7 vehicles. Through the salesperson's private channel, Lin Yan also bought 10 barrels of diesel and 10 barrels of gasoline, each holding 200 liters, at an additional cost. By the time all the vehicles and fuel were delivered to the supermarket's backyard, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Lin Yan ate a simple piece of bread and began organizing the supermarket stock. Since her parents had passed away, she had temporarily closed the store, leaving a large amount of goods in both the shop and the warehouse. Thinking of the 2 employees who were still on leave, Lin Yan transferred them double their monthly salary as final payment. The employees, who knew about her parents' situation, didn't complain about being dismissed. Instead, they thanked her and offered their sympathy. When she opened the warehouse door and saw the stacks of rice, flour, and cooking oil, Lin Yan felt an unexpected thrill. In her previous life, this would have been a fortune, enough to support a small team for several months. She decided to take everything, not leaving a single item behind. Inside her storage space, the 7 vehicles were stacked like building blocks, taking up nearly half the area. To save space, Lin Yan filled every vehicle to the brim. Then she entered the cold storage room inside the warehouse. Since the supermarket had closed in the afternoon, there weren't many fresh fruits and vegetables left. She stored the remaining produce along with the shelves, leaving behind the refrigerators and freezers. After all, her storage space had a preservation function. Whatever went in would stay exactly the same when taken out. Once the warehouse was emptied, only 1/3 of the space remained. Moving into the supermarket, Lin Yan stored all the grains, oils, dried goods, seasonings, and kitchen supplies along with their shelves. Then she sorted through the fruits and vegetables that had started to spoil, keeping only the ones still in good condition. After finishing everything, she opened the supermarket's rolling door. Outside, the rain was falling even harder. The market street, which was usually lively, was now almost empty except for a few shopkeepers hurriedly packing up their goods under umbrellas. A few others stood with worried faces, hands on their hips, looking up at the sky and complaining about the bad weather. After sitting quietly for a while at the door of her own shop, Lin Yan opened her umbrella and walked to the small vegetable stall next door. "Boss Wang, I'd like to buy your vegetables. Could you give me a fair price?" Old Wang, who hadn't been in the area for long but already knew Lin Yan, looked surprised when he heard that. "Lin girl, what do you mean by that?" He glanced at the shop next door and asked suspiciously, "Why has your store been closed for so many days? Did something happen at home?" If this had been right after her parents' accident, Lin Yan would have been unable to hold back her sadness. But now more than 3 years had passed since their death. The deep grief had faded, leaving only remembrance. She smiled gently and said, "Yes, something happened back home, so my parents went back. I've come to take care of the supermarket, but all the vegetables spoiled, and I can't restock right now. So, I thought I'd buy some from you first." After a pause, she added, "I can pay you the regular selling price." "That won't do," Old Wang said with a sigh. Young people really didn't understand business. He had bought his goods at high prices before the storm, hoping to sell them for more afterward when supplies were short. But with this heavy rain, no one was coming to buy anything, not even at low prices. Selling at cost would mean losing money. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, "Then Uncle Wang, just give me a small discount. I'll take as much as you have." "Well, all right then." Old Wang was a businessman. He wouldn't turn down a sure deal. He quickly called his family to help. "Let's skip the ones outside. I'll sell those slowly. The ones in storage are fresh and properly weighed. You can take them all," he said, leading Lin Yan inside. "No problem. I'll take whatever you're willing to sell," Lin Yan replied without hesitation. "Fine then, they're all yours." Old Wang grinned, his eyes shining with excitement that he could hardly hide. After a short while, his wife came out and handed over a piece of paper, saying, "I've just finished counting everything and wrote it down here. After giving you a discount, the total is 3,200. You can just pay me 3,000. Lin Yan had been running her supermarket for a few months and was already very familiar with the prices and supply of fresh produce. She took the list, glanced at it, then slipped it into her pocket and quickly transferred the money. "Do you want us to help move the goods over?" asked Old Wang's wife, clearly in a good mood after receiving the payment. Sure, thank you, Annie. They all put on raincoats, pushed carts, and soon moved all the boxes of goods into Lin Yan's supermarket. Seeing this, the owners of nearby shops also came over one after another. When they heard that Lin Yan was short on supplies and was buying at almost cost price to fill the shelves, everyone hurried to offer their own goods. After all, they all depended on the weather for their business. Usually, when a typhoon was coming, there would be a week's warning, and people would stock up on vegetables early, allowing the shopkeepers to earn a bit more. But this time, the weather forecast came too late. The rain had already started before the news of a strong typhoon came, and the next week was expected to be full of thunderstorms. Even though prices might rise, few people would risk going to the wholesale market in such heavy rain. So, instead of losing business, everyone preferred to sell early, even if it meant earning a little less. Lin Yan's supermarket was one of the largest in the area, with a wide range of goods. Even the lady who sold pickled vegetables came running over with an umbrella, calling out, "Miss, do you want some pickled vegetables? You usually sell them too, right?"
Yes.
Lin Yan shouted from the doorway, raising her voice over the sound of the rain. "Anyone who wants to sell, just give me a small discount and I'll take it all. Auntie, your pickled vegetables. Uncle, your marinated beef. Sister-in-law, your tofu and bean curd sheets, and the dumplings, wontons, and noodles from across the street. I'll take them too. Girl, do you want my pork? What about my seafood? I've got both dried and fresh. And my fruit. And my seeds. Boss, do you want my medicine?" A deep male voice suddenly rang out, and the product he was promoting seemed especially out of place among the piles of farm goods. "Ha ha ha, young man, you're going too far. Why would a fresh food market buy your medicine? Are you selling it by the pound?" An older man joked. Everyone burst into laughter. The young man with the short haircut worked at the large pharmacy at the entrance of the market. Since the pharmacy was open 24 hours, he often came to the tofu stall for breakfast after finishing his night shift. The shop owners usually came early in the morning to restock, so everyone got to know each other over time. "I'll take it all, no exceptions." Lin Yan's voice was strong and full of energy. The once quiet street suddenly became lively because of her shout. Lin Yan asked the other shop owners to go home and check what goods they could spare for her, then added the young man on WeChat and learned his name was Zhou Peng. "You really want to buy medicine? What kind?" Zhou Peng asked in surprise. He had just come over out of boredom after noticing the crowd. He had only joked about selling medicine, but unexpectedly, he might actually make a sale, maybe even a big one. Lin Yan wasn't sure what kind of medicine to buy. In her previous life, she had spring water with healing power. Whenever she was thirsty, she drank a little, and while others got sick, she stayed healthy. Even when injured, she healed faster than most. But she clearly remembered that within a year after the world changed, supplies became scarce. Medicine was especially hard to find. People would trade a few fever pills for a whole bag of rice. So, she had to stock up on medicine. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yan searched online for a survival medicine list and sent it to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng glanced at the list, his eyes full of surprise. "This list is quite something: cold medicine, cough syrup, antibiotics, fever reducers, heart medicine, hemostatic drugs, stomach medicine, anti-diarrhea pills, deworming tablets, vitamins, calcium tablets, glucose, saline, ointment for frostbite, bandages, alcohol, iodine. And even insulin, tetanus shots, and adrenaline?" He looked up at Lin Yan and couldn't help but laugh. Why does this list look so familiar? Lin Yan didn't expect the list she casually found to be exposed so quickly. Her eyes shifted slightly.
"Oh,
"Where have you seen it before?" Zhou Peng laughed. "Online, of course. Everyone's talking about the end of the world these days. A lot of my friends have asked me, the so-called half-trained medical guy, if my medicine stockpile list is complete. I guess they're all just following the trend."
"Oh,
"Then do you think my list is complete?" Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, asking with interest. Zhou Peng smiled helplessly. "Complete, very complete. You must have downloaded the most detailed version." "Good," Lin Yan said. "Then get me a few boxes of everything on this list." She knew that since Zhou Peng worked at a pharmacy, he must have supplier connections and probably knew some medical representatives. Getting large quantities shouldn't be a problem. Even the restricted medicines on the list shouldn't be too hard for him to handle. Just then, Lin Yan saw a middle-aged couple walking over with an umbrella and a small cart. She quickly urged Zhou Peng, "Hurry up. Just follow the list, 3 to 5 boxes of each item. It'd be best if they arrived today or at the latest, tomorrow morning. Any later, and she might not even be able to leave home." "You're serious?" Zhou Peng stared at her in disbelief. "Very serious," Lin Yan replied firmly. She lowered her voice and spoke quickly. "Actually, my hometown is Tongcheng. My parents went back because of a disaster there. They need supplies and medicine, so I'm gathering them urgently. To avoid trouble, please don't tell anyone." After speaking, she transferred a 5,000 yuan deposit to Zhou Peng. "Go, hurry. Every minute counts." Then she smiled at the approaching couple and began checking the dry goods they brought. Lin Yan wasn't worried that Zhou Peng would run off with the money. She knew he had worked at this pharmacy for years and was quite reliable. He also had a good reputation, which said a lot about his character. Her parents often mentioned him, calling him a jack of all trades. He could charm the shop owners into giving him the best prices, sometimes even for free. Zhou Peng stood nearby, watching Lin Yan with narrowed eyes. Something felt off. Tongcheng? Her parents were from the neighboring city of Yangcheng. How did she suddenly become someone from faraway Tongcheng? Besides, Tongcheng was hit by a disaster. Sending supplies from here would not only cost a lot, but by the time the goods arrived, they might already be spoiled. Yet she was indeed stockpiling on a large scale. The thought of that word made Zhou Peng's hair stand on end. Could it be that he, the so-called know-it-all, had really discovered something unusual? Oh my goodness! Busy as ever, Lin Yan glanced sideways in the direction Zhou Peng had run off to, wondering why he suddenly acted so strangely. He either refused to leave or dashed away faster than a rabbit. After checking the dried goods and paying the bill, Lin Yan opened another rolling door. She asked a few uncles to throw out the spoiled fruits and vegetables at the entrance, then began her big purchasing plan. Her parents had left her more than 3 million yuan in property, and the compensation for their work accident totaled over 1.8 million. Because her father had a contract while her mother only accompanied him as a family member, her mother's compensation was much smaller. Out of the more than 3 million yuan in savings, 300,000 in cash was the supermarket's emergency fund, which she could keep for use after a power outage. The rest could all be spent. But with only 2 or 3 days left, maybe even just 1 or 2, whether buying online or traveling to nearby provinces, there simply wasn't enough time. So she could only buy from local stores. Even at regular prices, this money was enough to ensure she would live comfortably for the next 10 or 20 years. After working all day until evening, the entire supermarket and warehouse were filled with goods of every kind. When Lin Yan looked at her transaction list, even she was amazed. 6 pork stalls, 3 beef stalls, 7 poultry stalls, 7 vegetable stalls, 3 seafood stalls, 5 deli shops, 1 egg wholesaler, 3 dried goods stores, 3 grain and oil shops, 4 meatball shops, 2 salt-baked chicken stores, 2 tofu workshops, 2 noodle stalls, 3 pastry shops, 2 seed stores, and 1 pickle stall. Because she offered high prices, the shop owners were eager to sell her everything they had, even the stock they had kept hidden away. In the end, she had practically bought out the entire street. With all this food, if she rationed carefully, it would last her about 15 or 16 years. Later, she could try growing food in her special space, so she wouldn't have to worry about food at all. After finishing her purchases, Lin Yan went to a small hardware store across from her home. She originally planned to buy pots, pans, and various tools for planting flowers and vegetables. Everything inside made her stop in her tracks. Lin Yan walked around the store, picking up whatever she saw: small electric saws, cutting knives, bone saws, utility knives, crowbars, axes, window breakers, pliers, wrenches, screwdrivers, all kinds of tools that could be used as hardware weapons. She took 10 of each. She also grabbed 50 pieces each of small items like scissors, potato peelers, and nail clippers. Then she added 500 lighters, 100 candles, 10 large boxes of matches, 50 regular flashlights, and 500 batteries of different types. She took a big box of various tapes, 20 portable stoves, and 30 small gas canisters. Lin girl, what are you buying all this for? The shop owner wasn't surprised that Lin Yen bought food. After all, he ran a fresh food supermarket. But all these hardware tools? What was she planning to do with them? Was she trying to compete with his business? That would be quite a bold move. Thinking of that possibility, the shop owner's face darkened. Lin Yen repeated the excuse she had used with Zhou Peng. I have a relative in a disaster area. My parents went there first, and I'm collecting some emergency supplies to send over later. Oh, I see. That makes sense, the shop owner said, his expression relaxing. Then Lin Yen noticed a row of hollow metal kettles on the counter, and her eyes lit up. Boss, how much for these? She had seen them before back home. Tin kettles with a hollow center for burning wood, a water layer around it, and a small rack on top for placing a pot. You could cook porridge or stew with it. Such a tool would be perfect for survival in tough times. The shop owner smiled. Someone ordered 8 of these, but I thought they were quite practical, so I ordered 2 extra. If you want one, I can sell it to you. Lin Yen thought for a moment and asked, did the person who ordered them say when they'd pick them up? He lives far away in the suburbs. Said he'd come in about 10 days, the shop owner replied. But she doubted he would ever make it. Lin Yen narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Boss, how about 200 each? Can you sell me a few more? The shop owner was startled and looked at Lin Yen in surprise. Well, the order's already been placed. I can't just. Oh, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you. But this is made of 304 stainless steel, not ordinary material.
Deal.
The owner slapped the table with great enthusiasm, as if sealing a multi-million-dollar deal. All 8 are yours. Lin Yen grinned.
Great.
She picked out a few more stainless steel buckets and basins of different sizes, finishing her purchases at the shop. Although the store also sold other survival supplies, she didn't buy much more here, worried about the quality. It was the biggest order the shop had ever received, and the owner's wide smile stayed on his face for a long time. He promised to deliver everything to her door, and even added some wire and rope as she requested. Back at her own store, Lin Yen looked at the piles of goods and felt a strong sense of security. When she stopped buying and began pulling down the shutter, her neighbor, Old Wang, came over again, still curious. Hey, Lin girl, you bought so much stuff at once. Must have cost 4 or 500,000, right? What are you planning to do with it all? In this weather, if you don't sell it in a day or 2, it'll all spoil. He glanced at the spoiled goods piled by the door and couldn't help feeling sorry for her family. He wondered how her father would react if he knew how much she had spent. Lin Yen smiled calmly. It's fine. My aunt has a shop in the south of the city, and she's out of stock too. I'll send half of it to her tonight. But do you really need that much? You can always call the suppliers again if you run out. Old Wang pretended to be concerned, but in truth, he was just curious. The neighbors had been gossiping, wondering why Lin's supermarket had bought up nearly all the goods from the wholesale market. It had become the biggest topic in the area. All right, Uncle Wang, I've got things to do, so I'll get going. Lin Yen cut him off quickly, pulled the shutter down, and shut out all the prying eyes from outside. Looking at the goods stacked almost to the ceiling, leaving barely any space to stand, she began storing all the perishable fruits, vegetables, meat, and seafood into her special storage space. She planned to come back later in the evening to pick up the rest after making some space. As for why she didn't buy live seafood, it wasn't because she didn't want to eat it, but because her storage space couldn't hold living creatures. In her previous life, she once picked up a stray puppy, thinking it would be nice to have a companion. But since the puppy couldn't enter her space, her teammates discovered it, and it ended up becoming their food. Now that she had a second chance at life, she needed to think carefully about how to build a sustainable livestock system. Considering that cooking wouldn't always be convenient in the apocalypse, Lin Yen had ordered 200 box meals from an online self-service restaurant earlier, and now she needed to pick them up. When she passed by an outdoor gear store, she stopped the car and went inside. The store was quite large, though she couldn't tell what brand it was. She wasn't familiar with such things. Inside, 2 strong young men were working. When they saw Lin Yen enter, One of them greeted her warmly.
Hello, miss. What are you looking for today?
Lin Yan replied, Hi, I need equipment for camping outdoors in an extremely cold place for about a month. Could you recommend what I'll need? She rarely exercised. The treadmill at home had long been used as a clothes rack, let alone doing any outdoor activities. Looking at all the gear in the store, she didn't know where to start. The clerk smiled. Are you going to see the northern lights or climb a snowy mountain? Lin Yan nodded slightly, but didn't give a clear answer. Seeing that she was a beginner, the clerk became even more enthusiastic, but he first asked about her budget to avoid wasting time. Lin Yan said calmly, Don't worry about the budget. Just show me the best equipment. As long as I'm satisfied, that's enough.
All right.
If you trust me, I can help you prepare everything you'll need, the clerk said excitedly. Lin Yan picked up a trekking pole and tested its weight, then added, Pretend you're the one going camping in extreme cold. Choose the best gear you can. Also, I get cold easily, so make sure the thermal equipment can handle temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees. Just thinking about the year-long freezing cold of her past life made her shiver. Back then, she suffered from frostbite again and again. Even with the healing spring water, she could barely endure it. It was pure misery. This time, she refused to go through that again. Oh, okay, the clerk replied quickly. The salesperson thought, protection for -70 or 80 degrees. That's astronaut-level gear. What a clueless beginner. But it didn't matter. If one layer wasn't enough, he could prepare several more. Thinking about the commission he was about to earn, the salesperson eagerly helped Lin Yan choose the right equipment. From Lin Yan's awkward movements and slightly confused expression while picking items, the salesperson roughly guessed her level of experience and purchasing power. To avoid wasting effort, he only selected professional-grade items for cold protection. For everything else, he chose mid-range options, good enough to use but not too advanced. About 20 minutes later, a pile of outdoor gear was displayed in front of Lin Yan. Outdoor equipment included tents, sleeping bags, ropes, travel backpacks, outdoor water bottles, vacuum flasks, metal cups, portable gas stoves, gas canisters, cooking sets, knives, water filters, vacuum sealers, first aid kits, emergency blankets, headlamps, camping lights, trekking poles, ice axes, goggles, and compasses. Clothing included hiking boots, snow boots, mountaineering boots, skates, skis, waterproof shoe covers, 3 types of down jackets and pants of different thicknesses, outdoor jackets and pants, moisture-wicking underwear, down gloves, climbing gloves, hats, socks, and knee pads. Energy supplies included simple solar panels, low-temperature power banks, and alcohol fuel blocks. Emergency food supplies included compressed biscuits, self-heating rice packs, and glucose powder. Lin Yan looked at the pile of items with great satisfaction. Everything seemed perfect. Seeing her standing there looking undecided, the salesperson thought she was hesitating about the price. He was just about to suggest cheaper alternatives when she suddenly said in a clear, pleasant voice, I'll take all of these, 20 sets of each outdoor item, and 50 sets each of the clothing, energy, and food supplies. At her words, the 2 salespeople, who hadn't made a single sale all day, stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. The first salesperson quickly recovered and asked again, Did you really mean that? You're not joking, right? A complete beginner buying in bulk, no one could have imagined it. After Lin Yan confirmed her decision, the 2 finally snapped out of their daze, closed the store temporarily, and focused all their attention on serving her. To provide better service, one salesperson went to check the inventory, while the other enthusiastically explained and demonstrated how to use some of the tools that were easy to handle. Items like solar panels, climbing ropes, diving gear, and tents all required some skill to operate. Lin Yan listened carefully and tried to learn. Although she couldn't fully understand everything in such a short time, it was still better than nothing. After learning how to use the equipment, she thought about the supplies needed for the upcoming flood and added a few more items to her list. She bought 5 6-person kayaks with paddles, 5 3-meter, 18-horsepower motorboats with matching engine oil, and 10 sets of diving gear with oxygen tanks. The total cost came to more than 400,000 yuan. Seeing how quickly Lin Yan paid, the The salesperson couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he had known she was so generous, he would have recommended higher-end products. Still, it was a great sale, and they were satisfied. After receiving the payment, the salesperson asked Lin Yan to drive her truck to the front of the store, open the back door, and then went to the warehouse to start moving the goods out. To thank Lin Yan for her generous purchase, which helped them reach nearly half a month's sales target, the two salespeople used their employee privileges to give her several free items. They included 2 boxes of hand warmers, 2 camping carts, a high-end mountain bike, 50 portable fans, 20 camping lanterns, a pile of glow sticks, travel wash bags, sun hats, face covers, sports towels, and wireless jump ropes. While the 2 salespeople worked hard, Lin Yan also helped by carrying some lighter items. When they weren't paying attention, she quietly moved some of the goods into her storage space. "Miss, why are you buying so many things at once?" one of the salespeople asked casually. Lin Yan gave the answer she had prepared. "My college classmates and I are going on a trip. One of them is quite wealthy and offered to pay for everything. I'm the class monitor, so I'm in charge of buying the supplies." "Wow, lucky you. I wish I had a rich friend like that," the salesperson said enviously. Another salesperson came out carrying a box and teased, "With your luck, you'd only end up with a dog as a friend." "Fine, then I'll be friends with you, you dog," the first one replied jokingly. They both laughed and soon finished loading all the goods onto the truck. Although they were curious about how so many goods could fit into that small truck, the sight of money quickly pushed their curiosity aside. After finishing her work, Lin Yan went to the self-service restaurant. When the restaurant owner saw her, he hurried over and said half-jokingly, "You're more than an hour late. The food is almost cold." Lin Yan smiled. "It's fine, sorry for keeping you waiting." "It's okay, I just don't want the food to lose its taste." The owner asked the staff to carry out several insulated boxes filled with lunch sets. He opened one box and showed her a meal of braised pork and green vegetables. The delicious smell made Lin Yan's stomach growl. She swallowed and said, "It smells amazing. This is exactly the kind of food I love." This restaurant cooked everything fresh and kept things clean and tidy. Most of the dishes were her favorites: braised chicken, stir-fried pork intestines, crystal shrimp, dry pot duck, fried eggs with boneless meat, and more. She never got tired of them. So she ordered 10 main dishes and told the owner to add some side dishes as he liked. The owner smiled, closed the lunchbox, sealed the foam container, and said, "I've labeled each box with the dish names, so your workers can easily see what's inside." Lin Yan nodded. When ordering, she had told the owner that the construction site's chef had an emergency, and she was helping out with the meals. "Boss, I'll need another 500 meals tomorrow, ready by around 10 o'clock. You can change the main dishes if you want, but keep the same standard, 25 yuan each. I'll pay half the deposit now." She then paid 8,750 yuan, covering half of today's balance and half of tomorrow's deposit. The owner happily agreed and even gave her 10 large bottles of cola for free. After picking up the meals, Lin Yan quickly ate one box in the car to fill her stomach, then went around to nearby fast food places. At KFC, she bought out all the ready-made meals, startling the staff, who thought she was causing trouble. When they learned she was buying late-night snacks for over 1,000 employees working overtime, they closed the store temporarily to focus on her order and even kindly recommended their neighbor, Pizza Brothers, to help her out. Lin Yan accepted everything that came her way without hesitation. While the two stores were preparing her orders, she also bought out the nearby bakery, dessert shop, milk tea shop, snack shop, and a small beef noodle restaurant, filling her purchases to the limit of her liking. The shop assistants quickly closed their doors and began packing, carrying boxes one after another to load onto Lin Yan's truck. The scene looked as if the whole street was about to move away, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Lin Yan quietly took a deep breath, ignored the curious looks, and focused on secretly storing supplies at her space, always keeping about half of the truck's capacity free. After finishing all that, she had spent more than 60,000 yuan. She closed the truck door and headed to the gas cylinder supply station. To her surprise, Buying gas cylinders required real name registration, and each household could only buy 2. With no other choice, she bought 2 and noted down the location for future visits. Without enough energy reserves, Lin Mian felt uneasy. So she decided to visit every hardware store she passed, hoping to buy smaller gas bottles if possible. After making a full round, she ended up with an impressive haul. From 6 hardware stores, she bought enough small gas bottles to last 3 to 4 years, over 40 boxes of coal, and many other useful items. For generators, she chose solar-powered ones first. Although she didn't really know how to use them, after listening to the shop owner's explanation, she realized they worked similarly to small outdoor solar panels and seemed easy to handle. She bought 10 units along with their matching inverters. She also purchased 3 small diesel generators, considering the need for multiple energy sources, and bought out all the diesel in the store. Portable high-power charging stations were also valuable, so she cleared out the shop's entire stock, 42 units in total. She remembered that in her previous life, someone had used a hand-cranked radio to receive messages from a large survivor base, so she quickly bought 10 of those as well. Besides electrical equipment, she also purchased 5 large barrels of industrial alcohol. She then bought 5 stainless steel water tanks and 5 PC water tanks, each with a 1-ton capacity. Although she had a spiritual spring in her space, she couldn't enter it freely. For daily needs like cooking, washing, and bathing, she couldn't afford to use that precious water so casually. Thinking about storing water, Lin Yen went to a water station and bought 50 barrels of drinking water. She also bought 50 bottles of water purification tablets, each containing 600 tablets. In the apocalypse, water itself wasn't rare, clean water was. Altogether, she spent more than 80,000 yuan. After visiting almost every nearby shop, Lin Yen found a large safety equipment store online and drove straight there. This store was much bigger than a hardware shop, almost the size of a small supermarket, and it had a wide range of products. After taking a look around, she called a sales assistant to help her choose what she needed. Protective clothing, life jackets, safety shoes, boots, helmets, masks, work uniforms, waterproof pants, raincoats. They even had high-voltage electric batons. In her previous life, she had survived by staying hidden as much as possible, but the few times she went out were terrifying. It was normal not to find supplies, and even if she did, there was always the risk of being robbed or hurt. So, safety gear was absolutely necessary when going outside. There were also gas masks, fireproof suits, acid-resistant clothing, and anti-corrosion gloves. She remembered that in the second year after the world changed, acid rain had fallen for several days. Those who didn't find shelter in time were badly injured. Back then, she had survived by hiding in an air raid shelter. Now that she had another chance, she wanted to be fully prepared in case it happened again. She bought strong flashlights, both rechargeable and battery-powered, 100 of each. In a world without electricity, their light could mean survival. What she wanted most, though, were gas tanks. Besides 50 portable gas canisters for stoves, she also bought 60 large outdoor gas tanks. She wanted more, but the store refused to sell her additional ones for safety reasons. At the store's suggestion, she also bought 50 dry powder fire extinguishers to go with the gas tanks. She picked up other useful items too: hydraulic pliers, folding shovels, kerosene lamps, mining helmets, telescopic ladders, safety ropes, home tool kits, electric drills, small cutting machines, and car repair tools. Whenever she saw something useful, she added it to her cart without hesitation. Various kinds of large woven bags and black garbage bags were packed into 10 boxes. These would be very useful for collecting items later. After this round of shopping, she had spent nearly 90,000 more. Although some of the supplies were similar to what she had already bought from the hardware and outdoor stores, she didn't mind having extras of useful things. The store clerk looked at Lin Yan's actions with some doubt. By now, Lin Yan was already very tired and didn't bother to make up an excuse. She simply said, "I had a dream that the world was ending, so I need to stock up to stay safe." The clerk almost laughed, thinking to themselves, another strange one. Just after one left, here comes another. After leaving the safety equipment store, Lin Yen went to several barbecue shops to buy some semi-prepared skewers. Her main goal, however, was to buy as much coal as possible. With a recommendation from one of the barbecue shop owners, she managed to get the contact number of a coal supplier and ordered 1 ton of honeycomb coal and 1 ton of smokeless coal, which would be delivered the next day. On the way, Lin Yen went home for a bit. She neatly stacked some of the bulky supplies in her room to make more space before heading out again. Fortunately, her apartment was a spacious 3-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom home of about 100 square meters. Even though 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom were now filled with survival supplies, it didn't affect her daily life. She planned to store everything properly once she upgraded her storage space later. Heading out again, Lin Yen went straight to the largest shopping mall nearby. It was close to closing time, so there weren't many customers left. She walked around the jewelry counters. The salespeople barely noticed her, leaning lazily against the counters, waiting for closing time. A few greeted her from a distance, saying, "Take your time and have a look." After visiting several counters, Lin Yen finally stopped in front of a delicate gold and jade bracelet. Her storage space existed within her consciousness, so she could sense any changes in its energy. Although gold and jade items could be stored, they usually caused only a faint reaction. But this bracelet gave off a strong and unusual energy fluctuation. "Hello, could you please take this one out for me?" Lin Yen said to a salesperson. The salespeople were quick to notice her interest. Seeing that she had chosen their store's most valuable piece, 2 of them immediately approached her with bright, welcoming smiles. "Your taste is excellent. This jade bracelet is one of the most precious pieces in our store. As you can see, it's made from top-quality jade material." The sales assistant, wearing white gloves, carefully took out the bracelet and placed it on the counter in front of Lin Yen. "Please take a look at its color." "How much is it?" Lin Yen interrupted. The assistant paused, then smiled again. "This gold-inlaid jade bracelet is priced at 880,000 yuan, but we're offering a 20% discount right now. It was crafted by a famous master." "All right, I'll take it." Lin Yen didn't know much about jade or famous craftsmen. She was in a hurry and just wanted to finish the purchase quickly. The assistant thought she had misheard and asked again, "Miss, are you sure you want this one?" "Yes, I'm sure." "Where do I pay?" "No need to wrap it. I'll wear it now." Hearing that, the assistant smiled brightly and quickly brought over the card machine, entering the amount with practiced speed. The transaction was completed in seconds. With the warm farewells of the 2 sales assistants behind her, Lin Yen calmly stepped onto the escalator leading to the supermarket on the 2nd floor. On the escalator, she lifted her arm and admired the bracelet on her wrist, gently touching it again and again. It was truly beautiful, clear, smooth, and perfectly shaped, fitting her slender wrist as if it had been made just for her. What a pity, she thought. Something this lovely she could only wear for a short while. Once inside the supermarket, Lin Yen found a quiet corner and placed the bracelet into her spatial storage. Her consciousness followed it inside. The moment the bracelet entered, it vanished. The space trembled as if it had just received a long-awaited gift. The mist within it quickly rolled back, revealing a much larger area. Lin Yen measured it with her mind. The space had doubled in size to over 300 square meters, and its height had also increased. The sudden change made her so excited that she almost cried out. In her previous life, it had taken her 3 whole years to expand her space to this size. And that had only happened by chance, after she had found an old, antique bowl. Now, even a piece of gold-inlaid jade could have such an effect, which truly surprised her. This was also why Lin Yen preferred to spend more money on good items rather than wait for free ones later. These valuable pieces of jewelry were small but carefully stored. When the situation turned bad, merchants would move them away immediately. No one would leave them behind for others to take. Loose gold accessories were fine too, but they weren't as cost-effective. Now that she had enough storage space, she could stock up without worry. Lin Yen strode into the supermarket. By this time, the meat and vegetables had already been bought out, but that wasn't what she needed. She went straight to the daily necessities section and called out to a sales assistant. "Hello, I'd like this brand of sanitary pads, 3 types, both day and night use, plus sleep pants and liners, 500 packs of each. Do you have them in stock?" She estimated that 1,500 packs each of day and night use would be enough for her lifetime. The sales assistant thought she had misheard and asked again in surprise. "How many did you say?" 500 packs of each. My friend is heading to a disaster area and doesn't have time to shop elsewhere. These days, with the changing climate, disasters happened often. Some places suffered far worse than their current typhoon, and remote mountain areas relied on outside aid all year round. The assistant quickly understood and didn't ask further. "We have them. I'll call the supervisor to help you get them from storage." Soon, the supervisor arrived. Lin Yan also ordered 50 boxes of toilet paper, 50 boxes of tissues, and 50 boxes of wet wipes. She added 50 large bottles each of body wash, shampoo, and conditioner, 300 bars of soap, 200 tubes of toothpaste in different types, 500 toothbrushes, and 50 bottles of mouthwash. She already had enough dish soap in her warehouse, so she skipped that, but she picked up several thousand disposable tableware sets and gloves as backups. Washing dishes wasted both energy and water. It wasn't worth it. As for knives and cookware, she had already bought some outdoor sets before, but she decided to add 30 more sets just in case. For other personal care items, Lin Yan chose 100 bottles each of cleanser, lip balm, and lotion, plus 200 boxes of moisturizing masks. In the end times, appearance didn't matter much, but cracked skin was still painful. Hydration products were a must. There was no need to buy makeup or cosmetics. Water was already hard to get, so spending money on those things would just be a waste. It was better to buy more snacks to help relieve stress. So, she went to the snack section. Beer, soft drinks, small bottles of wine, peanuts, sunflower seeds, chips, porridge, roast chicken, pig's feet, chicken wings, tea eggs, grilled squid, fish slices. She bought them all. Even though she didn't really like snacks, in the end times, even small treats might save her life. She bought at least 10 boxes of each, up to 50 boxes at most. Then she picked out all kinds of canned food, beef, luncheon meat, fish, and fruit, 50 boxes of each. Milk, yogurt, bread, ham, biscuits, instant noodles, and other quick meals, 50 boxes each. It was October. In the south, summer and autumn were changing. In the north, it was already getting cold. So, all kinds of seasonal clothes were available. To prepare for possible changes in her body size, she chose sportswear in her size and one size up and down, 5 or 6 styles, 50 sets each. For sneakers, she picked 5 or 6 styles, 20 pairs each. Underwear, especially disposable ones, and socks, at least 100 pieces each. Thermal pants, wool pants, light and heavy jackets, cotton coats, and winter shoes, 20 to 30 pieces each. After finishing with clothes, she chose bedding and home textiles, 20 thin quilts, 20 thick ones, and 20 sets of bed sheets in different sizes. She also bought 20 electric blankets, 20 heaters, and 20 sets of bamboo mats. It took her until an hour after the supermarket closed to finish shopping. Looking at the tall piles of goods in the pickup area, Lin Yan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She paid more than 200,000 yuan, took 1 truckload home first, and planned to pick up the rest tomorrow with a receipt. Lin Yan wondered if anyone else would make such a huge purchase all at once. Just in case, she left her anonymous work phone number. Her last task was to go to the wholesale market and clear out all the remaining goods from the supermarket. Tomorrow, the coal supplier would deliver everything there, so she needed to make space. By the time she finished everything and got home, it was already 1 a.m. After a hot shower, Lin Yan lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Outside, heavy rain poured down, driven by strong winds that beat against the window with a steady rhythm. The sound, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, made her feel calm and peaceful under the warm blanket. She glanced at her phone and saw many unread messages. The first one was from her cousin Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu and her boyfriend, Wang Lang, rented an apartment in the building next to hers. They usually didn't contact her unless it was necessary. Putting aside the grudges from her past life, when her parents passed away, her aunt's family only showed up briefly at the funeral. At that time, she had been afraid that people would find out about the compensation money, so she lied and said her parents were mainly responsible for the accident and had to pay a large sum. After that, her aunt's family never appeared again. Just for that reason alone, she should have cut ties with them completely. She couldn't understand how she had been so foolish in her previous life, easily tricked by their sweet words. She had thought that having relatives nearby meant she wouldn't be bullied by outsiders. But in reality, those so-called relatives were the ones who turned cruel when things got difficult. She opened the message. Li Wenyu's voice came through. Xiaonian, are you at the supermarket? Bring me some vegetables and fruit when you come back. It's raining too hard for me to go out. Xiaonian, did you hear me? You're not answering your phone. Where did you go?
Ha!
Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. She didn't bother listening to the rest and exited the chat. Her parents had just passed away a few days ago, and this woman actually thought she would be in the mood to go out and have fun? She opened her long-forgotten university roommates group chat. Hundreds of messages popped up, all about random things. Holding down the voice button, Lin Yan spoke in a hoarse voice. Girls, I had a very long dream. In it, the world was ending. There were storms, floods, freezing cold, and droughts. I lived through it all, moment by moment, for 3 years, struggling to survive. In the end, I died, and that's when I woke up. I believe it was real, that it's going to happen soon. Do you believe me? Seeing the time limit for voice messages, she sent another one. If you believe me, start storing supplies, food, water, anything you can. Do it quietly, and don't let anyone know you have them. After sending the messages, Lin Yan knew her 3 friends were probably asleep. She didn't expect a reply and left the group chat. In her previous life, when the world fell into chaos, the power had already gone out by the time she woke up. She never heard from those friends again. 3 years had passed since then, which was why she hadn't thought to warn them sooner. Then she opened the residents' group chat. At this time, the neighborhood chat group was still calm. A few people were just complaining that the property management hadn't dealt with the flooding quickly enough. Other messages were mostly people grumbling about how hard it was to buy vegetables, how annoying it was to have their kids home for the holidays, or how unfair it felt that others were on vacation while they still had to row a boat to work. It wasn't much different from before. Lin Yan glanced at the family chat group called Harbor of Love. After hesitating for a long time, she decided not to open it. She put down her phone, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yan was woken up by loud knocking at the door. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and took a while to realize that she had truly been reborn. Running her fingers through her hair, she got out of bed and went to open the door. As soon as she unlocked the inner door, the person outside saw her through the small window of the security door and started shouting, Lin Yan, are you deaf? You didn't answer my calls or open the door. What's wrong with you? Lin Yan frowned at Li Wenyu, who was acting like a troublemaker. What do you want? She asked. What do I want? Open the door. Li Wenyu banged on it again. Lin Yan stayed calm. Since she usually lived alone, her father had installed 2 layers of security doors, which came in handy now. Open up already. Li Wenyu grew more impatient.
If you have something to say it.
If not, stop shouting and go away, Lin Yan replied, her tone colder. You. Li Wenyu glared, then said, I told you yesterday to bring me some groceries. Did you get them? My family's running out of food. Lin Yan rolled her eyes. I was exhausted. I just came back from my parents' funeral and fell asleep right away. I didn't see your message. If you want food, go buy it yourself. It's not my problem. At the mention of the funeral, Li Wenyu finally looked closely at Lin Yan. Her face was pale and tired, completely drained of color. Her once soft, rosy features now looked cold and lifeless, as if touched by frost. Even her bright eyes had lost their usual light, staring back through messy hair with quiet impatience. Maybe out of guilt, Li Wenyu finally stopped shouting, but she still insisted stubbornly, fine, if you didn't see it, then you didn't. Now hurry up, tidy yourself, and go to the wholesale market to get some vegetables. The streets are flooded, and it's hard to go anywhere. Even if you manage to get out, there might not be any food left.
We'll see about that.
Lin Yan slammed the door shut with a loud bang, her eyes turning colder. The hatred from her past life still burned deep, but now is not the time. She glanced at the clock. It was almost 9. Lin Yan rubbed her messy hair helplessly. How did I oversleep again? She picked up her phone to check her messages. Luckily, the coal delivery driver, who was supposed to arrive at 9, was stuck on the road because of the flood and wouldn't make it until around 11. Zhou Peng also said his delivery would arrive around noon. She opened her group chat with her close friends, and a few messages there finally made her smile. Heavy rain. Wow, girl, you finally showed up. It's been ages. Moderate rain. Exactly. You didn't answer calls or messages. What's going on, Nian Nian? Did you just come back from some end-of-the-world trip? Light rain. Wait, are you serious? You know I always believe you, but I only have 1,000 yuan and some coins left. No way. I need to check how much I can borrow online. Moderate rain. That I'll check too. Heavy rain, hold on, are you all serious? Then I'd better buy a ticket home to be with my parents. Checking tickets now. When she saw the word parents, Lin Yan looked up at their photo, and her eyes filled with tears. Dad, Mom, it must be watching over me from above, not wanting me to suffer anymore, giving me another chance at life, right? Don't worry, this time I'll live well and make you proud. She wiped her tears, sniffed, and smiled as she sent a voice message to her friends. It might be too late to go home now. If the roads are blocked, it'll be trouble. You'd better tell your families and start storing food and water where you are. Prepare as if there'll be power and water cuts. These 3 were her college roommates and closest friends. Their nicknames, Heavy Rain, Moderate Rain, and Light Rain, matched their personalities. Lin Yan, the gentlest one, was called Drizzle. When the 4 of them were together, they always took things seriously, no matter how unbelievable they sounded. Whether it was believing in ghosts or the idea of time travel, they were always ready to discuss it. Sometimes, they even stayed up all night studying the predictions of so-called prophets, trying to find proof. So when Lin Yan mentioned the idea of the end of the world and connected it with the sudden disasters happening everywhere, the others believed her almost completely. Lin Yan knew that her friends came from ordinary families and were working hard to support themselves after graduation, so she transferred 10,000 yuan to each of them. Amid their playful jokes about wanting her to take care of them, Lin Yan reminded them not to waste time and to start stocking up on supplies, then left the chat. She looked at her account balance. After adding her cash, she had just over 240,000 yuan left and began to think. Although her goal was to spend all her money, she remembered what Xiuyu had said about a certain payment app and quickly opened it to check. Because her store had been using her payment code for the past 6 months and had a large cash flow, her loan limit had reached more than 300,000 yuan. Without hesitation, she filled in the information and applied for the loan. Within minutes, the money arrived in her account. She didn't have a credit card anymore. She used to have a supplementary card under her father's account, but it was canceled after his account was closed. Still, she tried applying for credit loans from several banks and lending platforms. When she saw the available amounts, she couldn't help but smile. Her family had always run a business and liked to keep money in several banks to avoid problems with payments. So she had also divided her parents' inheritance and compensation into 4 different bank accounts under her name, each with the highest daily transaction limit. With large deposits and frequent transactions, her loan limits were naturally high. Although the short time between deposits and withdrawals affected the results a little, she still had her supermarket as collateral. After applying to several places, she managed to get more than 500,000 yuan in total. Lin Yan was very satisfied with this result. She planned to use the money to buy jade stones to build her special space once the funds arrived. After a quick wash and a simple bowl of noodles, Lin Yan changed into waterproof overalls, grabbed her keys, and went to the garage. The heavy rain had lasted all night, and by now, the world outside was already covered in water. Except for high-chassis trucks, few cars dared to go out, so the parking lot was packed. The cars on the first basement level were already flooded. Fortunately, Lin Yan had moved both her SUV and small truck to a corner that wasn't covered by surveillance cameras the night before. She hid the SUV behind the truck and then drove the truck onto the ramp leading to the second basement level. She knew this was a blind spot because her car had once been scratched there. When she went to the property office to check the footage, she found that this area wasn't covered by any cameras. The property management had promised to fix the issue, but never did. They only blocked off the spot so no one could park there again. Lin Yan stepped on the gas and drove the truck out of the parking lot, feeling as if she were cutting through waves. Although the typhoon had passed, the wind was still strong. Raindrops as big as beans hit the windshield hard, as if they might break through at any moment. The streets were almost completely covered by muddy floodwater. The wind whipped the water into waves that crashed against the few pedestrians struggling to move forward. The city hadn't yet recovered from the typhoon, and now it was hit by heavy rain and flooding. There weren't many people on the streets, but there were still some. Among them were figures in yellow and green raincoats, carrying large delivery boxes, moving with difficulty through the storm and flood. Life was hard, but Lin Yan wanted to tell them that staying alive was even harder. The self-service restaurant was near the wholesale market. Several parts of the road were low-lying, so she had to take several detours before finally arriving after 10 o'clock. Seeing the owner and staff standing at the door, scooping water out of the restaurant, Lin Yan's heart sank. Could it be that the food wasn't ready yet? "Boss, is the food ready?" Lin Yan shouted from the truck window. "Oh, you're here. Your lunch boxes are all packed. Look at this place. It's turned into a waterfall cave." The owner leaned on a mop and smiled helplessly. Lin Yan parked the truck, put on her raincoat, and waded into the restaurant. "I thought you wouldn't open today," she said. The owner chuckled. "Almost didn't. If it weren't for your order, we might not have made a single sale today." He then directed the staff to load the lunch boxes onto Lin Yan's truck, reminding them to be careful not to slip. "Can you still deliver the meals to the construction site on time?" "The site must have stopped work, right?" the boss asked casually. Lin Yan nodded. "Yeah, it stopped, but people still need to eat. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll just have instant noodles." As she spoke, she walked to the self-service area, peeked inside at the cooks preparing food, and asked, "Boss, what else do you have for sale?" The boss helped a worker, who almost slipped, then came over to stand beside Lin Yan and looked inside with her. "You already have dishes. I still have steamed buns, dumplings, porridge, sesame balls, fried rice noodles, soy milk, fried dough sticks, salted eggs, boiled eggs, egg pancakes, and shumai, basically all breakfast items." "You're selling all of them? Aren't you keeping some for yourself?" Lin Yan turned to look at him. The boss was surprised. "You want all of it?" He thought she just wanted a meal, but she was actually planning to buy everything. "Yeah, if you're selling, I'll buy it all." Lin Yan kindly added, "But the weather doesn't look good. I suggest you store some food for yourself, just in case." Hearing that his stock for the day could finally be sold, the boss was so happy he almost jumped. "No need to store up. I'm in the food business. I always have supplies." These breakfasts were made early this morning for the market, but with the flooding, no customers came. "I was just worrying about what to do with them. If you want them, I'll sell them to you at cost." Lin Yan agreed right away. She took the porridge and soy milk with their containers and packed the rest of the food into the original insulated boxes. Seeing there was still half a bucket of rice left, she took that too. The boss calculated the total. The lunch boxes come to 2,500 yuan. Since not many people will be back to work after the typhoon, I didn't prepare much breakfast, about 1,600 yuan worth. There are 4 insulated containers, 200 each, that's 800. Altogether, 4,900 yuan. Does that sound right? He handed the receipt to Lin Yan. "Yes, that's right." After transferring the money, Lin Yan ran through the wind and rain to her car. Before leaving, she couldn't help but roll down the window and remind him again, "Boss, trust me. Stock up on supplies. As much as you can. Enough for 2 or 3 years if possible." Then, under the boss's stunned gaze, she stepped on the gas and drove away. By the time she reached the wholesale supermarket, it was already past 11. Even though the supermarket was on higher ground, The floodwater had already reached the rolling door. Lin Yan slightly opened the rolling door, slipped outside, and sat in front of it, nibbling on a bun while waiting for the coal supplier to arrive. The agricultural market was lively at this moment, not because there were many customers, but because each shop was rushing to save its goods. Yesterday, they had given their stock to Lin Yan, but today they stubbornly bought more at a high price. The supplier might also be worried that these shops would back out, so early in the morning, they delivered the goods. However, when the goods arrived, the shops were flooded. Next door, Lao Wang saw Lin Yan appear and quickly sneaked over, looking sneaky. "Girl, are you still buying vegetables?" Lin Yan blinked and smiled awkwardly. "Why are you buying more goods again? Isn't this weather expected to cause losses?" Lao Wang sighed. "It's not that the typhoon has passed. The weather forecast only said heavy rain. Who knew it would rain harder and harder? It's not usually like this. Jincheng is a southern city. Although typhoons are less frequent than along the coast, the climate has been strange in recent years. About 2 or 3 times a year, a typhoon comes here. Usually, after the wind passes, the rain stops, and vegetable vendors like us can take the chance to sell at higher prices and earn more."
But this time it backfired.
Lin Yan kindly advised, "The weather is really abnormal. Maybe you should store these vegetables at home and eat them yourself." "Oh, no need. How much can we eat at home? Plus, these vegetables are hard to store. If they get flooded again, it would be even worse. These are all bought at high prices." Lao Wang looked at Lin Yan with a pleading look in his eyes. This time, Lin Yan didn't rush to answer. Since they were neighbors, if she refused, she might also leave some room for these people to survive. Just as Lao Wang was about to persuade her further, Lin Yan's phone rang. She thought it was the coal delivery arriving, but it was Zhou Peng. "Xiao Mao Mao, are you at the shop?" Hearing Zhou Peng call her that, Lin Yan was momentarily confused, thinking someone had dialed the wrong number. When he continued to say that the medicines would arrive soon, she realized he was using her WeChat name, Mao Mao Yu. But isn't it better to just call her Little Rain? After hanging up, Lin Yan put on her raincoat, ready to go to the pharmacy next door, while Lao Wang stubbornly stood nearby, hesitant to speak. "Uncle Wang, I still suggest you stock up some supplies first. If you find it hard to store, you can give them to me. I'll discuss it with you when I return." Okay, go ahead and get busy then." Old Wang immediately smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly disappeared. He rubbed his hands together and hurried back to tell his wife to prepare the stock. Lin sighed and reluctantly stepped into the knee-deep, muddy water. If she couldn't persuade them, then it was not her fault. At the pharmacy, Zhou Peng and another female clerk were busy moving medicines from the shelves. Seeing Lin approaching, Zhou Peng stopped what he was doing and pulled her to the back of the pharmacy. He opened the back door of a medium-sized refrigerated truck and said, "This whole truck is what you asked for. I really put in a lot of effort." Seeing the full truck of medicines, Lin's face twitched involuntarily. She didn't expect him to be quite capable. She climbed into the truck, casually opened a box, and took out a large sealed container of ibuprofen to check. It was the same as what she usually took, and the expiration date was fresh. "Don't worry, this was delivered overnight by our long-term supplier. The quality is guaranteed, but the logistics cost is a bit high." Lin knew he wasn't lying. The only motivation to brave the storm last night to deliver the goods was money. "All right, count it all up and give me the total," Lin said, leaning on Zhou Peng's arm as she jumped down from the truck. Zhou Peng didn't rush to talk about money. Instead, he looked around and then leaned in mysteriously, asking, "Xiao Mao Mao, do you really think the end of the world is coming?" Lin didn't expect him to ask that. She was too surprised to correct his nickname. She turned her head in shock and moved slightly to the side. "What end of the world?
Who said that?"
Did I say anything about it?" Zhou Peng clicked his tongue and, acting familiar, whispered, "Stop hiding it. Your brother Zhou is not just a fool. I have my own judgment about everything. This weather looks bad, and you're stockpiling supplies like crazy." He nudged Lin with his elbow under the umbrella and asked softly, "Come on, tell me. Did you get some inside information? Share it with me." Lin Yan stared expressionlessly at Zhou Peng's face for a while, then suddenly chuckled softly.
You're the one saying that, she said.
I think you're also a bit out of your mind. About this typhoon and flood disaster, it's true we should stock up on supplies, but what is the end of the world? You don't understand. Lin Yan closed the trunk of the truck and quickly walked toward the back door of the pharmacy. Do you really not know? Zhou Peng hurried to catch up, still a little hopeful. Listen, I've stocked up quite a bit myself. Last night, I started shopping for supplies. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't find you except at your family's vegetable stall, right? Can you tell me more? I want to see if I can find anything useful to save lives. Ignoring Zhou Peng's chatter, Lin Yan lifted the hood of her raincoat and shook off the rainwater from her clothes. She asked, "How much?" "Show me the list." Seeing that Lin Yan wasn't convinced by his words, Zhou Peng had to settle the payment first. The total for the medicines is 127,000 yuan. The main reason is that some prescription drugs that pharmacies aren't allowed to sell are quite expensive. The logistics fee is 8,800 yuan, but I negotiated it down to 7,000. The total is 134,000 yuan. Lin Yan took the list and quickly glanced at the prices without lingering. She pretended to look over it briefly and said, "All right, I'll transfer the money to you." Zhou Peng knew Lin Yan wasn't short of money, but he was a bit surprised that she didn't bargain. "Then just transfer it to my bank account." He took out his phone and sent his account details to Lin Yan. After paying, Lin Yan drove the cold chain truck to the backyard of her supermarket. Worried that the cardboard boxes might get wet in the rain, she backed the truck into the warehouse. She randomly opened a few boxes to check the medicines, ensuring everything was correct before storing them all inside. Once she finished with the truck, the coal delivery driver finally arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, he started complaining loudly, "This terrible weather. I've been cursed for 8 generations. I haven't made much money, and the truck kept stalling. I can't go forward, but I can't turn back either." Seeing Lin Yan waiting at the supermarket entrance, the driver looked her over and grumbled, "Hey girl, where's your boss? Hurry up and call them to unload." "I don't do the unloading. Other places' workers do it themselves." "Your family should do it too." Because Lin Yan was small and had a cute face, she was used to being mistaken for a child. She didn't argue, but just smiled slightly and said, "I am my own boss. Is this store just you?" The driver almost cried when he heard that. He couldn't handle all this coal alone. Lin Yan was also confused. With so much coal and rain falling, it was really hard to manage. She thought for a moment and said to the driver, "How about you help me drive the truck to the backyard, then go to the second floor of the restaurant in the front shopping area to get something to eat, something nice. I'll pay for it. I'll find someone to unload the coal here. When you're done eating, you can come back and drive away." After paying 3,500 yuan, she also gave the driver an extra 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. The driver took the money, happy that he didn't have to work and could eat well. He quickly agreed and started to act. After the driver left, Lin Yan put all the coal into her space. She checked the time and decided it was enough. She went to the restaurant, paid the bill, and ordered 18 dishes. Dishes like boiled fish, boiled beef, spicy hot pot, spicy chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, dompa pork, and more. Each was a signature dish. She ordered 20 servings of each, packed everything, and spent nearly 30,000 yuan. When she returned to the supermarket, Lao Wang and 5 or 6 people were waiting for her. "Girl, I'll give you my pork, my beef too, my vegetables, I'm closing the shop and going home, and my dried goods, they weren't flooded but are a bit damp. If you don't mind, I'll give them to you." Lin Yan was speechless. "All right then. If you really can't store them, I'll take everything. But I suggest you stock up more for yourselves," she finally advised. In the end, everyone insisted they already had enough rice and flour at home. Lin Yan couldn't say much more, so she took some more supplies. 1 cow and 1 pig. Thinking that cooking might be difficult later, she asked the vendor to help grind the pork and beef into mincemeat. She could make dumplings or wontons, and boiling meatballs would be nutritious. The rest of the meat that could be sliced was sliced, so it could be cooked quickly later, which would taste better than stewing. Otherwise, if people smell the meat, they might want to eat it immediately, risking trouble or worse. She also bought 4 vegetable and fruit stalls, 20 fresh local chickens, 4 large boxes of frozen seafood, 2 big trays of tofu, a basket of dried tofu, a large bowl of vegetarian chicken tofu and bean curd skin, and 5 large bags of dried mushrooms and black fungus. Until not long after, these people remembered Lin Yan's repeated reminders to stock up on supplies, but they ignored her, feeling annoyed and wishing they could slap themselves. Some even sat at home cursing Lin Yan for being unkind, blaming her for buying their vegetables, claiming they had nothing to eat otherwise. Of course, Lin Yan couldn't hear these ungrateful words. After collecting the supplies, Lin Yan closed the supermarket door, picked up the packed dishes from the restaurant, and quickly drove away. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, it would be hard to get back home. And her fears were justified. When her car was about 1 kilometer from home, it stalled because of deep water. Lin Yan sat in the car, looking at the endless muddy flood ahead, and sighed heavily. She glanced at the nearly empty fuel gauge and resignedly got out of the car. Fortunately, she wore water-resistant pants today, so she wouldn't be soaked in the muddy water filled with unknown objects. She stored all the supplies from the car into her space, abandoned the vehicle, and waded through water nearly up to her thighs into a shopping mall. The mall entrance was blocked by high sandbags, and although it was flooded inside, it was much better than outside. As soon as she entered, she saw a group of people rushing out in a noisy crowd, startling her, and she instinctively dodged quickly to the triangular area near the door. She had experienced countless scenes like this in her previous life, and her muscle memory helped her find safe spots quickly. In a world without social order, fights could be terrifying beyond imagination. The person running at the front was a man holding a bag, followed by 3 or 5 men and women, who quickly knocked him into the water. From the onlookers, she learned that this man was trying to get free items from the mall but was caught after rushing up from the basement supermarket during the chaos. Lin Yan looked on indifferently, secretly mocking the man in her mind. Trying to get free items now was not the right time. It was just a typhoon with heavy rain and flooding. Most ordinary workers still had to brave the weather to go to work, not to mention the police officers. After a group of people left in a grand procession, Lin Yan headed straight to the jewelry section of the mall. The heavy rain and flooding grew worse. Shops on the first floor were busy moving their goods, and many of the valuable jewelry items in the display cases had already been taken away. Lin Yan visited all 5 jewelry stores on the first floor but couldn't find anything as satisfying as the jade-inlaid gold she wanted. Looking at the 50,000 yuan loan already credited to her phone account, plus the remaining 10,000 from yesterday's quick payment, Lin Yan decided to buy whatever she could afford. "Excuse me, I want to see gold jewelry, gold bars, jade bracelets, and pendants. Anything is fine." Her voice made the busy sales assistant stop what they were doing and come over to serve her. Gold and jade jewelry are expensive because of their craftsmanship. Lin Yan chose small gold bars, tiny gold ingots, and jade bracelets, spending over 30,000 yuan in one go. Perhaps the salespeople, used to customers with big spending habits, didn't think much of her purchases. At most, they would later joke about her braving the rain to buy jewelry as a fun story. Carrying a bag full of money, Lin Yan went to the sales sign at the first floor entrance. While checking her phone, she also put everything from the bag into her space. Her space expanded by more than 50 square meters as expected. It seemed her guess was right. Ordinary jade, gold, and silver lacked enough spiritual energy. She carefully examined the sales sign but didn't find anything particularly worth stockpiling in this mall, so she didn't delay any longer. She put on her raincoat and headed back home through the flooded streets. At this moment, she really wanted to row a boat, but the storm was too strong. Since she had never rowed before, walking was safer. The 1-kilometer walk took her over an hour in the pouring rain and wind before she finally reached the neighborhood gate. Thinking of Li Wenyu, that crazy woman, she took out a bag of supplies she had prepared from her space and carried it in her hand. Inside were a few rotten tomatoes, rotten cucumbers, and some sprouted potatoes and sweet potatoes, things she had specifically pulled out from another person's spoiled vegetable pile to give her. In her past life, she hadn't eaten for 2 days, and was starving. She knelt and begged Li Wenyu for some food. Do you remember how Li Wenyu responded? She tore a small, fist-sized dried potato in half and shoved it directly into her mouth, forcing her to swallow. She almost choked to death. Now do you want to eat her things? After walking in the heat, Lin Yen passed by the small supermarket at the entrance of the community. Seeing it was still open, she went inside to take a look. Inside the supermarket, all supplies had been taken, except for a pile of children's toys and various brooms and buckets floating in the water, untouched. Boss, do you have any ice cream? The boss was packing cigarettes and alcohol at the counter. Seeing Lin Yen not asking about food but about ice cream, he smiled and said, Yes, I do. The freezer's power is out, but the ice cream inside hasn't melted. If you want some, take one. No need to pay. Thank you, boss. Lin Yen didn't hesitate. She took an old popsicle and tore it open to put in her mouth. Seeing the boss packing cigarettes and alcohol, Lin Yen asked, Are these on sale? Discounted? She didn't usually smoke or drink, so she had forgotten that these items were considered luxury goods in the end-of-the-world situation. In this world, cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and tea are like luxury items. A pack of cigarettes might be worth a life. The boss saw Lin Yen wanted these items. His calm face suddenly showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. These can't be discounted. Like food, their prices will go up. How much? Lin Yen asked casually, chewing her ice cream. She rarely ate cold, sweet things, but now she was so exhausted and hot that she just wanted to eat this. The boss, unsure of her needs, tentatively said, About 20% increase. The price of rice I just sold has doubled. Lin Yen replied indifferently, Help me find a thermal box. I'll take these ice creams away. For the cigarettes and alcohol, just add 10% and I'll buy them. My dad likes to drink and smoke, and we have some stock at home. If I find good prices, I'll buy some for her. If it's too expensive, forget it. The boss thought for a moment, realizing these items weren't essential. Earning some money now is good enough. He considered that the cigarettes might get damp if stored too long. Once the rain stops and the water recedes, he could restock. Thinking this over, he agreed. 15%. All yours. These cigarettes and alcohol are genuine. My son works in the community property management, so I wouldn't cheat him. Okay, Lin Yen agreed happily. They paid over 16,000 yuan in cash for the cigarettes and alcohol. The boss, pleased, gave all the ice cream to Lin Yen. All the items are packed without multiple layers, but they take up a lot of space when connected to the boxes, totaling about 3 crates. The boss asked Lin Yen to call her family to help move, but instead, Lin Yen focused on the 5 or 6 empty pure water barrels stacked at the door. Boss, can I borrow these? I'll return them after I use them. The boss didn't know what she planned to do, but nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Yen selected 4 sticks and a piece of wood from a pile of dismantled shelves, found a roll of tape, and quickly bound 6 water barrels side by side. In no time, a simple boat was ready. Wow, you're really clever. The boss crouched at the door, watching Lin Yen experiment with her boat in the water, excited. Kids who have read books are different. If my silly son tried this, he'd just end up using his shoulders to carry everything. Lin Yen smiled silently. She asked the boss to help move the boxes onto the boat, then pushed it easily toward the community alone. The water in the community was now knee-deep, and many people were wading in and out, both men and women. Most carried heavy supplies. Some cleverly used large bathtubs, swimming rings, and other tools to help move things. Lin Yen couldn't help but agree with her mother's words. Hardworking people won't go hungry. She pushed the goods into a stairwell without surveillance, stored in a small space, and sat on the stairs to check her phone for a while. When it was about time, she returned the water barrels to the boss. She took a bag with rotten vegetables from her space, held it nervously, and followed 2 men into the elevator. She looked at the muddy water flowing down her feet into the slowly rising elevator shaft, feeling a bit nervous, and asked, Can this elevator still work? Will it break down after being flooded like this? In her previous life, the elevator had already stopped working when she woke up, and she didn't know if it had any faults before the power outage. One man replied, "It shouldn't. The elevator is restricted to the basement level. If it can't run, it would have been shut down completely." The other man clicked his tongue and said, "That's pretty dangerous, but our power box should be on the 5th floor. Unless the external power supply short circuits, it shouldn't lose power." Hearing this, Lin Yan's tense heart finally relaxed. When they reached the 17th floor, she took off her raincoat and looked up. Sure enough, 2 people were standing at her door. When Lin Yan returned, Li Wenyu rushed over angrily and shouted, "Lin Yan, what's wrong with you? Is your phone just for show? I called you, but your battery was dead, and you didn't answer. Are you deaf or blind?" Lin Yan ignored her and forcefully shook the raincoat in his hand. Li Wenyu on the other side was caught off guard and got soaked from head to toe. She jumped up and pointed at Lin Yan, shouting, "Are you crazy? Why are you splashing water on me? Do you even know how much water there is?" Lin Yan raised his hand to brush back his wet hair from his forehead and said coldly, "You know what the weather is like outside. If you're not going out to find supplies, why are you just staring at me?" At this moment, Wang Lang spoke up. He looked at the vegetable hanging on Lin Yan's left wrist, frowned impatiently, and said, "Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense. I'm starving. Hurry up and go inside to get some food." Li Wenyu shook off the rain from her body, breathing heavily and angrily. "Open the door quickly." "Huh," Lin Yan sneered. "This is my house. Why should I open the door for you? You." Li Wenyu wanted to get angry again, but was stopped by Wang Lang's cough. She looked up at Wang Lang, understood his meaning from his eyes, then forced a strange smile on her face. "Xiao Nian, we're really starving. If you have any food at home, please make some for us, okay?" Hearing the long tail of her sentence, Lin Yan chuckled softly. "If you're so hungry, why don't you go out to find food? Everyone outside, young and old, is searching in the water for something to eat. You two are so precious, yet you're clinging to my door. Do you have no shame?" Lin Yan, Li Wenyu was about to get angry again, but Wang Lang grabbed her. He took a deep breath through his nostrils, trying to hold back his impatience, and said, "Enough. We're family, no need for hatred. Your sister is just a bit hot-tempered, you know that. Recently, I've been sick and not feeling well. I've only eaten a pack of instant noodles in 2 days. That's not right. Please make some food for me. I'll leave after I eat." Lin Yan rolled her eyes at him. "I have no food at home. I went to the store today, but all the vegetables were spoiled. I only took some noodles and instant food. They got washed away in the water on the way here, so I only have this little bit left." She deliberately hid the bag behind her and leaned against the wall. Li Wenyu then noticed she was still holding something and immediately tried to grab it. "Hey, let go." Lin Yan mimicked Li Wenyu's loud scream and took the opportunity to hold tightly onto her hands, scratching her fiercely with her nails. Her nails dug into the flesh, and Lin Yan pressed harder, causing Li Wenyu to cry out in pain, her voice breaking. She tried to break free from Lin Yan's grip, but couldn't, thrashing wildly like she had a cramp. Wang Lang, standing nearby, watched the 2 women fight, his eyebrows furrowed in a worried V-shape. He didn't want to get involved, but hearing Li Wenyu's desperate crying, he felt he had to step in and try to stop the fight. Just then, a dog's barking echoed down the corridor. All 3 turned to look toward the elevator. At the elevator entrance, a tall young man was slowly approaching, pulling a cart filled with goods in one hand and holding a black Doberman in the other. Li Wenyu and Wang Lang thought he was just a neighbor and continued to fight over the vegetables, not paying much attention. But Lin Yan suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the man in front of her. "Do you need help?" the young man asked, tipping his hat and stopping about 2 meters away, looking at Lin Yan. Lin Yan shook her head like a puppet, then quickly nodded.
"Who are you?"
"This is none of your business." Li Wenyu took the chance to break free from Lin Yan's grip, snatching the bag from her and shoving it into Wang Lang's hands. She looked at her scratched hand and cursed, then tried to go after Lin Yan again. However, the young man pulled out a small knife from his pocket and said coldly, "If you don't want to get hurt, get out quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting off some flesh to feed the dogs." As he spoke, he removed the dog's muzzle. Perhaps hearing the smell of meat, the Doberman suddenly pricked up its ears, crouched down, and growled low, its sharp teeth like blades, ready to pounce and tear the people apart. This scene frightened Li Wenyu, who let out a sharp scream and quickly hid behind Wang Lang. "Come on, boy." With a command from its owner, the Doberman barked loudly and charged forward. Li Wenyu, who had been afraid of dogs since childhood, screamed in terror, clutching Wang Lang and climbing onto him, as if she wanted to ride on his neck. Wang Lang was also afraid of this dog. The two of them were running and chasing each other, almost pressed against the wall, still arguing and cursing each other for meddling. Within seconds, they lost their defenses and started begging for mercy. No, please. I'll leave. Isn't that enough?" Seeing the dog's big mouth about to bite him, Wang Lang raised his hands to block himself, trembling and jumping back, shouting, Don't come closer." He quickly moved to the side, trying to grab Lin Yan's shoulders and use her as a shield. But Lin Yan was faster. She spun around and stood beside the boy, locking eyes with the dog. The Doberman didn't hold back and bit fiercely. Their pants were torn apart, turning into rags. Help." They covered their bottoms and jumped and ran desperately toward the stairs. The boy tightened the leash, controlling it just enough to keep the dog and the two people at a distance until they disappeared from sight. Lin Yan was amused by what she saw. When the boy turned back, she asked happily but uncertainly, "Are you Ding Hai?" He nodded expressionlessly. It really was him. She couldn't believe it and looked at him with a big smile. Ding Hai was a lonely child who lived next door. When Lin Yan's family moved in, she was 8 years old and Ding Hai was 3 years younger. At 5, he had social difficulties and never talked to others. But he responded only to Lin Yan. She remembered his mother was a kind and beautiful woman who took good care of him. But good people don't live long. When Ding Hai was 7, his mother fell ill and passed away. His father quickly found a stepmother for him. They called her a stepmother to take care of him. But since he had autism, he avoided strangers like the plague, let alone a stepmother. He couldn't accept her, and she had no patience for him. She often hit and kicked him, making him suffer at a young age. At that time, Lin Yan was a little afraid of his violent stepmother. She would only visit him when his father was home, secretly bringing him treats, gifts, and telling him stories. Although most of the time Lin Yan is the one directing and acting alone, at least he does not reject Lin Yan. He reaches out to accept her gifts and listens carefully to her stories. He always has a blank expression. Later, for some unknown reason, Ding Hai left home. She doesn't know where he went. She hadn't seen him for many years until now. Lin Yan estimated that Ding Hai was about 19 years old this year, and he was roughly 1 meter 80 tall. He has neat features, delicate and three-dimensional, with a gentle yet steady appearance. His eyes are still cold and clear, giving him an aura that makes others keep their distance. Lin Yan took a step forward and leaned toward Ding Hai. She gestured with her hand between their heads and smiled. "When you were a child, you had a cute, chubby face. It's been many years, and now you've grown into a tall, handsome young man." Ding Hai didn't expect Lin Yan to suddenly get close. He was a bit flustered but tried to control his emotions and didn't dodge her hand. But he didn't seem uncomfortable either. He moved his lips slightly but didn't show any particular expression. He simply said softly, "I'm going back now." "Oh, okay. You go ahead and do your thing," Lin Yan said with a smile, taking a step back to clear the way. She then went to her door and opened it. After entering, Lin Yan quickly took off her wet shorts and clothes, washed up, and then slumped onto the sofa. She picked up her phone and looked at it. Zhou Peng had sent her a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, along with a voice message. "Xiao Mao Mao, after thinking it over, I still feel bad about you. Honestly, I made a little profit on this deal. Here's a big red envelope. Consider it a treat from Zhouge for meal." Lin Yan chuckled. This guy is quite straightforward. Lin Yan accepted Zhou Peng's red envelope and sent him a thank you emoji. The residents' group chat is now very lively. Most are shouting about not being able to get vegetables, some are worried about their kids' milk powder running out, and others are complaining that their cats have no litter and can't go to the bathroom. Lin Yan suddenly remembered some information. In her past life, The floodwaters never receded, and the toilet was flooded with underground water, making it unusable. Going to the bathroom was a big problem back then. She quickly searched for more information to confirm. Sure enough, the cat litter really works. Sigh. She reluctantly got up again. Just then, she needed to go to the supermarket to pick up some goods, so she decided to buy everything at once. Since the truck was gone, traveling was difficult for her. She could only call the supermarket to ask for delivery. But figuring out where to deliver was another problem. The wholesale market was far from home, and it was hard for her to go back and forth. Plus, whether they could deliver there was uncertain. After thinking for a while, Lin Yen remembered a hair salon on the back street of the community that had long closed down. She suddenly had an idea. After contacting the supermarket, Lin Yen took out her work phone and opened the supermarket's online app. She hurriedly placed more orders. Since it was home delivery, she wanted to order as much as possible. No need to think about fruits, vegetables, or meat. They were all out of stock. She clicked on prepared foods and frozen items, various buns, steamed dumplings, rice dumplings, pancakes, and pies. She ordered the maximum amount, about 10 or 20 of each. For health supplements, she ordered different brands of milk powder, protein powder, calcium tablets, health teas, donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and honey. Whether for students, pregnant women, or the elderly, she ordered at least 10 boxes of each. There weren't many options for grains, oils, and seasonings, so Lin Yen didn't bother to choose carefully. As long as the icon was lit, she kept clicking. For household paper products, wet wipes, and insecticides, she kept adding to the cart. For home goods, she ordered batteries, sockets, hand warmers, trash bags, kept adding more. For small appliances, she bought 5 each of fans, air conditioners, electric heaters, electric blankets, hair dryers, egg steamers, rice cookers, and hot pots. For electronics, she ordered 10 laptops and 10 tablets since she liked Huazi brand. Thinking that more durable fruit brand products might be better, she ordered 5 laptops and 5 tablets. For pet supplies, she wasn't sure which cat litter was best, so she ordered 20 large packs of various types and 20 cat litter boxes. But she had to admit, the Little Pony supermarket was like a treasure chest. Everything she needed was there. After all this, she spent over 180,000 yuan, leaving only about 20,000 in her account. Lin Yen gave the delivery driver her order number, quickly put on her water pants, and rushed downstairs. When she reached the hair salon's door, she leaned against it and looked inside. After confirming the place was still a mess, she took out a window-breaking tool and smashed the glass door with a loud bang. Since the commercial street facing the road was built, the area had become quiet. Only a few training centers still did decent business. Everything else had closed down. With this bad weather, no one was at the training centers and no one was watching the security cameras. The large hair salon that had closed down had been vacant for a long time, and no one wanted to rent it now. She was just borrowing the space briefly, like a window being broken by a storm, no big deal. Lin Yen comforted herself and went inside. She picked up a broom that was on the floor, swept away the broken glass, and cleared a small space in the room. Not long after she finished, the delivery truck from the supermarket arrived. They worked quickly because she paid them well. For delivery workers came and soon carried all the goods into the house. After checking the items against the delivery list, Lin Yen also checked the extra items she ordered over the phone earlier. She wasn't even sure what she ordered, but she pretended to check carefully. She signed her name with a big, scribbled signature that even she couldn't read. She stored the goods in her space and then went home. At the door, she ran into Ding Hai, who was about to leave. Before she could speak, Ding Hai spoke first. "The weather is bad. You should stock up on supplies. Whatever money you have, spend it. If you don't have enough, find a way. Maybe even take some if you must." Before she could react, he quickly added, "I plan to install iron bars on this fire door from inside. When it's dangerous, we can lock it, and it can also be electrified." She looked toward the corridor outside and thought for a moment before replying, "Oh, that sounds good." Their building has 5 units per floor with the elevator in the middle. On the left is Ding Hai's home, and at the end of the corridor is her place. The doors of their 2 homes form a right angle, creating a large shared area in front. There are 2 fire doors near their homes, one across from Ding Hai's apartment, leading to the stairwell, and another across the corridor, separating their homes from the outside public area. Opposite the elevator is another fire door that leads directly to the stairwell. On the right of the elevator are 3 units facing each other. In 1703, a couple with a 7 or 8-year-old son lived next door. The wife, Tong Li, had a kind personality and would greet people when they met. Her husband seemed to work for the government and always dressed very formally when they saw each other. Across the hall, 1706 appeared to be a young couple who had just married before the new year. Lin Yan remembered that she hadn't finished school at that time. Later, her husband managed a supermarket and worked long hours. They rarely spoke when they met. Number 1705 was an elderly man named Go who lived alone. He had a bit of a temper but was a good person. Lin Yan thought about her past life, where her aunt's family often bullied her. No one helped her except this old man, who would loudly shout at and stop the bullies, and sometimes secretly give her food or the most valuable anti-inflammatory medicine. She wasn't sure if his stockpile of supplies was enough, but she planned to ask him when she had time. Not for anything else, but because of the warmth he had given her in her past life. No matter what kind of people they were, she believed it was always good to be cautious. Lin Yan quietly asked Ding Hai, "Is your dad back too?" She originally wanted to ask about her parents, but she realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. "No, just me and Tian Wang," he replied, petting his dog, with a small smile. "Oh, okay. If you need anything, you can call me," she said. Then she suddenly remembered he didn't have her phone number and felt a bit awkward, scratching her head. Why was she so awkward? Unexpectedly, Ding Hai took out his phone, showed her a QR code. Lin Yan quickly scanned it with her phone and added him as a friend. They didn't say anything during this process, just stood there awkwardly. "Are you going out?" Lin Yan asked, pointing toward the elevator. He nodded without saying anything more, took his dog and left. Lin Yan watched their backs, sighed deeply, and shook her head helplessly. It was really awkward. She wondered how she had been so bold as a child to approach others. When she got home, Lin Yan filled a bathtub with hot water, thoroughly washed herself, and then took out a water container to store water. One was a stainless steel container at the kitchen door for drinking water. Another was a plastic container on the balcony, where she planned to try planting some vegetables. She also placed 2 more containers in the bathroom. I connected the water pipe and turned on the tap. Lin Yan took out all the stored energy sources and started charging them. After working for a while, it was almost 3 o'clock. Only then did Lin Yan remember she hadn't had lunch yet. In the end-of-the-world scenario, there is no concept of time, so there are no set meal times. During hard times, just having a bite to keep going is already very good. Even in the best situations, people might only eat twice a day and only feel about 2/3 full. The consciousness came from the end of the world, but the body did not. Thinking about not having eaten, Lin Yan's stomach and throat started to ache painfully. She quickly went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and cooked a bowl of small wontons made by her mother. Feeling it wasn't enough, she added a fried egg. Watching the bubbling in the pot, Lin Yan thought it would be hard to cook again in the future, so she took out 5 eggs from her space and boiled them all. Just boiling eggs wasn't enough. She also took out an induction cooker and set up a steamer to cook some sweet potatoes, taro, and corn. These foods are simple, but in the future, they will be easy to take out and eat in front of others. After the wontons were ready, Lin Yan carried them to the living room coffee table, turned on the TV, and ate while watching. On TV, all channels were reporting disaster situations across different regions. Some places experienced heavy rainstorms causing mudslides, washing away entire villages. Others faced severe tornadoes with destructive power, overturning houses and being buried by mountain floods, resulting in many casualties. But not all areas suffered from flooding and disasters. Some northern cities faced extreme heat and drought, followed by sandstorms and earthquakes. Lin Yan explained that Chung City had experienced these kinds of disasters. Looking back, she thought the heavens had given humans warnings. Disasters came one after another, but not all at once. No one expected the entire Earth to fall ill and become so battered and scarred. Switching through several channels, all showed similar scenes. Lin Yan didn't want to watch anymore and focused on eating her wontons. She usually had little appetite and only ate enough to fill her stomach. The only thing she cared about was the homemade wontons and dumplings made by her mother. Now, in the 3-layer freezer drawer of her double-door refrigerator, 2 layers are filled with wontons and dumplings. Soon, she will clear some space. Once it's empty, she plans to make more and stock up. Her mom's special recipes, she'll enjoy them when she craves them later. Just as she was enjoying her meal, her phone rang with a video call notification. Lin Yan opened it and saw a group chat of pretty girls. When the avatars of 3 lively girls appeared, Lin Yan smiled happily. Xiaoyu. Hey, little Misty Rain, long time no see. Why do you look so tired? Do you? Let me take a closer look. Wow, you've lost a lot of weight. Is your work at the supermarket too tiring? Maybe after this storm passes, I can come help you. Zhongyu. Haha. Big sister, are you planning to settle your work now? Do you? Haha, you know me so well. That's exactly what I'm thinking. They all laughed and joked together. Lin Yan also joined in the fun, then asked seriously, How are your supplies? Are you stockpiling enough, Xiaoyu? I listen to you. I've brought back boxes of cookies, bread, instant noodles, and canned food. Wanna see? The camera shifted, showing a pile of boxes stacked high on the ground. Zhongyu. I've also stockpiled some supplies, but not as much as Xiaoyu. I didn't dare borrow too much money. If I can't pay it back, it'll be trouble. I used my sister Nian Yan's 10,000 yuan to buy some. Xiaoyu. Hey, I'm not that reckless. My little brother only lent me over 10,000 yuan. Even if I spend it all, what's the big deal? I can get a part-time job to earn more. These foods won't spoil soon anyway, and I'll save on living expenses. Isn't that right, Nian Nian? Lin Yan smiled. Yes, if it weren't for the end of the world, I'd pay off your debts.
So you should keep stockpiling.
Understand? Stock up on as much water as you can, and also get some self-defense weapons. Hearing Lin Yan say she could support them, Diyu's face immediately darkened. If Lin Yan was so sure the end of the world was coming, what should she do? Nian Yan, are you really sure the end of the world will come? Lin Yan, of course I'm sure. Let me show you. She took her phone and went to the small bedroom to show them. When a few people saw the bedroom door open and the room filled with so many supplies that they couldn't see the windows, they were all shocked and almost dropped their eyes in surprise.
Dayu? Ah.
Nian Nian, save my life. I gave all my money to my parents so they could prepare more food and supplies for my brother. I only bought a box of instant noodles and a bucket of water. I thought the typhoon would pass and everything would be fine, but the heavy rain is still falling. We've started to raft downstairs. I live on the 2nd floor of this apartment. What should I do? What should I do? Hearing Diyu's tearful cry, Lin Yan was so angry she wanted to facepalm. This overly caring sibling really was hopeless. If they weren't in different cities, she wouldn't even send them a warning about stockpiling supplies. People can be unpredictable. In her past life, she had been betrayed several times by so-called friends and teammates, and she couldn't even close her eyes peacefully after dying. She remembered that in her previous life, the authorities had sent troops to help. Most of the relief centers were set up in large supermarkets, hotels, or sports halls. She quickly told Diyu, maybe you should pack up and go to the biggest sports hall, hotel, or supermarket nearby. From what I see now, it might take less than a week for the authorities to send rescue teams. These places are the most likely spots for shelter. Diyu, okay, fine. Waiting here is just waiting for death. I'll swim there if I have to. Zhongyu and Xiaoyu's families are in the central region. Although it's stormy and flooded everywhere, they can still leave their homes. Listening to their conversation, their eyes inexplicably reddened. This isn't just a small thrill like before, it's a real life and death situation. Maybe in the next moment, everyone will say goodbye forever. Lin Yan wasn't as emotional as them. She looked serious and said, "Protect yourselves. Don't trust anyone. As soon as rescue teams arrive, follow them and evacuate." Don't think that having supplies means you can't leave. Do you understand? The supplies they had could only last a month or two at most. The real problem was that it's hard for a girl living alone to even keep herself safe, let alone protect her supplies. So, she must follow the rescue teams, even if conditions are poor. It's at least a small chance to survive. Everyone listened to Lin Yan and nodded repeatedly. To go stock up and move elsewhere, they didn't say much and quickly ended their conversation. Feeling emotional, Lin Yan looked at the remaining 2 or 3 small wontons in her bowl and suddenly lost her appetite. In her past life, she woke up to a city with no water or electricity, and she didn't know what happened to her friends. She hopes she can save them in this life. Even living one more day would be good. She scrolled through the homeowners group chat, which was both funny and sad. There were screenshots of grocery apps with full gray screens, photos of empty supermarket shelves, and people standing waist-deep in floodwaters. Some shared their outside experiences. There was someone stuck under fallen trees, others holding pigs in floodwaters, and some sitting on wooden boards, holding plastic sheets and sweeping water with brooms. Basically, everyone was saying, "Your situation is worse than mine." Even in hardship, there was some humor. She wondered how other homeowners groups were because in her community, a few troublemakers always caused chaos every day. Right now, they were showing off their wealth in a boastful way, sharing their abundance. Lin Yan happily climbed the stairs to check the group messages. Meow Show Man 7 to 1203. I told my husband, enough. He just won't listen. Look at how messy the house is now. I want to do yoga, but there's no space. Followed by 3 pictures of the living room, kitchen, and balcony full of supplies. Chengshuda Mai 3 to 1502. My home is the same. Those partners keep sending stuff like it's free. My little Molly keeps shouting all day. I thought strangers were coming to bother us. Then there were pictures of high-end drinks, steaks, and vegetables. Daong Lao Lao 7 to 505. Have you all not stocked up on food? Honestly, young people don't know how to live. During heavy rain, we elders go out to buy some vegetables, eggs, and meat. When the fridge is full, that's when you're truly living. Some shared their abundance, others felt jealous. Lanyan Late 7 to 1002. Sister Man, can you share some of your yoga mat size supplies with me? I'll help you use them up so you can stay in shape. Huang Xiao 5 to 1305. I also want some. Please, kind-hearted people, help out. I work so hard but never cook. Only 2 packs of instant noodles left at home. After that, I can only open the window and breathe. Someone started the trend, and soon the group chat was filled with more begging posts. Honestly, many kind people began to offer help. Daughter of the Ocean Grandma 7 to 505. My family can share 5 packs of instant noodles. If anyone needs them, you can come and get some, but only if you really need them. Bell 7 to 301. Thank you, Grandma. I'll go now. Someone quickly responded, probably someone they knew. But others weren't so generous with their money. One person wanted to exchange a pack of salt for 2 packs of sanitary pads, saying the salt was from stockpiles during the pandemic and they had too much to eat. Soon someone agreed and made the trade. Another person wanted to swap a box of chocolates for 10 packs of instant noodles, claiming the chocolates were imported and worth over 1,000 yuan per box. Not long after, someone else responded, and the deal was made again. Messages kept flooding the screen. Linian looked at her phone for a while, then put it down to wash the dishes. Seeing that the eggs and grains were already cooked, she used a container to store them in the space. She also turned on the oven and air fryer to make roasted sweet potatoes. The water storage barrel was filled again. Linian turned off all the taps, leaving only one on the balcony, and stored the rest in the space. Then she took apart all the computers and tablets to charge and download files. She prioritized disaster movies and outdoor survival documentaries to learn survival skills. She downloaded tutorials on boxing, martial arts, and self-defense moves, anything available, to study during her free time. Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had picked up some self-defense tricks during the apocalypse. But those haphazard moves she learned from teammates were okay against ordinary people, but not enough if she faced someone skilled. She needed to learn and practice more to protect herself in critical moments. Besides that, she also downloaded some TV shows, recipes, offline maps, single-player games, and ebooks on farming and gardening. She downloaded everything she could think of. But after watching for a while, she fell asleep until her phone rang, waking her up. It was her aunt, Lin Qingyun. "Xiaonian, are you at home?" Hearing Lin Qingyun's sharp voice on the other end, Linian frowned and snorted softly through her nose. "Little Nian, Annie's house is on a lower ground floor, and the water might flood in someday. I plan to pack up and move to your place. I don't feel safe with you living alone in such a big house. Now, with everyone hungry, they might do anything. It's too dangerous for a young girl to live alone." Lin Yan turned on her phone's speaker, rolled her eyes, and rubbed her temples. She didn't need to answer. Lin Qingyun continued talking to herself. "Hurry up and tidy your room. Your uncle and I will share one room, and your brother another." "That works out perfectly." Lin Yan sighed to calm herself before speaking slowly. "Andy, my place isn't convenient. You should look elsewhere." Lin Qingyun was busy packing and already thought about where to put things. But then she heard Lin Yan refuse and let out a loud scream. "What did you say? What's inconvenient? I come to your house and take care of your food and drink. How could it be inconvenient for you?" Lin Yan replied impatiently, word by word. "Auntie, thank you for your concern. I can take care of myself. You should find another place. If you wait too long, you won't be able to leave the house." After she finished speaking, she hung up before Lin Qingyun could reply. She also turned her phone to silent mode. She checked the battery level, unplugged all the fully charged devices, and replaced them with new ones to keep charging. Then she worked on connecting the surveillance cameras to the battery. Soon, the power in the neighborhood would go out, and uninvited guests might arrive one after another. But the network from the service provider should still work for a while, so keeping the surveillance running was very important. She looked at the appliances at home and remembered she needed to stock up on hot water. Without energy, heating water would become a problem. She didn't need it for drinking, but she would need it for bathing. Thinking this, she quickly went to the bathroom, turned the water heater to the maximum temperature of 75 degrees, and started filling the water storage tank. She also boiled 10 or so pots of water on the stove as backup. In her free time, Lin Yan made herself a cup of hot milk, sipped it, and looked down from the window. It had been pouring all afternoon. Even though Peace Community is on higher ground, it was now covered by muddy floodwaters, turning into a vast lake. Floating on the water were various colorful plastic bags, torn cloths, broken branches, and leaves, all bobbing with the current. The property staff and volunteers formed a temporary rescue team. They wore life jackets and struggled through the waist-deep flood, visiting each building to check on residents and offer comfort. It was truly not easy. After finishing the milk, Lin Yan took out 2 long flower pots and a bunch of vegetable seeds from her space and placed them on the balcony. She wanted to try growing her own vegetables. Her parents were farmers, and her grandmother used to grow some fruits and vegetables on the balcony, so she knew a few simple planting tips. She found a large bag of planting soil in the corner of the balcony, filled both pots, and dug shallow holes in each. She picked a packet of lettuce seeds and a packet of water spinach seeds from the pile, sprinkled them into the holes, covered them with soil, and watered them. She kept a planting journal, and that was the end of her gardening task. Just finished washing her hands and was about to rest when there was a knock on the door. Lin Yan went to the door and looked through the peephole. She saw Ding Hai standing outside. She opened both doors and smiled kindly. "What's up? Is there something?" Ding Hai pointed to a small liquefied gas tank on the ground and said, "This for you." Lin Yan looked down and was surprised, unsure what to say. She didn't expect Ding Hai to give her something voluntarily. When they were kids, he wouldn't even smile at her. Of course, he still didn't seem willing to give anything now. She smiled and refused. "I have one at home too. Keep it for yourself." "Thanks." Ding Hai didn't respond to her words. Instead, he asked, "Aren't you stockpiling supplies?" He had never seen Lin Yan bring anything home, and the only time she did, that woman took it away. Lin Yan was a bit confused by his words and instinctively said, "I have food in the fridge." She wanted to ask if he was stockpiling supplies, but thought it was a silly question. He was bringing things home one trip after another. What else could it be if not supplies? Okay.
Got it.
Before Lin Yan finished speaking, Ding Hai left the gas tank at the door and turned back to his own house, closing the door. Lin Yan was left standing at the door, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What could she do? They are truly children of the stars. After a busy day, Lin Yan plans to have a good dinner. She took some pork ribs and winter melon from the fridge, intending to make pork rib and winter melon soup. She also took a freshly slaughtered chicken from her space, cleaned it, added green onions, and cooking wine, then boiled it for half an hour. Next, she cut the chicken into pieces, added salt, chicken essence, pepper, and steamed it. These are all her mother's favorite recipes. Although she's not very good at cooking, she can still feed herself. When both dishes were almost ready, she stir-fried some greens. She served 2 dishes and a soup on the table, and the aroma made her swallow her saliva. But she didn't rush to eat. First, she divided half of the pork rib soup into a food container, topped with rice. She also put half a chicken and some greens into a large bowl, covered it with plastic wrap. Then she carried it to knock on the neighbor's door. They hadn't seen each other for many years. When the neighbor came out, they gave her a gas canister, and she didn't want to take it for free. Since the food in front of her wasn't very precious, giving a small gift in return seemed appropriate. Soon, Ding Hai opened the door. I made dinner. Would you like to eat? Lin Yan gave him a big smile, but her smile froze on her face. Wow, is this something she can watch for free? At this moment, Ding Hai looked like he had just finished a shower, with a white towel around his neck and water still dripping from his hair. He wore a high-neck tank top that fit tightly against his slim body, highlighting his defined muscles, making him look full of strength. Is this what they call the saying dress to look slim, undress to show muscle? Not only did Lin Yan stare in awe, but Ding Hai was also momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his calm expression. Thank you. He extended his hand. Lin Yan, like a puppet on strings, dazedly handed over the bowl and food container, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Are you
Coming in?
Maybe because she noticed Lin Yan's intense gaze, Ding Hai asked. Only then did Lin Yan realize her awkwardness. Her cheeks turned red to her ears. No, it's okay. You eat while it's hot. I haven't eaten yet. After saying that, she quickly escaped from the embarrassing situation. Back inside her home, Lin Yan leaned against the door, covering her cheeks, and jumped with embarrassment. She did all sorts of things. She has a little brother, and she still developed a crush on him. She really should be scolded. But honestly, I haven't seen a handsome, sunny boy in a long time. In the end of the world, men are either very thin with sharp features or look dirty, like beggars. There are also many strong bandits, standing far away, giving off a strong, unpleasant smell. She slapped her face hard and laughed at herself. Then she sat down at the dining table to eat. While she was happily eating, the neighborhood was already full of loud noises. Help! Can someone give me some food? I don't mind calling him Dad. The voice sounded like it was from upstairs. Soon the people in the opposite building responded. Thief, no food? Just waiting for you to bring some to your dad. Get lost, you, son. Dad's here. Come home for dinner. Go away. Go away. The shouting and crying echoed through the neighborhood amid the heavy rain, lasting a long time. After finishing her meal, the noise outside still continued. Lin Yan couldn't sleep, so she started checking her supplies. She had prepared most of the basic survival items she could think of. The only thing she still needed to stock up on, and the most important, was energy. She had some generators, but without sunlight, they needed a lot of gasoline and diesel. The cars in the space also use fuel. The 20 or so barrels in her space might not last long. There was also only 2 tons of coal, plus some small boxes bought from a hardware store. The long, cold winter lasted nearly 2 years. This amount of energy definitely couldn't support a comfortable life, so she had to think of a way. She hadn't thought of everything yet. She planned to go out and look around later. Before sleeping, Lin Yan surprisingly received a message from Ding Hai. 2 a.m., going out? She read those words several times before finally confirming that he was inviting her to go out and find supplies. She replied with a simple, "Okay." As she listened to the heavy rain hitting the window outside, she closed her eyes comfortably. In her dreams, she was with her parents, living in a small, old-fashioned two-story attic. In front of the house, the fence was covered with green vines, and small flowers of various colors bloomed on the vines. Outside the house, a small creek flows beneath the bridge in front of the gate. The water is clear like crystal, separating the small courtyard from the lush fields beyond. On the fields, green crops sway in the wind, full of hope for a good harvest. There is no disaster, no noisy world here. Only birds singing and insects chirping. Only working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Looking at the fields, her parents' smiling faces as they gaze at her, Lin Yen runs toward them with tears in her eyes. But just as she is about to touch them, everything around her changes. After a dizzying spin, she finds herself surrounded by piles of goods, colorful and abundant, no longer a peaceful paradise. Only a small clear spring seems somewhat similar to the creek in her dream, but only similar. Suddenly, Lin Yen opens her eyes. She sees the ceiling in the dark. She pinches her temples, turns on the bedside lamp, and checks her phone. It's 1:30 a.m. Maybe because of the dream, or because her mind was out of control during sleep, she feels exhausted now. She swings her legs over the bed, gets dressed, and after a quick wash in the bathroom, she half lies on the sofa waiting for 2 o'clock. The scenes from the dream keep flashing in her mind, making her feel dazed. This dream is so strange. What could it mean? Could it be that a space can be built? Or do her parents want her to live that kind of life? But a happy rural life is what her parents hope for. They brought her to the big city only because she needs to study. Over the years, they have endured so much hardship, suffered so much, and finally are about to succeed, but they haven't had the chance to enjoy it. Thinking about the dream, Lin Yen makes a plan. It's just a paradise. She can build it herself. Less than a kilometer from home, in a children's amusement park, there is a small American-style wooden house. Because the amusement park is free, she sometimes goes there to relax. Her favorite is a vintage one-room wooden house. If she can move that tiny house into her space and decorate it carefully, even if she can't live in it, she will feel happy and relaxed. Just like in her dream, a home she longs for. It was just that going out was too tiring. She needed to learn how to row a boat, or it would be hard to go out in the future. Since Ding Hai was going out, he must have a boat. She decided to take the chance to learn from him. While she was lost in thought, her phone rang, and then there was a knock on the door. Linian checked the time on her phone, exactly 2 o'clock. She got up and opened the door. Ding Hai was already fully dressed and standing outside. She took the utensils he handed her, quickly put on water pants and a raincoat, and went out. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Lu Jin Garden," Ding Hai replied briefly. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. That neighborhood is right next to the children's playground. Because it's close to the playground, most of the houses have been turned into mazes or smart device experience centers. She didn't know what Ding Hai was going there for and didn't ask. She just followed him. When they reached Ding Hai's door, Linian noticed he even had a small boat. Ding Hai stood at his door, not rushing to get anything. Instead, he reached into his pocket and took out a key for Linian. "I fixed the door." "Here's the key." Linian shined her flashlight on the fire door. Sure enough, a sliding security door had been installed, but it wasn't pulled down yet, probably not necessary at the moment. She took the key, put it in her pocket, but actually stored it in her space. "Your speed is impressive."
"I didn't hear a thing," she said.
Maybe she was sleeping too deeply because she really hadn't heard anything. Ding Hai didn't answer her directly. Instead, he pointed to a covered trash bin at the fire door. "If you have trash, you can put it here. I'll take it out the next day." Linian looked at the trash bin, which was about half a person tall, and felt a bit embarrassed. Right now, she couldn't go outside. The people in the building often threw trash out the window, making the neighborhood smell terrible. But she didn't do that. Instead, She piled her trash in the corner of the space, waiting to find a place to throw it out when she left. Now, he wanted her to throw the trash here, especially the waste from her bathroom. Oh my goodness, she couldn't do that. So she decisively refused, saying, I have a trash bin at home. I'll throw things away myself. Thank you. Ding Hai didn't mind and just nodded slightly. He carried the large bag of the inflatable boat to the elevator entrance, then went to pick up the 5 or 6 large plastic barrels at the door. Lin Yan knew his personality and reached out to carry one of the barrels to follow him. The two took the elevator down to the second floor. Ding Hai carried all the items to the corridor and then quickly started assembling the boat. His speed and skill were very impressive, making Lin Yan stare in surprise. She had many boats in her space, but she didn't know how to assemble them. She had planned to study the instructions later, but now she was lucky to have a live demonstration. After everything was assembled, Ding Hai carried the entire inflatable boat down the stairs to the first floor. Worried about making noise, they first paddled the boat out of the community. Then, the boat broke through the floodwaters and sped down the street. The speed of the boat made Lin Yan gasp involuntarily. Indeed, speed creates excitement. The heavy rain continued, though not as heavily as before, but it was still quite strong. It was as if a big hole had opened in the sky, and the rain just wouldn't stop. In the early morning, Jin City was dark everywhere. Many low buildings and villages couldn't withstand the flooding and had lost water and electricity. Ding Hai turned on a powerful spotlight at the front of the boat to keep the waterway ahead clear. The boat was moving so fast that before Lin Yan could think of something to say to Ding Hai, they had already arrived. Since it was next to a children's playground, there were a few solar-powered streetlights still shining, so it wasn't too dark. I'm going inside to find the generator. Wait for me outside, Ding Hai said. Hearing this, Lin Yan realized their purpose for coming. She nodded and looked toward the small wooden cabin on the hillside just a wall away from her. I'll look around here to see if there's anything I need. Call me when you're done. Seeing Ding Hai give her a curious look, she awkwardly added, Actually, I need to use the bathroom. She pointed at the locked iron gate of the children's playground, making up a very weak excuse. Ding Hai did not speak. Instead, he rowed the boat to the large iron gate, took out a big pair of pliers from his backpack, and forcefully cut through the lock's chain. Then he jumped into the water, opened the gate, pushed the speedboat into the park, and went to a 2-story amusement facility near the stairs. I'm waiting here. Oh. Okay, Lin Yan hesitated.
She didn't want it to be like this.
But since it was already like this, she had no choice but to carefully get out of the speedboat, hold a flashlight, and go upstairs. After staying upstairs for 2 minutes, Lin Yan quickly went downstairs. Back at the corridor entrance, seeing Ding Hai go inside, Lin Yan rowed the speedboat again into the park. The speedboat was heavy, and it was hard for her to row alone. But now was not the time to learn rowing. She guided the boat to a shallow ramp, jumped into the water, pushed the boat to a corner, and tied it to a tree. She then waded through the water toward the small wooden house. After collecting the wooden house, she passed by the craft area, looked at the 3 rows of stainless steel racks inside, and stored everything into her space. She had collected too many items, and the space couldn't stay flat. She had to stack things higher. When Ding Hai's figure appeared at the corridor entrance, Lin Yan just finished parking the speedboat back in its place. Seeing a large iron lump wrapped tightly in plastic on a small raft, Lin Yan asked in surprise, Is that a generator? It was so big, looking much stronger than what she had stored. And that iron lump weighed at least 100 pounds. Could Ding Hai move it alone? He was really strong. Yes, there's another one inside, plus 4 barrels of diesel. I can't take them all now. I'll need to come back later, Ding Hai said as he tied the small raft securely to the back of the speedboat with a few ropes. Lin Yan really wanted to say she couldn't take the speedboat, but she could. But she knew she couldn't say that. She could only follow his plan. Touching the big iron lump, Lin Yan asked, It's so big. Will it make a lot of noise when it starts? This was also something she thought about when she couldn't sleep. A high-power generator was good, but it would definitely be loud. Starting it when everyone was out of energy would be like announcing to everyone that we had power. Ding Hai understood her meaning, but did not answer directly. Instead, before starting the rescue boat, he simply said, let's dock up first. The two hurriedly ran back and forth twice, not only moving 2 generators and 4 large barrels of diesel, but also siphoning over 50 tanks of gasoline from cars. This made Lin Yan very happy. Although the underground parking lot of the building was flooded, there were security cameras and security guards, so they couldn't operate there. Therefore, they took all the gasoline from the surface parking lot of the old neighborhood and from half-submerged cars on the roadside. If this had happened before the end of the world, Lin Yan would never have dared to steal like this. But now, she was very comfortable doing such things. They split up to act. Lin Yan used the oil cans given by Ding Hai to fill up, while secretly pouring gasoline into stainless steel basins and barrels in her space. Otherwise, with so much oil, it would be hard for both of them to carry it all. At worst, she would take less when they returned. By the third trip out, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Although it was still raining heavily and the sky was cloudy, it was gradually getting brighter. They walked slowly along the street, past flooded shops, trying to see if there was anything useful they could take. "Is there anything else you want?" Ding Hai suddenly asked. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he meant. She squeezed her eyes tightly, then, after a moment of clarity, replied, "I don't really want anything special. I'll just take whatever I find." She wanted many things: food, drinks, supplies, more was better. But could she ask for them openly? Maybe she would find more later on her own. This area was quite low-lying, with water already waist-deep. The shops on the first floor were half-flooded. So, even if some clothing and shoe stores had their doors wide open, they didn't plan to go inside. As they floated along, they picked through a few small food stalls and managed to salvage for usable liquid containers. They didn't know if the food like rice, flour, and oil had been moved away by the shop owners or looted. There was nothing left. They also encountered several convenience stores, but most had been broken into, and almost no supplies remained in sight. Using a small shop on the roadside as cover, they took out 2 large fishing nets bought from a seafood store from her space, and scavenged some sealed supplies inside. She had read a survival guide for the end of the world, which said not to take oil, condiments, mineral water, or drinks with spiral bottle openings because dirty water could seep in. But she was from the end of the world. To survivors, half-rotted food was still life-saving, and a little dirt didn't matter. So, anything she could reach, she put into her space. Sealed bags of salt, sugar, and other supplies, even if dirty on the outside, could be opened later. Lin Yan managed to get some into her boat. Some vacuum-packed rice at the bottom. Wrapped in double layers, she and her companion pulled out 5 or 6 bags with effort. In a larger supermarket, Lin Yan threw her net over some rotten cardboard boxes and surprisingly caught a bunch of family planning supplies. This made her eyes light up instantly. These items, although unrelated to her, were very valuable in the previous world's currency, second only to cigarettes, alcohol, and salt. In the early days of the apocalypse, because the environment was harsh, pregnancy was extremely dangerous for women. Most adults struggled to survive, let alone infants and young children. So, there was a huge demand for family planning supplies. After 2 or 3 years of the apocalypse, humans suffered from long-term food shortages and malnutrition, leading to severe physical decline. Facing constant survival challenges, most women experienced amenorrhea, stopping ovulation. Men also lost their fertility. As a result, it was rare to see babies among survivors. But this was only the plight of the lower classes. The upper class did not live like that. They valued these non-renewable essentials highly and paid a lot for them. Lin Yan remembered a woman in her team who was lucky enough to find a box in the ruins. One item from it could exchange for 20 jin of rice. If she had had such a big box back then, it would have been like winning 5 million in the lottery. Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. While Ding Hai wasn't looking, she quickly gathered her net, along with the floating boxes on the water, into her space. Worried she might miss something, she swung her net more vigorously around to fish everything out. But apart from some random bottles and jars, she didn't catch anything else. Lin Yan quietly added this item to her important supplies list. In an alley, they found a pharmacy. Maybe because people nearby were more desperate for food, the pharmacy, like the clothing store, was not looted. The pharmacy's rolling door was pried open, and water flooded inside. Since the medicines were light, they floated on the water's surface. Afraid they would be washed away, the two quickly rowed the boat into the store and closed the door tightly. They placed a spotlight high up, and Lin Yan quickly scanned the area with her eyes. When she saw the section with contraceptive supplies, her heart beat faster with excitement. But before she could decide how to reach that area, Ding Hai suddenly jumped into the water. He was a step ahead, grabbing all the condoms from a shelf and stuffing them into a bag, even the ones floating in the water. And that wasn't all. After finishing with the shelf, he went to the counter and searched through all the contraceptive pills there. This scene made Lin Yan, standing on the boat, freeze like a statue, almost shattered by shock. He's just a kid, yet he acts like this. Men are men no matter their age. Lin Yan raised her hand and punched her chest, feeling heartbroken. Could she have taken some back? That was her 5 million. Several 5 millions. Her heart felt like it was about to break into dumpling filling. After collecting the items, Ding Hai dragged the bag back to the boat and didn't make any more moves. He even stopped using the internet. He didn't want any other medicines? Lin Yan pointed silently at the other medicines and shrugged. Ding Hai sat steadily in the boat and said, "Take what you need yourself." Lin Yan. All right. She had no words to reply. Reluctantly, Lin Yan held a large trash bag, jumped into the water. She picked out antibiotics, cold medicine, stomach medicine, fever reducers, and deworming medicines that weren't flooded. This area was surrounded by residential buildings. The people thought it was just a normal heavy rain and didn't go out to find food. But soon, they would have to accept the harsh reality of the end times. Medicines are essential in this world. She couldn't afford to be greedy. This store sells not only medicine but also health supplements and nutritional products. There are also grains, oil, rice, noodles, and daily necessities, such as alcohol, hand sanitizer, toilet paper, and feminine products. Lin Yan chose some common items based on the capacity of the kayak and secretly stored some in the space when Ding Hai's line of sight was blocked. After leaving the store, the two of them passed by a courier station. Ding Hai broke open the rolling door, and Lin Yan's hands trembled with excitement as she opened the door. The room was piled high with goods, half of which were soaked in water, while most remained intact. Thinking that everything here would be flooded in just one more day, Lin Yan felt at ease. She tilted her head cautiously, watching Ding Hai outside guarding the door. With a wave of her hand, she stored all the goods and shelves into the space. They moved a few large boxes symbolically, threw them onto the boat, and Lin Yan casually said, "I took apart a few, mostly clothes and jewelry. Maybe I should leave them. I don't know what's inside, and they take up space." Ding Hai didn't care much about these messy things either. Without replying, he pulled Lin Yan onto the boat. After working through most of the night, they had gained a lot. Just as they planned to head home, they encountered a roadblock. A kayak approached with 3 strong men on board. One man paddled and steered, while the other 2 held either steel pipes or nets. Seeing Lin Yan and Ding Hai, the weaker pair, their faces, which had been tense, lit up with joy like cats seeing mice. "2 young brothers, leave your things. I'll consider letting you go." One man with a large tattoo on his arm knocked the edge of the kayak with a steel pipe, speaking with a teasing and contemptuous smile. This time, Lin Yan was dressed in a loose water-resistant jumpsuit with a black t-shirt underneath. She wore a swim cap on her head and a black goggles, making it hard to tell her gender, especially in the dark and unclear view. But in these men's eyes, even if Lin Yan was a man, she was a small, weak target, not worth fearing. The other 2 on the kayak didn't bother with many words. They seemed eager to catch the prey, paddling hard and throwing a large fishing net to get closer to the boat, planning to use the net's force to approach. Lin Yan had seen many such people in her past life. In fact, they seemed to be everywhere. When asked if she was afraid, She felt some fear deep inside. Facing these reckless criminals after society's order collapsed, the outcome was always either their death or her own. But even though she was scared, she didn't back down. After all, she had also killed in her past life. Without hesitation, Lin Yen kicked the fishing net into the water, then stepped onto the speedboat, using her body to block Ding Hai. She quickly took out a bottle of pepper spray and a 3-section extendable baton from her backpack, which was actually a space storage. She thought a stun baton might be best against such a strong man, but both of them were soaked with rain, so she wanted to avoid hurting anyone accidentally. She also had knives, but she needed to consider Ding Hai and not scare the child. When she was young, she had seen Ding Hai lose his mind. Whenever someone touched him or he was in a crowd, he would become extremely paranoid, screaming and breaking down. Just as Lin Yan was ready to act, waiting for the other's kayak to get closer, Ding Hai, behind her, used something to suddenly burst a large hole in the opponent's kayak with a loud bang. The kayak quickly deflated and sank in seconds, causing the three on the other side to scream in shock. "Wow, you're really unfair," one of them shouted. Seeing the other boat capsize, Lin Yan glanced back at Ding Hai, who had just put his hand away from his backpack. Ding Hai nonchalantly slung his backpack on his back, calmly grabbed a paddle, and suddenly swung it hard at the large tattooed man's head. The man's head burst like a watermelon, blood pouring out. Seeing this, Lin Yan instinctively curled her lips and let out a sharp sound. She didn't bother to check if what Ding Hai held was what she thought, but quickly grabbed a nearby paddle and started hitting the other person. 1, 2, 3, like whacking a mole, she beat the opponent until his head was bloody, and he howled, clutching his head and swimming away. Since it wasn't the end of the world yet, she didn't want to cause any fatalities. Seeing the others had already escaped far away, Ding Hai picked up their large fishing net from the water and quickly scooped up the scattered supplies. They sped off at full throttle, disappearing in a flash. When they returned to the community, Lin Yan stayed on guard, while Ding Hai went back to bring out the cart for supplies. The sound of the inflatable boat on the street had already attracted the attention of the residents. Since the water was still shallow at this time, some delivery people used the inflatable boat to deliver food, so their arrival didn't stand out too much. The 2 previous shipments had been brought in during the early morning hours without encountering anyone. But this time was different. It was already past 6 in the morning, and the sky was bright. A whole boatload of supplies, including food and drinks, was wrapped in black bags. Although they were covered, people couldn't help but imagine what was inside. Lin Yan was waiting at the elevator on the 2nd floor, holding a cart of supplies, waiting for Ding Hai to come down from fetching the inflatable boat. Just then, an elderly woman opened her door. "Oh my, so many things. Young man, please be kind and share some with Grandma Lu, okay?" Grandma Lu's eyes sparkled as she hurried over, reaching out to grab the bags on the cart without hesitation. Ding Hai, carrying the inflatable boat, spoke in a deep, cold voice that sounded like a thunderclap, startling Grandma Lu into instinctively shrinking back. After she recovered, she straightened herself and snorted, "What are you shouting for? Can't you speak nicely? Young people these days are so rude. You scared me into a heart attack. You'll have to take responsibility." At this moment, a pregnant woman from Grandma Lu's household also peeked out, looking over here. "What floor are you on? You've got quite the ability to get so many things. What are all these?" she asked, hurriedly calling others in the house to come out. Lin Yan glanced at the elevator still stopped on the 20th floor. She deliberately knocked over a bag by accident, causing a pile of colorful clothes from the delivery station to scatter all over the ground. She bent down calmly to pick up the bags and said in a hoarse voice, "They're just some clothes from my shop. They'd get ruined if left in the store, so I had to bring them back." Grandma Lu was still a bit suspicious. She quickly reached into the bag and rummaged through a few items. Seeing that they were indeed clothes and shoes, her disdain grew. "I knew you young people are unreliable. You go out for a trip and don't bother to find food. What's the use of these broken clothes and rags?" Lin Yan awkwardly smiled. "All the stores outside are closed. The supermarkets aren't open anymore. Where can we find food? Did you find them?" At that moment, a man in the house came out after hearing the noise. When he saw the small boat that Ding Hai had put away, his eyes lit up. "Hey, young man, can I borrow your boat for a while?" Ding Hai ignored him, holding the elevator door he just opened and pushing the cart straight inside. The man. Lin Yan gave the man a fake smile and quickly closed the elevator door. "Hey? What's wrong with you, young man? You're really rude. Didn't your parents teach you manners? You're such a bad person." Old Lady Lu's loud scolding was very loud, but it had no effect on the two inside the elevator. Lin Yan pressed the elevator buttons a few floors apart to hide their exact location from downstairs. Ding Hai still chose to ignore her actions. After some effort, they finally arrived home. When Ding Hai opened the door, a Doberman wagging its tail and whining immediately jumped onto him. Startled, Lin Yan hurried to her own door. It's called Tianwang, right? Haha, so impressive. Lin Yan envied Ding Hai for having such a friend, but she was also genuinely afraid. Ding Hai gently petted the dog and gave it a command. "Tianwang, go back to your room." The dog obediently turned and went inside. "Open your door," Ding Hai said to Lin Yan in the same tone as he did to Tianwang, giving her a command. Lin Yan. All right, she thought if he's sick, she could tolerate it. After opening the door, Ding Hai started bringing in the items one by one, including a generator, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 barrels of diesel, 3 gas tanks for cans of cooking oil, 6 bags of rice, and several other grocery bags. "Why are you giving me so much?" Lin Yan was a bit surprised. She looked at the open space outside the door, which was almost empty. These items were almost all their loot from the whole night. "I only want the generator and the oil." Ding Hai carried the remaining items back inside, finally folding the cart and bringing it in. After a while, he came out holding a bag and handed it to Lin Yan. "Take care of yourself." "Huh?" Lin Yan took the bag, confused, and opened it. Suddenly, she closed it again. It was actually him who took that pack of family planning supplies. Lin Yan looked at Ding Hai with surprise, feeling so awkward she could almost dig out a whole house. Protect herself?
She wasn't even interested in that.
She didn't have a boyfriend. This kid was really something, always doing things differently, so embarrassing it was almost funny. Ding Hai didn't say anything, just blinked innocently at her, seeming to want to say something but holding back. Lin Yan didn't know how to respond, so she randomly looked around. Sometimes she looked at the ceiling, sometimes at the floor, and sometimes peeked into Ding Hai's house. Finally, she cleared her throat nervously and muttered softly, like a mosquito, I don't need this either." She sniffed, her face looking worse. Even though she didn't want to think about her past, memories still came back, making her eyes water uncontrollably. Ding Hai didn't reply. Instead, he asked, "Want to come in and sit?"
Huh?
"Is it okay?" Lin Yan smiled slightly, feeling a bit less awkward. She wasn't trying to spy on someone else's home. She just had a question she needed to ask.
Yeah, come in.
Ding Hai put a pair of slippers on the ground for her, went inside first, and carried the cart to the balcony. Lin Yan casually threw the bag she was holding into her own house. She then stood at the door, took off her water shorts, removed her hat and goggles, put on the slippers, and quietly stepped into the living room. Ding Hai's house was much bigger than hers, about 150 to 160 square meters. The large living room was mostly empty, except for some supplies on one side and various fitness equipment filling the space. "When did you come back?" Lin Yan was already surprised by Ding Hai's sudden appearance, and after seeing all the things in the house today, she was even more confused. Ding Hai had left not long ago, and his dad and stepmom had also moved away, supposedly to immigrate, but she didn't know the details. Over the years, the house had never been rented or sold. It had just been left empty. So, those fitness machines definitely weren't his chubby dad's. When did he move all the stuff in? "Just a few days ago," Ding Hai said as he came out of the bathroom, having washed his hands. She was either busy worrying about her parents or reborn and busy stockpiling supplies, so it was normal that she didn't notice him. "Do you have a gun?" Lin Yan asked carefully. Ding Hai didn't expect her to ask that. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything, then turned and went into the bedroom. Just as Lin Yan felt a bit regretful for her sudden question, Ding Hai came out holding something and handed it to her. This is a small nail gun, modified. Lin Yan looked down in surprise, holding a small metal device about the size of her palm, along with 3 boxes of heavy nails. She looked a bit uncomfortable. Is this for me? Ding Hai nodded. Lin Yan quickly said, Oh, I didn't mean to ask for anything. I was just curious. In her past life, she had a strong desire for guns. She used to be in a team led by a police officer who often protected them with his gun during dangerous situations. Later, the team disbanded after the leader's unfortunate death, and the gun disappeared. Ding Hai didn't say anything. He took Lin Yan to the wall and demonstrated how to use the nail gun. She watched as he pressed the small metal gun lightly, and several small nails shot out, embedding into a wooden board hanging on the wall. Lin Yan was amazed and couldn't close her mouth. Although this thing wasn't as powerful as a real gun, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. After trying it a few times herself, Lin Yan happily stored the nail gun away. Such a good item shouldn't be wasted on fools. Maybe later she could find better things and return the favor. What Lin Yan didn't know was that after she left, a silenced pistol suddenly appeared in Ding Hai's hand, and he reloaded a bullet. Back home, Lin Yan stored all her supplies in her space, and then took a hot shower. When she finished and came out, she picked up her phone that she had left on the shoe cabinet. Wow, there were 58 missed calls. All from her aunt's family. She didn't even blink, just scrolled past them. She opened the messages and saw dozens of voice messages from Li Wenyu, all shouting angrily. This woman was really hot-tempered. She wondered how Wang Lang could stand her. However, in her past life, Li Wenyu was indeed driven out by Wang Lang. Coincidentally, because her aunt's family was living in her house, Li Wenyu moved in directly, taking over the space and pushing her onto the sofa. Thinking about her foolishness in her past life, Lin Yan wanted to give herself a big slap. In the group of beautiful girls, Diyu said she had already arrived near the gym and found a small inn to stay in. She privately messaged Lin Yan, borrowing 5,000 yuan. Lin Yan transferred the money to her and warned her not to be so silly and give everything to her family again. A family of vampires, all lazy and lounging around, feeding off her. Dayu's school fees were paid entirely by herself, earned from collecting trash since she was 7 or 8 years old, building up her courage. As she grew older, she worked 7 jobs in one day to make ends meet. Of course, this was her own choice, and others had no right to interfere. Lin Yan felt she had already helped as much as she could. Everything else was up to her. Looking at the property owner group, she didn't know if they were hungry and couldn't sleep, but early in the morning, the group was very lively. Most families would stock up on food during a typhoon, so they wouldn't run out in 3 or 4 days. But young people who never cook and rely solely on takeout were in trouble now, desperately asking for food in the group. The hardworking workers had no springtime, 7 to 1801. Is there any kind person out there? Please share some food. The last packet of instant noodles at home was eaten yesterday, followed by a picture of an empty instant noodle bowl. Hot and spicy, 6 to 1506. I have no food at home either. Can someone share some instant noodles with me? At Miaosho Maman, 7 to 1203. Heartfelt, 2 to 903. Miaosho Maman, please be kind. Share a box of food with me. After the storm passes, I'll give you an 80% discount on my spa services. Hehe, Miaosho Maman, 7 to 1203. At Heartfelt, really?
Don't lie to me.
Everyone can testify. Come and get it. Big Nyo. Miaosho Maman, what about me?
What about me?
I don't own a beauty salon, but I am a gym trainer. I can give you some training sessions, okay? Hot and spicy, 6 to 1506. Hot and spicy, 6 to 1506. What should I do? Sister, how about I dance to cheer you up? Crying loudly. JPG, Miaosho Maman, 7 to 1203. Haha, come on. Sister is kind-hearted. I'll share some with you. Feeling very happy and excited, a long string of heart-shaped flowers filled the screen. Lin Yan saw this and shook her head quietly. She wondered if her generous and kind-hearted husband Man would be angry if he saw her like this. Others quickly started lining up in the group chat, repeatedly adding 1, 2, until reaching 32. When no one responded, they began tagging the mature Mai and Grandma De Young. But the other two wealthy-looking people never appeared again. Lin Yan secretly worried about these wealthy individuals. A few days later, once everyone's food supplies were clear, they could truly experience what it felt like to be rich and admired. At this moment, a group message appeared in the owner's group chat of Building 7. Dear family members, I am Jiang Ling, the community grid manager, and also an owner of Building 7. Appointed by the Community and Property Management, I will now be responsible for coordinating all daily life management in Building 7. Compassionate water flows freely, so let's help each other and get through this tough time together. Welcome, Sister Jiang. Line up to welcome her. The chief manager is here. Please help us quickly. We are starving. Jiang Ling, don't worry. The Community and Property Management are already working on disaster relief. Supplies will arrive soon. Please be patient. If you have supplies, help your neighbors. Let's support each other, and we will get through this. Great. Sister Jiang is our hero. Seeing all the praise for Jiang Ling in the group chat, Lin Yan sneered. She remembered this person. In her previous life, Jiang Ling, under the guise of being the main manager of Building 7, often exploited the building for her own benefit. She had access to each household's information, who lived alone, who had strong men, who had supplies, and used it all for her own gain. At first, she used this information to help those in need and took a commission. Later, relief supplies were also sent to her first, and after she took her share, she distributed the rest. Most disgusting of all, she even sold the residents' information to outsiders. Thieves from outside came to loot the building, causing chaos, and she benefited from it all. The more Lin Yan thought about it, the angrier she became. In her previous life, she was forced by her aunt to sell herself for supplies, and Jiang Ling was the one who came up with that idea. Those high-quality clients were also resources in her hands. Most women in this building have been arranged by her, and she even claims credit for improving the living conditions of residents in Building 7 compared to others. She takes all the praise for herself. She almost wants to give herself a medal to show off. Everyone calls her a goddess, but she is really just a ruthless, selfish person. Lin Yan looks at the profile picture of the person still giving a long speech in the chat box, squinting her eyes. There is still a long way to go, so she takes it slow. Jiang Ling's appearance seems to give hope to the residents. Everyone keeps asking her for food in the group chat, but she keeps repeating the same words about trusting the authorities and trusting the organization. Soon, no one responds, and they start chatting among themselves. Su Jin, room 203, my relatives say the property management is giving out relief food. Where is our property management? Why haven't they come here? 2 to 603. Exactly, other places have relief food. When will they come to help us? 3 to 1601. They sent a building manager, but what good does that do? They just talk and do nothing. Such useless people. Shui, room 501. Hey upstairs, watch your words. The water outside isn't that deep. Don't you know how to go out and find some food? There's a supermarket on Tianshui Road that's open. My son-in-law just brought us some food from there. 2 to 603. Really? Is anyone organizing a trip? Take me along. Xia room 903, we're going too. Take my husband with us. Our baby's milk powder is all gone. The baby refuses to eat porridge. He's starving and crying. Dandelion room 1605, how are we going? Swim there. After some serious thinking, everyone started sharing ideas. Some suggested making a boat with pool floats, others said they had spare large appliances filled with foam, and some thought plastic basins with a board on top might work. Someone remembered they had an inflatable camping mat at home and happily decided to try it out. Until someone asked, does the community have a rescue boat? Lin Yan suddenly felt nervous. But then, the next message made her relax again. Dandelion, 8 to 1605, I've heard about it, but haven't seen anyone. Probably someone outside brought in the delivery. The couriers on boats and kayaks charge a lot, at least 1,000 for one trip, with delivery fees around 500. At this moment, the auntie who brought supplies for my son-in-law also spoke up. Yes, my son-in-law rented a kayak to deliver for me. That round trip costs about 2,000. Lin Yan looked at the wind direction, which wasn't blowing toward her, and felt safe enough to go back to sleep. But before she could step into her bedroom, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yan went straight to the door. Through the peephole, she saw an older woman standing outside. She hesitated before opening the door slightly. "Young lady, I'm from apartment 1706. I know your mother." After introducing herself, the woman started acting friendly, which made Lin Yan suspicious. She softly asked, "Is there something you need?" The woman grinned and said, "Well, my daughter is pregnant, and we don't have any vegetables at home. I saw that your family sells vegetables, so I was wondering if you could give me some." Lin Yan frowned slightly, showing a bit of impatience. "Auntie, we do sell vegetables, but not from home. Our shop is several kilometers away, and we don't have any vegetables here." After saying that, she was about to close the door and send her away. "Hey, wait a moment," the woman shouted, pounding on the door. "Your family sells vegetables, so how could you be out of vegetables? Don't be so stingy. I just want a few spinach or cabbage leaves. It's not much money and I can pay you. We really don't have any vegetables." Lin Yan finished speaking and shut the door directly, too tired to argue with such a person. She knew this woman was the mother-in-law of 1706, troublesome and persistent. In her past life, she caused a lot of trouble in the building, arguing with everyone like a mad dog, biting anyone who came near. It seemed the future wouldn't be peaceful either. Thinking of this neighbor, Lin Yan remembered Old Man Go from apartment 1705. After some thought, she decided to knock on his door. It took a long time before the door slowly opened. Lin Yan tilted her head and saw no one. Looking down again, she realized the person opening the door was a cat. A chubby, gray farm cat. "Big White, you're opening the door randomly again," an elderly person's voice sounded inside. The gray-colored robot, called Big White, made Lin Yan smile. A fat cat stood at the door, watching Lin Yan with dark eyes. When she heard the old man's voice inside again, the cat turned and went inside. Old Mr. Go held a cup in one hand and a toothbrush in the other, walking out with foam all over his mouth. When he saw Lin Yan standing at the door, he looked a bit surprised. He put the toothbrush into the cup and wiped his mouth with a towel around his neck, then said, "Are you the girl next door?" Lin Yan nodded. "Grandpa, can I come in and talk?" She was worried about the tricky aunt next door watching her. Old Mr. Ga nodded and let her in. After closing the door, Lin Yan stood there without moving. She looked inside the old man's room and softly asked, "Grandpa Ga, I just want to ask if you have enough food stored? If not, I can bring some when I go out." Old Mr. Go was surprised that Lin Yan came to ask about this. His serious face softened into a kind smile. "My son bought some for me online. I have enough to eat." "Thank you, little girl." That made Lin Yan remember that her grandmother once mentioned that Mr. Go lost his wife in middle age and raised his son alone. After his son became successful, he bought this house for him, but Mr. Go chose to live alone in this place. Now his grandson is almost married, and his son wants to bring him to live together, but he refuses and prefers to stay here alone. It seems that Mr. G's son is very caring and thoughtful of his father. Lin Yan smiled. "It's nothing. If you need anything, just ask me." Good boy." Old Mr. Go kept smiling happily, clearly very pleased. When she got home, Lin Yan drank a glass of milk, ate 2 slices of bread and an egg, then went straight to sleep. She slept until after 2 p.m. feeling refreshed. She went to the kitchen and cooked 2 fish with soy sauce, a pot of potato and beef stew, stir-fried smoked bamboo shoots with cured meat, and a plate of oil-braised prawns. Only then did she start eating lunch. Maybe because of the delicious smell, she was very hungry at first, but after sitting at the table, her appetite disappeared. She ate a small bowl of rice with the dishes, then put all the food into her space to store it, and continued organizing her supplies. She organized a part of the space near the spiritual spring, placing a stainless steel rack specifically for storing various foods. On the other side, She used shelves to separate an area for different daily supplies. Looking around, it looked just like a small supermarket. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yan was already sweating heavily. Controlling the space with her mind was very tiring. Lin Yan planned to tidy it up every day to improve her control over the space. After a short rest, she watered the planting area on the balcony and took out a speedboat from the space to study. On her way back, Ding Hai taught her how to operate the speedboat. Although her skills were not perfect, she could drive it normally. However, she still needed to install it herself. Recalling Ding Hai's method of assembly and referring to the instruction manual, she finally assembled the first speedboat. The second one was much easier to put together. After assembling two for backup in the space, Lin Yan took out a kayak to practice inflating it. She was having fun when her phone buzzed with a message. She picked up her phone and saw a familiar profile picture she hadn't contacted in a long time, along with two voice messages. It was her childhood friend, Yao Bin. They had been in the same class from middle school to high school. Because they got along well and lived in the same building, they were very close. She wasn't particularly clever, but Yao Bin was very smart. In 10th grade, he was recommended to Huaxing University after a physics competition. She also got into a top university because of Yao Bin's recommendation. During college, they were apart and gradually lost contact. Later, Yao Bin stayed in Jingshi to work, and they completely lost touch. Lin Yan played the first voice message, and Yao Bin's voice came through. Xiao Yan, I just got back a few days ago. I've been busy with work at the research institute and didn't have time to contact you. How are you now? Listening to Yao Bin's voice, Lin Yan felt happy for a moment, but then her expression grew serious. She opened the second voice message. I just found out about your parents. My parents went on a trip. When they heard about the serious disaster here, they told me to hurry home and asked me to look after you. Are you okay? Yao Bin's parents are very kind people. Thanks to them, they helped with the accident and funeral arrangements. They booked a flight to Fancheng early and even changed their flight schedule to attend the funeral. Right after the funeral, they hurriedly took their luggage and went straight to the airport from the funeral home. During the funeral, I heard them mention that Yao Bin had joined an official organization and only he could contact his family. The family couldn't reach him. Lin Yan replied, I'm doing well. Don't worry. Where are you now? Are you at home? Yao Bin. Yes, I just got home, and my girlfriend is with me. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt worried. Yao Bin's home is just downstairs from her building on the 8th floor. She wondered if he had stocked up on food. She sent another message. Did you stock up on food? Yao Bin quickly replied. When I was brought back by the office, they brought me some. Haven't you eaten? I can bring you some. Don't bother. I'll come to see you later. Lin Yan quickly stopped him. After wandering around the house, Lin Yan took out a small package of wontons her mom made from the fridge, along with some hand-pulled noodles and a few spinach stalks from her space. She packed them into an opaque bag, put on her shoes, and went up to the 8th floor. When she entered Yao Bin's home, she saw her childhood friend still with his characteristic woolly curls and a fresh, delicate look with small glasses. She couldn't help but smile. Wow, you're doing pretty well, she thought. Yao Bin chuckled and pulled over a girl next to him, saying, This is my girlfriend, Lu Li. Lin Yan smiled and looked at the person in front of her. Lu Li had short hair, was not tall, but had a well-proportioned figure. Her arms, exposed by her short-sleeved t-shirt, showed nice muscle lines. It was clear she was athletic and straightforward. Not only did she look cheerful, but her voice was also bright and lively. Come in quickly, I've been waiting for you. Lu Li casually hugged Lin Yan and led her into the room. Having gone through hardships in the apocalypse, Lin Yan was still not used to being touched and instinctively wanted to avoid it. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, stopped herself, and followed Lu Li into the house. Lu Li mumbled, I often hear Yao Bin talk about you. I was so anxious to see what his white moonlight is like. Today, seeing you, I can tell you're extraordinary, just one word. Beautiful. Huh. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned by her words, then she smiled as well. What white moonlight? It's just us. We don't even bother to look at each other when we're Don't talk about white moonlight. Ha! You're so funny. Luli laughed even more. Sure enough, a pair of good friends. Lin Yan handed the bag to Luli. Have you had lunch? Don't ask. Luli replied with a shrug. I ate a hot self-cooking meal, and it was terrible. Now I'm starving. I looked around at home, and there's nothing but rice. She opened the bag as she spoke. Wow, this is great. Seeing noodles and wontons, Luli was so happy she almost jumped. She grabbed them and headed to the kitchen, still muttering, You don't know. I'm from the Northwest. I can't go long without eating noodles. Yaobin smiled helplessly. My parents had to go out, so the fridge is empty. At least we still have a few bags of rice. Lin Yan leaned against the kitchen door, watching Luli busy boiling water, then said to Yaobin, This wonton was made by my mom.
Try it.
It's the last time you'll eat it. When they were in school, Yaobin's parents were very busy, so he often went to her house to eat. His favorite was the fresh meat wontons her mom made. He never got tired of them. Yaobin thought of Lin Yan's kind parents, and his eyes started to water. He silently patted Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan looked down, pressed her nose, and shook her head with a smile.
I've fine.
How are your parents? Luli, in the kitchen, overheard their conversation and felt sad but didn't interrupt. Yaobin said they were waiting at the airport, ready to fly back as soon as there was a flight. But all flights are cancelled, and they haven't arrived yet. Lin Yan knew how widespread this disaster was, so any comfort seemed useless. She suggested, maybe you should ask your uncle and aunt to settle somewhere nearby, just to keep safe for now. The return trip can be arranged later. They were heading north, where it was dry. At least they could go outside, and stockpiling food would be easier than here, even if prices were higher. With their financial situation, that wouldn't be a problem. Yaobin looked serious for a moment, then turned to contact his parents. The wonton noodles were quickly prepared, and the two of them ate eagerly. Lin Yan watched from the side, feeling a strange warmth in her heart. In her previous life, she never saw Yaobin. She didn't know if it was because she slept too deeply, or because the power was out when she woke up and she couldn't contact him, or for some other reason. Anyway, it's good that she can see him now in this life. After eating, the three of them chatted casually. Lin Yan asked Yaobin about his future plans. Yaobin sighed deeply and said, Honestly, I don't know where to go from here. Our colleagues say this disaster is very serious, so I insisted on going back home. But I really don't know what to do about my parents. He looked at Luli with guilt in his eyes and said, And Luli, you came back with me but got stuck here. Luli smiled and said, Here we go again. Even if I were in Kyoto, I'd still be alone and unable to go home. It's better to stay with you, so we can keep each other company. Wouldn't it be better for you to go to your workplace? Lin Yan interrupted their conversation. During a disaster, people like Yaobin are usually protected. Going back to work is safer than trying to survive on your own. Yaobin shook his head. I understand what you mean, but I'm just an intern. I don't qualify for protection yet. I can only rely on myself for now. Lin Yan quietly made her own plans in her mind. In a world after a catastrophe, fighting alone is definitely not a good idea. No matter how strong someone is, they can still attract trouble, especially since she was a single woman. That's why she was so eager in her previous life to find a team to rely on. Ding Hai-yi hadn't been seen for many years, and he was a loner. He probably wouldn't want to team up with her for survival. She trusted Yaobin's character completely. Not to mention his parents' reputation. When they were in middle school, they encountered a mentally ill person who was out for revenge on society. The person chased them with a knife, wildly attacking. Seeing them about to catch up, Yaobin threw himself into a fight with the attacker, shouting for Lin Yan to run. Although some adults came to help just in time, Yaobin was injured. The scar from that injury is still on his arm. Based on this, Lin Yan wouldn't doubt his character. But she wasn't sure about Lu Li. However, it doesn't really matter. Everyone here is poor, so there's nothing to worry about. We can't just kill her to eat her, right? Lin Yan stood up and looked around Yaobin's house. Seeing that the house was empty, he anxiously reminded him, Shouldn't you go buy some supplies quickly? With the flood rising so fast, water and electricity might be cut off soon. Yaobin nodded thoughtfully. I want to buy some, but all the supermarkets are closed on the way back. Otherwise, we wouldn't be coming back empty-handed. If you can't buy anything, then we have to take it by force. Otherwise, we'll just wait to die. Although society hasn't completely broken down yet, if we don't act first, it will get even harder later. Lin Yan's words sounded casual, but every sentence hit Lu Li's heart hard. That's right. That's right. Lu Li excitedly agreed. I think the same. If we don't go out and get things for free, are we just going to starve to death? The phrase getting things for free is familiar to young people today, but actually experiencing it is exciting, no doubt about it. Lin Yan nodded.
Yes.
While the elevator still works, we need to go out and find supplies. Otherwise, even if we find something, carrying it all will be exhausting. But that's illegal. Yaobin hesitated. Since he could get into the official organization, he had the right political awareness. Not to mention that breaking the law is wrong. Even if no one is watching, we shouldn't profit from the disaster. Just as he was about to lecture Lin Yan again, he noticed that the two women had already excitedly discussed routes and how to disguise themselves. After they finished planning, Lu Li turned to Yaobin and said seriously, Xiao Nian is right. Even if the rain stops, the flood won't go away quickly. Are you really going to wait for the office to send you another box of biscuits to save your life? Yaobin pursed his lips, looking a bit embarrassed. Lu Li's profession is architectural design. She had already received a good offer in Kyoto, but because of his job change, she gave up her career and came to Jean City with him. He originally thought Jean City was her hometown, and since his job was good, he could give Lu Li a better future. But in reality, after just 3 days back, he already started making her go hungry. This miserable fate, it's like the heavens are slapping him in the face without even catching their breath. Lu Li knew Yaobin's character and didn't want to make things difficult for him. He patiently advised, we're not robbing anyone. Let's not talk about food for now. We need to find some liquefied gas tanks early. Otherwise, if the water, electricity, and gas are cut off, will you want to eat raw rice? First, check the supply station. If they don't have it, we can look at restaurants or similar places. Just leave some money for the shop owners. Okay, let's do that, Yaobin said with a firmer look in his eyes. With morals, saving our lives is the most important.
He pointed at the balcony.
I have a kayak here, quite big. It should hold a lot. When he was sent back to the station, they gave him a kayak, a box of compressed biscuits, a box of instant noodles, and a case of mineral water. But these supplies wouldn't last them a week. Since they had already started moving, he thought it was better to find more food. Seeing they had a kayak, Lin Yan also agreed quickly. My parents bought some waterproof pants and raincoats that haven't been used yet. I'll go get them later. After dinner, Lin Yan told them to stock up on water. She quickly went back home. She changed into tight clothes, put on waterproof pants, and took 2 more sets, packing them into a bag along with 3 raincoats and 3 goggles. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Ding Hai coming back from outside. You're going out again? Lin Yan was surprised to see him soaked.
Yes.
And you? I'm just going out for a bit, Lin Yan replied. Alone? Ding Hai asked briefly. Lin Yan shook her head. With some friends, Ding Hai nodded and said, be careful, then opened the door and dragged the stacked goods on the cart into the house. Lin Yan was curious about how much stuff he had stored. It seemed he kept moving things constantly. But curiosity aside, she knew she shouldn't ask, so she simply looked past Ding Hai's door and left. The 3 of them, fully armed, headed out. Lin Yan and Yaobin were not good at rowing, so Lu Li took the main role in steering. True to form, Lu Li quickly rowed the kayak out of the community. Lin Yan directed them toward the liquefied gas supply station. She was always concerned about energy sources and wanted to secure them as soon as possible. The rain outside is still falling. The wind is not as strong as before, but it is still blowing fiercely. The street has turned into a floodplain, with muddy water floating with various debris, discarded trash, broken branches, and the bodies of cats and dogs. Everywhere on the street, rescue workers in orange life jackets are busy helping people affected by the flood. Some people are traveling in homemade vehicles in the rain. There are those kneeling on wooden boards, sitting in swimming rings, in large basins, and some brave ones are wading through waist-deep water with their bare hands. Luli is paddling a kayak against the wind, which is quite difficult. Lin Yan and Yao Bin are not resting either. After taking turns paddling from the back seat, they decide to jump into the shallow water and push the kayak along. The water has risen a lot, but it's still only waist-deep, so they can barely stand. Seeing this, Luli also jumps into the water. She finds her raincoat floating on the water and thinks it's in the way, so she takes it off and throws it onto the kayak. This makes Yao Bin start to complain. Everyone is not afraid of getting wet while looking for supplies. They just need to be careful of the dirty, muddy water. But the two worry about catching a cold from the rain. If they get sick, they will need care. If they are cared for, they will be criticized for not doing it well. If they don't care, they will be scolded. They argue endlessly, making Lin Yan giggle. The three of them walk slowly along the roadside, wading through the water and chatting. Besides feeling a bit cold, they find it quite fun. Suddenly, Luli slips and falls forward with a loud ah that escapes her lips. Yao Bin tries to reach out to help her, but he is too far away across the kayak. Fortunately, Lin Yan, who is behind Luli, reacts quickly. She instinctively reaches out and grabs Luli's water pants suspenders, holding her tightly. But unexpectedly, Lin Yan doesn't pull Luli up. Instead, she is pulled down by a strong force. Gurgle, gurgle. The disgusting muddy water buries her as she falls, but she still doesn't let go of Luli. She holds onto Luli with one hand, pushes forward with her feet, and sits back to resist the force from ahead. With her other hand, she desperately swings around, searching for a grip until she finally grabs Yao Bin's hand. Under Yao Bin's strong pull, Lin Yan finally straightened up. Together, they worked hard to pull Luli out of the water. Luli, who was rescued, coughed violently for a while before finally calming down. She then threw herself into Yao Bin's arms, crying loudly. "I almost fell into the well. Boo-hoo, I was so scared I almost died." Boo-hoo. It turned out Luli had stepped into a well that had lost its cover and was swept away. No wonder the downward force was so strong. Their rescue was truly of luck in bad circumstances. Lin Yan looked at the deep well, where she couldn't see the water flow, and thought for a long time. Could it be that Yao Bin and Luli had experienced something similar in their past lives? They had a small boat, and their family situation was similar to now, so whether Lin Yan was there or not, they would go out to find supplies. This road led to the liquefied gas station and the nearest supermarket. So, this was their main route. If only the two of them had been there earlier, Yao Bin wouldn't have had time to catch Luli, and Luli would have only had one outcome. For a couple in love, watching their partner disappear right in front of their eyes must be very despairing. Their parents might not be able to come back. What would be the outcome for Yao Bin facing all this? In any case, he definitely wouldn't be in the mood to look for her anymore. "Xiao Nian, thank you." Luli didn't notice Lin Yan's state. After crying, she learned from Yao Bin that Lin Yan had saved her, and she immediately hugged Lin Yan. It's okay now." Lin Yan gently patted her back to comfort her and felt happy that she had escaped danger. After a frightening event, the three of them decided to keep moving forward. But this time, they absolutely couldn't get off the boat and walk. Because they were all soaked, water had filled their water pants, so they had to change their plans and go to the mall first. Although the flood was more severe than ever before, society's order was still not completely chaotic. Lin Yan originally thought they would go to the supermarket on Tianshui Road. Fortunately, the nearby Little Pony supermarket was still open. But unfortunately, the entrance was already crowded with people, packed tightly. At the square outside the mall, various vehicles were lined up side by side, crowded like a busy water park during peak hours, making it hard to find a place to stand. The three of them paddled their kayak to the mall entrance, holding onto the makeshift ropes set up by the staff to secure the boat. They listened to the staff's ineffective instructions and formed an unorganized line. Luli supported Yao Bin's head and looked inside from the kayak.
So many people.
"When will we be able to get in?" Lin Yan looked around and whispered a few words to the others. Then, The three of them turned their kayaks and paddled toward the other side. There are many shops leading into the mall. Why must they all squeeze through this one path? Their kayaks slid into the mall from a closed milk tea shop. Little Nyen Nyen, you're so clever. Otherwise, by the time we line up, there won't be anything left, Luli said, glancing back at the security guard counting money inside the shop, praising Lin Nyen's idea. A faint smile appeared on Lin Nyen's lips. It's not that she's especially clever, but people still subconsciously hold onto a sense of order, so they don't think of these alternatives. After entering the mall, Yaobin deflated the kayak and carried it on his shoulder. The three of them also bribed a security guard and took the stairs to the second floor. To prevent power outages, Lin Nyen suggested they first withdraw 5,000 yuan each from the ATM, then buy some clothes to change into, and finally rush to the supermarket for supplies. It's not that they don't know what's important. Lin Nyen just understands what problems can arise after being exposed to such dirty chaos. Especially women, if infected and without medicine, it would be extremely painful. She definitely doesn't want to suffer through that again in her next life. The three of them successfully squeezed into the supermarket and began a frantic shopping spree. Yaobin and Luli grabbed a shopping cart and rushed toward the food section. Lin Nyen wandered casually, occasionally reaching out to grab items from the shelves. Whatever she touched, she took. She especially chose crowded, chaotic spots to grab things. After more than an hour, Lin Nyen stood in a corner near the exit, guarding a pile of supplies, finally waiting for Yaobin and Luli to come out. Yaobin's shopping cart was stacked high with boxes and bags. Not only that, he was also carrying a bag of rice and a large net of potatoes and sweet potatoes on his shoulder, with 2 bags of greens hanging around his neck, 1 bag hanging from his arm, and another in his hand. Luli also carried 2 light-looking bags around her neck, with many items in her hands and arms. The two of them tiredly moved closer to Lin Nyen, their faces showing both exhaustion and satisfaction. Your shopping skills are really good. Lin Nyen almost laughed at their looks. Luli chuckled and put down her things. I learned from the older women. They are so quick at grabbing goods. Look, they even have basins on their heads. Lin Nyen couldn't stop smiling. She had already noticed. Since coming here was not easy, everyone wanted to carry as many supplies as possible, even risking their teeth. The prices are just too crazy, Luli said, handing Lin Nyen a bottle of mineral water and opening her own to take a sip. This bottle costs 20 yuan. Exactly, Lin Nyen pointed to her bag. I didn't even check the prices. I just glanced at these few packs of cookies. Each one costs 80. Luli laughed. The salespeople must be exhausted from changing prices overnight, right? Lin Nyen agreed. When the boss is happy, they probably get bonuses. As the two women continued chatting, Yaobin looked at the 3 bags next to Lin Nyen and interrupted. With so much stuff, I wonder if the kayak can hold it all. Lin Nyen kicked a bag leaning against the wall. I grabbed an inflatable mat and tied it to the back of the kayak. It should work. Oh, then should we go back in and buy a few more things? Luli cheered happily. Shopping was an indescribable joy for women, no matter what they bought. Lin Nyen nodded. All right, go ahead. I'll stay here and watch the supplies. Okay. When I get more, I'll share half with you, Luli said excitedly, pulling Yaobin and rushing back into the supermarket. Lin Nyen sat down on the mat, watching their quick disappearances, and a smile appeared on her face. But in the next second, she couldn't smile anymore. Ding Hai sent a message. The power in the community has gone out. The 3 of them, carrying 2 full boats of supplies, struggled against the heavy rain to paddle home, attracting the envy of many along the way. Lin Nyen carefully selected items in her space, finally taking out a kitchen knife from her shopping bag and holding it in her hand, then giving Yaobin a dagger. In the end-of-the-world scenario, holding a weapon doesn't always mean you're ready to fight, and even if you do, winning isn't guaranteed. Sometimes, it's just for intimidation. A knife is undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Nyen held a kitchen knife in her hand, standing at the back of the boat. Her sharp gaze scanned the suspicious looks around her, and no one dared to come closer. When they returned to the neighborhood, Their small boat hadn't yet reached the shore, and the people watching from the windows had already started to get restless. Of course, there were more people bringing supplies into the yard than just the three of them. Listening to the crying and begging sounds from upstairs and downstairs, Lin Yan clenched her grip on the knife tighter. The power was out, so the elevator couldn't be used. The three of them had to climb stairs to carry everything. There was too much stuff. Lin Yan stood in the hallway, holding her knife, guarding the supplies, while Lu Li and Yao Bin carried things into the house. At this moment, an elderly woman on the second floor looked over with shining eyes. "Oh, young lady, you really have skills. You managed to get so many things. Please, be kind and share some with Grandma Lu, okay?" Lin Yan looked annoyed. Was this woman still trying to flirt with her? It was the same line as last time. She coldly replied, "No, don't be so stingy. These things are heavy, right? Let Uncle Lu help you carry them," the old woman said, then went back inside to call someone. When Lu Dajuan, the old woman's son, excitedly pushed open the fire door and saw Lin Yan, he instinctively tensed up and took a step back. At this moment, Lin Yan leaned lazily against the hallway wall, tapping her knife against the wall repeatedly, her eyes full of disdain. Lu Dajuan was tall and strong, like a wall in front of Lin Yan. But now he seemed strangely timid. Lin Yan understood his reaction perfectly. The timid are afraid of the brave, and the brave are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. She appeared weak, but because of her weakness, she fought back fiercely, and self-defense was easier to establish. Lu Dajuan smiled awkwardly and said, Do you need help? I can carry the stuff upstairs for you." "No, thank you," Lin Yan replied coldly. At this moment, a pregnant woman squeezed past Lu Dajuan and quietly asked him, "Did you manage to get any food?" But the pregnant woman stubbornly leaned forward and loudly said, "Isn't it a bit stingy? What's wrong with giving some food?" She then stood in front of Lin Yan and reached out to grab the shopping bag. Seeing a block of eggs inside, she excitedly reached out to take some, but Lin Yan quickly slapped her hand away. "Young girl, just share some of the food with me. Several neighbors have passed by and given me some over the past few days. You see, as an elderly pregnant woman, it's really tough." Lin Yan rolled her eyes at her and kicked the bag behind her. "Whether it's hard for you or not has nothing to do with me. Your tall and strong man isn't going out to find food, and you're out begging. If you don't encourage him, how can you ask me, a young girl, for help?" The pregnant woman's face stiffened, and she looked embarrassed as she glanced at her man. Then she smiled and said, "He also wants to go out, but he can't. There's no boat at home, and outside it's raining heavily. The water is deep and dirty. If he goes out and gets sick, it would be bad." Lin Yan sneered, "Yes, I was also worried about getting sick, so I risked my life to go out. If you want food, how much are you willing to pay?" Before she could speak, Lu Laotai, who was behind her, loudly shouted, "TSKSKs. Young girl, you really don't understand. Give us money, and we'll give you money, okay? And you're really bold to ask for it. I have nothing to be embarrassed about. You want these eggs, right? This tray costs 3,000 yuan, Lin Yan said straightforwardly. The pregnant woman and Lu Laotai spoke in unison. She also carried some things and quickly walked upstairs. "Hey, wait a moment." The pregnant woman reached out to grab Lin Yan's shopping bag, but Lin Yan suddenly turned around and shot her a sharp look, stopping her in her tracks. The stairs on this floor were not easy to climb. From time to time, someone would come to block her way. Some wanted to buy things, some begged to use items first and pay later, some shouted insults, and others even tried to her belongings. In the end, all were driven back by the kitchen knife Lin Yan held. When she reached the 8th floor and saw the two safely enter their home, she resigned herself and continued climbing upstairs. There are no security cameras in the stairwell of this building. Taking advantage of the empty space, Lin Yan stored the bags containing oil and rice flour into her space, holding only a small bag of miscellaneous items. That was all she had. Climbing to the 17th floor nearly exhausted her. That's the 17th floor. She decided not to go out unless necessary from now on. The gas cylinder she longed for. Maybe she'd see it again someday. Back home, while there was still natural gas, She connected the water heater to the power, filled the bathtub with hot water, and took a relaxing bath. Afterward, she hurried to continue cooking. She didn't care about being fancy. She directly boiled pork bones in her space. She kept some of the broth to drink later and used the rest to cook noodles. She stored the cooked noodles in her space, ready to eat whenever she wanted, saving her from having to start a fire each time. After boiling noodles, she also made some porridge with various grains. There were also different health teas, soup, all ready for quick use. Fortunately, she had foresight and stored some buckets and basins, or it would have been hard to hold everything. She was busy until evening. Before she could rest, the door was suddenly knocked loudly. "Lin Yan, I know you're home. Open the door now." Lin Qingyun's sharp voice was deafening. Bang, 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 bang. If her door hadn't been double-layered steel, it might have been knocked down. Lin Yan looked at the door, feeling a bit incredulous. In her previous life, Lin Qingyun didn't come so early. She only arrived after she had been alone for a while, with nothing left in the house. Could it be because she woke up early this time and caused a butterfly effect? But it wasn't surprising. In her previous life, Ding Hai also hadn't appeared. I don't know if this natural disaster will also be different from the past, with unexpected changes. Lin Yan endured her temper and sat quietly at home for 5 minutes, but the loud, impatient knocking continued louder and louder. She took a deep breath, got up and opened the door. Looking at the people outside, all the memories from her past life flooded back. She resisted the urge to lash out at them and stood quietly at the door. Lin Qingyun looked as if she wanted to eat Lin Yan alive, her face very unpleasant. "What's wrong with you? Hurry up and open the door. Don't act like you're dead. We came all this way and are waiting here for you. Do you have no shame?" Lin Yan stayed still and replied coldly, "What are you here for?" Lin Qingyun raised her voice. "What do you mean? What are we here for? Didn't I tell you? Our house was flooded, so we have to move in with you." "Huh," Lin Yan sneered. "You say you're moving in, and I have to let you? Sorry, I don't welcome you here." "What did you say?" Li Wenhui, who had just caught his breath after climbing 17 floors, looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. "Nian Nian, what do you mean? It's just you living alone at home now. Why can't the three of us stay?" Li Wenhui looks quite a bit like Lin Yan's father, a sunny and gentle type. At first glance, he seems harmless. In her past life, Lin Yan never expected that the person she called brother since childhood would turn against her with fists and feet. His fierce, terrifying face is still vivid in her mind after 2 lifetimes. A refined scoundrel. That's exactly the kind of person he is. "No, it's not possible. I just want to stay with my parents and not be disturbed by outsiders. Otherwise, they won't be happy either," Lin Yan deliberately said, "outsiders," with a biting tone. When her aunt asked her about her parents' involvement in the accident and the large sum of money they had to pay, she told her, "Your family's matter is complicated. Outsiders can't interfere. You're an adult now, and you need to take responsibility." Thinking of these things, Lin Yan really wanted to give her past self a big slap. Because her grandparents passed away early, her father only had this one sister, and her mother was an only child, so she only had this one relative. My past self was weak, so I desperately clung to the little family love I had. But this only brought trouble. When Lin Qingyun heard Lin Yan call outsiders, outsiders, her face stiffened. She then spoke earnestly. "Nian Nian, your parents are gone. We're your only family now. This disaster is so serious. How can you handle it alone? Let's face it together." Li Dehai also chimed in. "Yes, Xiao Nian, we just carried things upstairs. You don't know how many people are watching, eager to take things from us. You're just a young girl. If someone bullies you, what will you do?" Again, they said comforting words that reminded her of her past mistakes, which made Lin Yan feel uncomfortable. It was like they kept reminding her how foolish she was before. Annoyed, she said, "I don't care what you do. Now that you can still go out, find a place to stay quickly. Stop wasting time here. It's useless." She then closed the door. "Lin Yan, open the door. You ungrateful wolf. I cared for you so much when you were little. How could your mother give birth to such a heartless thing?" Lin Qingyan kept knocking and kicking the door, attracting the neighbors to come see what was happening. Olga peeked in and saw Lin Yan's door was shut, so he thought everything was fine and left. Tom Lee also opened the door slightly, but quickly closed it again. Next door, Aunt Yu, who loved to watch the drama, couldn't miss this. She grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and came over. Hey, are you her relatives? Lin Qingyan looked at Aunt Yu with a sour face and said impatiently, I'm her aunt. Our house was flooded, so I came here to stay. But this ungrateful girl wouldn't open the door. Aunt Yu clicked her tongue and said, This girl, I tried to ask her for a few vegetables, but she wouldn't give any. She'd rather let them rot. You're her aunt, just like her mother. Yet she refused to see you. Truly ungrateful. I wonder how her mother raised her. Exactly, just like her mother. Lin Qingyun's relationship with Lin Yan's mother has always been poor. When Aunt Yu said that, it was like she found someone who agreed, and she started criticizing Lin Yan's mother harshly. Li Wenhui frowned and said, Enough, Mom. Hurry up and think about what to do with all this stuff. Lin Qingyan then noticed that the neighbor's gaze kept drifting toward their luggage. She sat down heavily on a big bundle and told Li Wenhui, Let's stay here for now. You go find your sister and discuss things first. Li Wenhui sighed, took out his phone, and looked at the low battery indicator. He painfully called Li Wenyu. Aunt Yu leaned against the wall, smiling foolishly and occasionally interrupting to gossip happily. At this moment, the door of room 1706 opened. Yu Anning, looking tired and worn out, called from inside, Mom, come back quickly. And he looked back at her daughter, reluctantly nodded, and started walking home. She also turned back to Lin Qingyun and said, Big sister, I live in 1706. If anything happens, come find me, okay? Mom, Yu Anning scolded sharply. Coming. Aunt Yu hurriedly jogged back home. Not long after, Li Wenyu, soaked and panting, rushed over. As soon as she saw her parents, she quickly searched through their luggage. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Li Dehai took out half a pack of Oreos from his backpack and handed it to her. Did Wang Ling not get you anything to eat? Li Wenyu stuffed 2 Oreos into her mouth in one go, choking and hiccuping. Li Dehai then hurriedly handed her his thermos. After finishing the snack, Li Wenyu finally spoke. Is there any food? Wang Ling still expects me to find him something to eat. Li Wenhui rolled his eyes at Li Wenyu. Only you treat him like a treasure, Li Wenyu retorted. I don't treat my boyfriend like a treasure. Do I treat you like one? Unlike you, whose girlfriend is like flowing water, always changing. Enough. Stop arguing when we just met. Let's handle the important things, Lin Qingyun said, annoyed. Li Wenyu finished half a pack of cookies, but still wanted more. Urged to think of a solution, she had no choice but to stop eating for now and gulped down a few sips of water. I don't know what to do. I tried to find her several times to ask for some food, but she still wouldn't open the door. Li Dehai's eyes brightened as he heard this. He eagerly asked his daughter, Does Xiao Nian have any food at home? Li Wenyu nodded quickly. Of course she does. You know how her aunt is, she's like a hamster. The fridge at home is always full. Last time, she took a bag of spoiled food from Lin Yan and almost made herself sick from anger. She knew Lin Yan was doing it on purpose. Li Wenhui also agreed with Li Wenyu's words. Every time he visited Lin Yan's house, no matter what time, his aunt could always prepare a big meal without going shopping. So what's the use? That girl just won't open the door. Do you think we can break in? Li Dehai said this, but his hands were already itching to do something. Stop. Li Wenyu suddenly remembered the fierce dog she saw last time. She looked nervously toward the elevator and whispered, Her friend has a really aggressive dog. Dealing with people can sometimes be done with force, but she didn't dare to face a dog like that. What's there to be afraid of? People are struggling to survive, so having a dog is just an excuse to eat meat, Li Wenhui said confidently. Huh. Then you try to fight it. Li Wenyu rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that their conversation was drifting off topic, Lin Qingyun directly asked her daughter, Why don't we stay at your place for a while? Wait until the water recedes. Li Wenyu immediately became anxious. My place only has 2 rooms and a living room, and it's so full of stuff I can't even walk properly. There's no space for you. No, that's not possible. What should we do now? We can't just stay in the hallway forever. Lin Qingyan looked angrily at the door of Lin Yan's house, then surveyed the space around her. It wasn't a small area. Besides a small shoe cabinet near the wall at Lin Yan's door, everything was clean and tidy, almost like being indoors. They had carried all their belongings and rented a boat at a high price to come here. They definitely couldn't go back, so they had to find a place to stay temporarily. She didn't believe Lin Yan would keep refusing forever. Sooner or later, she would use some trick, maybe even a tough one, to get her to open the door. Wenhui, don't you have a classmate living in this building? Li Wenyu suddenly remembered. Li Wenhe looked surprised and thought for a moment before saying, there is a university junior named Yang Si. I met her once in the elevator. Her home is probably on the 13th floor. Lin Qingyan understood what Li Wenyu meant and urged her son, then you should go ask if we can stay there for a while. Once the water recedes, we'll leave. Having a place to stay is better than living in the hallway, which is very inconvenient for eating, drinking, and using the bathroom. Li Wenhe looked worried and hesitated, unsure whether to move or stay still. Their neighborhood is an old community, and the land is low-lying. The water has already reached the 2nd floor. Last night, they had to stay in the corridor on the 3rd floor. That situation made him feel very ashamed. Fortunately, only close neighbors knew about his trouble, and no other friends or women found out. But now it's not possible. If a familiar person sees him sleeping in the hallway, the news would spread quickly. Thinking of this, Li Wenhe turned and went down to the 13th floor. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with a very well-behaved girl with long hair. The girl saw Li Wenhe's family and smiled warmly. Uncle, Auntie, my name is Yang Si. I am Wenhe's junior and also Lin Yan's high school classmate. I heard about your situation from my senior. How can Lin Yan treat you like this? I came to talk to her. As she spoke, Yang Si bypassed the luggage on the ground and knocked on Lin Yan's door. Just now, the family outside had a conversation that Lin Yan overheard through the security camera. Seeing Yang Si come over, she didn't respond. Yang Si is a high school classmate of hers, very proud and competitive. She often compared herself to Yao Bin in grades or looks. When she couldn't beat them, she started showing off, claiming she was secretly dating Yao Bin. This caused teachers to call their parents several times. Her parents and Yao Bin's parents also gave them many stern warnings, which made their ears feel numb. If her parents hadn't thought Yao Bin's intelligence could benefit her, and if Yao Bin's parents didn't like her, they would have broken up long ago. Yang Si knocked on the door for a long time but got no response from Lin Yan, so she turned to look at Li Wenhe. She blushed and with affectionate eyes said, Senior, why don't you and your friend stay at my house for a while? My parents are not home, and I'm the only one here. Once Lin Yan has sorted things out, you can come over. Everyone in the Li family, except Li Wenhui, was eagerly waiting for her to say this. They all nodded quickly and happily. Li Wenhui felt a little reluctant because he currently had a girlfriend. Yang Si's feelings for him were obvious on her face, which made him feel a bit guilty. But this small worry was soon overwhelmed by his pride. The whole family quickly disappeared in front of Lin Yan's door. Lin Yan put down her phone and thought back to her past life. Yang Si had also eagerly brought food to Li Wenhui before, and she had spoken rudely to her many times. She even suggested drugging Li Wenhui to send him to an old man's bed. Because of Yang Si's plan, she went 3 days without eating, afraid that the food might contain sleeping drugs. Fortunately, in the early days of the apocalypse, Lin Qingyan still had some humanity. Out of a tiny bit of kinship, she didn't do it. If it had been later, she would definitely have been doomed. In her past life, the Li family also kept Yang Si tightly locked up. After she was thrown out, her next target would have been Yang Si. In this life, if Yang Si took in this family, the ending would be even worse than before. The community lost power, then water, and finally gas. Although the authorities kept trying to repair these energy systems, the lack of manpower and resources made it very difficult. Right now, they could only ensure supplies for hospitals and emergency shelters, focusing more on evacuating and helping people in severely affected low-lying areas. But in tall buildings, losing water, electricity, and gas meant losing their livelihood. Because of the typhoon warning, families with stored food initially felt proud, but now they realized they were mistaken. Without water and electricity, no matter how much food they had, they couldn't cook. At this time, outdoor camping enthusiasts became very popular. Portable power banks, alcohol stoves, portable gas stoves, and gas cans started being sold at high prices. Of course, they weren't after money. They wanted food. The old ladies at home, who stockpile supplies, all come to exchange food. 1 pack of noodles for a pot of boiling water, 10 eggs for a bowl of rice, 10 packs of instant noodles for 2 bowls of cooked noodles. As they keep exchanging, the young people realize their resources are not as precious as these, so they start raising prices. This makes the old ladies in the building very angry but helpless. Besides arguing loudly, they have no other way. At this moment, Jiang Ling, with a young girl, begins to check each floor and record who lives there. When she encounters neighborhood disputes, she helps mediate, making her position as building manager more secure. When they reach apartment 1701, Lin Yan doesn't open the door for her. Similarly, she can't get into Ding Hai's door either. Listening to the door knocking fade away, Lin Yan takes some minced meat from her space, seasons it, and starts making dumplings. She also prepares some dough to try making steamed buns. In the future, all households will stop cooking openly, as even a little smell of food could cause trouble. Cooking becomes less convenient, so she needs to save the ready-made food in her space. Dumplings and steamed buns are more suitable. Watching TV, Lin Yan makes over 200 dumplings. When she finishes, the dough for steamed buns is ready too. She puts the dumplings into her space and makes another 20 or 30 buns. When a pot of steamed buns is done, she's stunned. What is this big bread-like lump? Standing in front of the pot, Lin Yan thinks hard, then helplessly picks up a watermelon knife, trying to split the buns apart. Just then, someone comes to visit at the door. It's the Liu family from the second floor. Grandma Liu, unable to see Lin Yan's face clearly through the door, starts talking as soon as someone opens it. Little girl, how many people live in your house? Can we stay with you for a while? The water is almost flooding the second floor now. Neighbors should help each other. Lin Yan raises her watermelon knife and coldly says no, it's not convenient. Oh, little girl, why are you so unreasonable? Grandma Liu wants to say more, but her son pulls her back. Liu Dajuan, tall and looking through the window of the security door, recognizes Lin Yan's face. He knows her family has supplies, and his face lights up with a big smile. Young girl, please don't be so hostile towards us.
We are not bad people.
We only ask for food because we have no choice. My sister-in-law is pregnant with her second child, and our family needs to take care of her. Could you let her stay at your place temporarily? We won't come inside. We'll just sleep on the hallway floor. Liu Dajuan also liked the clean space outside Lin Yan's door. Besides lacking a bathroom, it was almost like being indoors. It protected against wind and kept warm. Getting a bathroom was easy. We could borrow one from her family later. Hearing this, Liu's mother was upset. She slapped Liu Dajuan on the back. Dajuan, what are you saying? How can you only think about your wife and ignore your mother? Liu Dajuan dodged his mother's slap while winking at her. Mom, stop hitting me. Listen to me. Mom, don't hit me. Lin Yan, tired of this foolish family, simply closed the door and went back to the kitchen to work on her big buns. Outside, Liu Dajuan saw the door was shut and angrily told Liu's mother to stop. Mom, are you stupid? Do you think I can just leave you? Lily is my daughter too. I think the whole family can't stay inside, so at least let Suayin go in first. When Suayin has food, she can open the door for us. That's easy. His mother was stunned by his words. She looked at the closed door and slapped Liu Dajuan again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now it's too late. She won't open the door. Liu Dajuan sighed helplessly. They saw the second floor was about to flood, so all residents had to leave quickly. To avoid the neighbors on the second floor, Liu Dajuan climbed all the way to the 18th floor, planning to check the building from top to bottom. Lu's mother, who was quite capable, also followed her son, just resting briefly before starting work. They knocked on every door on the top floor but got no response. Some families didn't open the door. Others had many people living together. They finally reached a young woman living alone. The mother and daughter didn't want to give up. They knew Lin Yan was alone because of a kind reminder from Grandma Feng on the 18th floor. Grandma Feng's good intention was that a girl living alone might not be safe, and having more family members would be stronger. Old Lady Lu strongly agrees with this idea. She tells Lu Dajuan to keep going door to door while she stays at Lin Yan's house, ready to stand her ground. She thinks that even if Lin Yan doesn't open the door, her spot outside is valuable and shouldn't be taken by others. But before she could settle in, the door of apartment 1702 suddenly opens. A powerful, wild bark from the dog named Tianwang scares her nearly to death. She quickly runs away in a panic, disappearing without a trace. Seeing the floodwaters rising fiercely, not only the residents on the second floor start to evacuate, but those on the third floor also become anxious and begin seeking safety. Soon, all the buildings start to become lively with activity. People knock on doors asking to stay. Some fight over space in the hallways, and owners, annoyed by the mess, try to drive others out. Conflicts keep happening one after another. One evening, Jiang Ling, the building manager of Building 7, begins to take action. She holds a loudspeaker and calls out to each floor, asking each family to send a representative to a meeting in an empty room on the third floor. When most people arrive, Jiang Ling stands in front of the room and speaks through the loudspeaker. Everyone, don't worry. I've checked the living situation in our entire building. We have 90 households in total, with 85 actually living here. There are 5 empty units. During this special time, I've decided to take over these 5 units and give them to the families on the second floor who are flooded. What do you all think? Good. The second floor residents shout together. But the third floor residents ask, what if the third floor also gets flooded? Jiang Ling calmly replies, then we'll have to share with those 5 families. What? That's not fair. A middle-aged woman, happy about getting a new house, immediately becomes upset when she hears she might have to share and rent a room with others. My family already has 5 people. How can we fit more? As soon as she says that, someone retorts sharply. You look so greedy. If 5 people can't fit, how dare you come knocking on my door asking for shelter? My family also has 4 members. Are you planning to push us out and take over? The woman is speechless from the rebuke, but other voices of doubt continue to rise. What about housing? What about food and supplies? Where is the rescue team? Jiang Ling raised her hand to stop everyone's noise. I have the latest news. The rescue team is too busy right now because of a lack of people and supplies, but they will come tomorrow or the day after. When they arrive, there will be supplies. Tomorrow or the day after. My family hasn't eaten all day. If we wait 2 more days, we might not make it.
Exactly.
Young people can endure it, but the elderly and children cannot. How does the government handle things? Their efficiency is so slow. When we pay taxes, they're so quick and efficient. Exactly. And your property management, too. We pay so much in property fees, but this is how you handle things? Listening to these complaints, Lin Yan in the corner couldn't help but sneer. The country also wants to help, but disasters are everywhere. It's not just about whether they can send enough people and supplies at once. Even if they could, priorities would be set. In her past life, this community also received some aid. Some people were moved to temporary shelters outside, and supplies were given to those who stayed. But the supplies, like tiny compressed biscuits and water, didn't last more than a few days. Soon after, supplies ran out and were replaced by high-price sales. Later, everything was sold at no cost to everyone. The crowd's voices rose and fell, but Jiang Ling's words about helping each other through tough times were drowned out by the complaints. Lu Li tilted her head and said to Lin Yan, "These angry young people just like to complain. Why don't they go out and look for supplies instead?" Lin Yan pouted. "That's true. Then shall we go out again tonight?" Lu Li's tone was a little excited.
Yeah. Huh.
Lin Yan looked at Lu Li's bright eyes and said with a smile, "Are you so addicted to this?" Lu Li nodded. "Our supplies are running low." Yao Bin is anxious about his parents. His mood isn't good. I need to plan more. Lin Yan looked at Lu Li's determination and couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. If she had been like that in her past life, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly. "Okay, I'll take you somewhere tonight." Soon, Lu Li and Yao Bin found out where Lin Yan was taking them. It was a large pet hospital on the second floor. They looked at Lin Yan with confusion. "We don't have pets at home. Why are you bringing us here?" Lin Yan didn't pay attention to the two men and directly broke the pet hospital's window with a window-breaking tool. "Can your toilet still be used?" Lin Yan suddenly asked. Yao Bin hesitated for a second, then quickly understood. "Are you talking about using cat litter?" Actually, he was feeling a bit uncomfortable and planned to find a place outside to relieve himself later. The toilet at home couldn't be used because it might back up, so he sealed it off. Only buckets and trash bags could temporarily solve the problem, which was really uncomfortable. Hearing Lin Yan's words, not only Yao Bin but also Lu Li quickly rushed into the hospital, eager to search everywhere. The outdated Lin Yan smiled silently. There were quite a few usable supplies in the pet hospital. In the lobby, there was a full shelf of cat litter. There was also a large amount of dog food, cat food, birdseed, and other various pet foods. Common items like canned cat and dog food and biscuits filled another full shelf. Besides these edible items, the storage room had many medical instruments and various pet medicines. Lin Yan, unfamiliar with medicines, saw categories like antibiotics, digestive system medicines, cardiovascular medicines, skin medicines, eye medicines, and emergency and critical care drugs. There were also many surgical tools, bandages, tourniquets, and disinfectants like alcohol, iodine, and hydrogen peroxide. After Yao Bin and Lu Li solved their urgent needs in the bathroom, they quickly returned and used large plastic bags to pack items from the shelves. Once finished, they went to the storage room and continued opening boxes with Lin Yan. Yao Bin, besides cat litter, was very interested in potassium permanganate and glycerin. "Don't take less of the others, but take all of these too." Seeing that they didn't understand, he explained, "Did you skip chemistry class? Potassium permanganate is a strong oxidizer, and glycerin is a reducer. When mixed in the right ratio, they undergo a redox reaction, releasing a lot of heat, which can be used for emergency ignition." "Wow, that's awesome." Both women gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Lin Yan's space had plenty of fire sources, so she wasn't interested in these chemical reactions. Her mind was full of how precious these enema bottles would be in the apocalypse. In her previous life, she suffered various health issues because she couldn't get vegetables. Ulcers and stomach bleeding are not worth mentioning anymore, but severe constipation almost tormented her to death. In this life, she no longer lacks vegetables and fruits, but items like laxatives, saline solution, and glucose are still rare. They will definitely come in handy at critical moments. She had hurriedly stockpiled medicines before and truly forgot about this batch. They have too many things, but only one kayak and an inflatable mattress. It would probably take 7 or 8 trips to carry everything. Lin Yan suggested she stay here and let the others go back first. But both Lu Li and Yao Bin strongly disagreed. "How can you go alone?" Lu Li said worriedly. Yao Bin also firmly opposed. "Even if no one comes, it's too dangerous for you to be alone in the dark. We should go together. If we come back and the stuff is still here, good. If not, then it's just bad luck." Lin Yan smiled. "You're quite optimistic." "Of course. Everything is predestined."
"We shouldn't force things," they replied.
Unable to persuade them, Lin Yan had no choice but to agree for all three to go back and forth together. It would take more trips, but she felt warm inside. In her past life, she often went out to find supplies. To feel like she belonged in the team, she always tried to be the first to go. Even in situations like today, she wouldn't be left behind alone. It was just that the team didn't trust her to carry everything by herself, worried she might take too much. Since supplies need to be transported in multiple trips, they had to prioritize what was most important. Lin Yan and Lu Li were responsible for bringing out and packing the supplies from the storage. Yao Bin was in charge of loading the kayak. He first filled the kayak with the most valuable cat litter, then carried his favorite bags of potassium permanganate and glycerin onto the inflatable mattress. Next, he moved a bag of glucose and saline solution and finally stacked a bag containing laxatives and anti-inflammatory medicines. They decided to give up on other medicines, as they were all veterinary drugs and wouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. They also abandoned pet food. Although Lin Yan knew pet food was a rare delicacy in the apocalypse, Yao Bin and Luli definitely wouldn't eat it now. She wouldn't eat it either, but she thought whether useful or not, she would keep it just in case. The room was dark, and the three relied only on the faint light of flashlights. They couldn't tell if anything was missing. Even after giving up so much, the items they needed were still too many for the three of them to carry before dawn. They also had to climb a tall staircase at home, which was very tiring. Moreover, Lin Yan wanted to find more food, so they couldn't waste all their time on these things. Thinking this way, Lin Yan took advantage of the darkness to pack nearly half of each item into the space. The remaining items, after 3 trips, left the three of them exhausted. They collapsed on the hospital floor, each drinking a bag of glucose, and only after a long rest did they regain some strength.
Don't take the rest.
Hurry and find something to eat. Yao Bin stood up and helped Lu Li and Lin Yan to their feet. This building is an old-style commercial building. It's not as fancy as a big shopping mall, but it still has some shops. They first went to a Thai restaurant. Luckily, the kitchen still had plenty of food. The restaurant even had an emergency generator, and the fridge, freezer, and security cameras were still working normally. Yao Bin went to handle the security cameras first, then took apart the emergency generator to pack and carry away. Lin Yan and Luli found many large black plastic bags in the cabinet, and they stuffed all the vegetables into them. They also packed vacuum-sealed chicken, duck, and fish into bags and put them in boxes for easy transport. There were many fresh meats in the refrigerated cabinet, but they chose to ignore most of them, only taking some high-quality ribs and beef because storing everything at home would be difficult. Even with the generator, it wasn't enough. Its loud noise would attract attention when started. Luli slowly gathered the kitchen supplies, while Lin Yan sneaked into the storage room. The storage room, about 50 square meters, was full of supplies on shelves. Lin Yan pulled down a moisture-proof cover and placed it at the door, ready for rain protection later. On the shelves were rice, flour, and other staple foods like noodles, with about 30 boxes in total. She took 2/3 of them into the space. The cooking oil was in 20-liter barrels, about 50 barrels on the shelves. Considering the carrying capacity, she took most of them, leaving a dozen outside. Salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, pepper, these seasonings were also in boxes, along with instant curry, hot and sour soup, sweet bean paste, and other flavor packs, piled up to the ceiling. Everyone entered the storage space, leaving about 20 boxes outside. There were about 5 or 6 boxes of various bowls, chopsticks, and disposable tableware. Lin Yan took half of the disposable tableware. There were also many miscellaneous items like spices, tea bags, dried seafood, and other groceries. Lin Yan sorted through them and kept over 10 boxes outside, while the rest were stored inside the space. After working for nearly an hour, the three of them had packed more than 10 large boxes of supplies from the kitchen. They also had 6 gas tanks, a small generator, 5 large barrels of diesel, and 20 water barrels. Because of this, they could only take some of the non-essential items from the storage room after choosing carefully. All the perishable items, including those they couldn't take, Lin Yan didn't want to waste. She found a chance to store all of them inside the space. Luli pushed a big bag forward with great effort, humming and saying, "You guys say, there are quite a lot of supplies outside. Why are others willing to stay at home and wait anxiously?" Lin Yan, while pushing and pulling a large box, panting, replied, "Maybe because of moral constraints. After all, human beliefs are shaped by social rules. In a disaster, a few people quickly break free from these constraints to pursue their own interests, but they are still a minority. Most people, unless pushed to the limit, will still keep their bottom line." Among the three, the most morally aware was Yao Bin, who said, "I think it's mainly because they don't have transportation. Usually people don't stock kayaks. If they can't go out, they can't loot or rob, so they just stay in the building with a thief's heart, gradually becoming more daring. Lin Yan didn't comment on this. The supplies from one restaurant were enough for them to use up their remaining strength. The three didn't need to find more food, so they split up and casually visited other shops. Yaobin looked through some restaurants and internet cafes, then found an emergency generator. Lin Yan took the opportunity to loot the kitchens of a buffet restaurant, 2 hot pot restaurants, a barbecue place, a Hunan cuisine restaurant, and a Northeast cuisine restaurant. She also cleared out all the supplies from a coffee shop, including coffee beans, milk, chocolate syrup, cocoa powder, sugar, and brown sugar. She didn't leave behind any coffee machines, cups, or bags of supplies of various types. She also found a bedding store and took all the goods. The soft, warm silk quilts added extra protection to her cold storage supplies. Then, she took all the famous watches from a watch shop and all the goods from 2 clothing stores. Unfortunately, the jewelry counter on the first floor was flooded, so she couldn't retrieve anything at that moment. She also took the opportunity to bring out a kayak from her space, claiming she found it in a sportswear store. This way, she had her own transportation and saved herself some trips. Luli found some lightweight fitness equipment at a gym, along with many workout clothes, gloves, and knee pads for both men and women. She also discovered many darts, bows, and arrows at a shooting range. Although bows and arrows are not easy to learn like guns, they are great for long-range attacks. Arrows can be reused, and poison-tipped arrows are deadly. Setting arrows on fire turns them into fire arrows. If they practice hard, they might become expert archers someday. While Lin Yan and Luli happily admired their bows and arrows, Yaobin suddenly ran toward a piano shop. Yaobin, I know you can play the piano, but maybe you should hold off for now, Lin Yan said with a smile. Yaobin has been learning piano since he was a child. By age 8, he had passed the 10th level, though she didn't know what that meant, only that his playing sounded beautiful. He opened the back of the piano and said while working, I need piano strings. High-quality strings, some made of copper alloy. Might come in handy someday. Lin Yan and Luli looked at each other and smiled, impressed by his technical skills. The three of them used 2 kayaks and an inflatable mattress, making 5 trips back and forth before they finally stopped. By the time they returned to the community at around 6 o'clock, it was already late. Luckily, they found 4 stair-climbing carts in the storage room of the restaurant, which saved some effort. After unloading all the supplies, the three were exhausted, lying on the ground and not wanting to move even a finger. Drinking water, Lin Yan took a sip of spiritual spring water from her space. Once she regained some energy, she got up unsteadily and slowly went home. After a quick wash, she fell asleep immediately. Early the next morning, around 8 o'clock, there was loud noise outside, shouting and banging on the door nonstop. Woken up by the noise, Lin Yan angrily grabbed a watermelon knife and rushed out the door. As she opened the door, she saw Ding Hai holding a dagger and leading Tian Wang in front of the fire escape door, facing the closed door with his back to her. When Ding Hai saw her, he turned around to look at her, his body relaxing suddenly, and his anger on his face gradually faded. Lin Yan even saw a hint of grievance on his face. What's going on outside? Lin Yan asked. Ding Hai moved his lips but didn't make a sound. I'll go check, she said. She slipped past Tian Wang and pushed the door open, stepping outside. Seeing a crowd of people standing in the corridor and some angrily pointing and cursing at them, Lin Yan's usually calm temper couldn't hold back. She raised her voice sharply. What are you doing? The people at the door turned to look at her when they heard her voice. The bald man, Wang Ji, who was shouting the loudest, looked at Lin Yan with a mean expression and asked, Who are you? I'm from 1701. Hands off. Lin Yan raised her watermelon knife and waved it casually, startling Wang Ji, who quickly pulled his hand back. Next to him, Lu Dajuan took the opportunity to speak. Little girl, it's one thing if you're selfish, but you're also meddling in others' business. Are you bored? If you have so many supplies, share some. If not, don't talk. Who do you think is selfish? Lin Yan pointed her knife at Lu Dajuan, her face full of anger. Are you bored out of your mind? What does this have to do with you? You're always acting tough and pretending to be important. How dare you call others selfish? If I'm selfish, so what? This is my territory. I'll cut down anyone who tries to step forward today, she said. Then she took a step forward again, her knife directly aimed at the faces of a few people in front of her, causing them to back away in fear. Lu Dajuan wanted to speak again but was stopped by Jiang Ling, who grabbed his arm. Jiang Ling carefully took 2 steps forward, raised her hands to signal Lin Yan to put down her knife, and softly advised, "Little girl, they're not targeting you. They're upset about 1702. Her voice sounded calm, but carried a hint of reproach. Lin Yan frowned. "What's wrong with 1702? Wang Ji crossed his arms and said loudly, "Apartment 1702 was assigned to my family, but someone else took it. When we tried to open the door, he even wanted to let his dog bite us. This is just unfair." He sneered. "Huh? Do you have no shame? What do you mean taken? The owner is the one who lives there. Who has the nerve to claim it?" Jiang Ling looked surprised. On her list, apartment 1702 had been empty for over 10 years. How could there suddenly be an owner? Yes, he is the owner. He just returned recently. You should leave now. Lin Yan was very tired and irritated. Her head was starting to hurt. She waved her hand to dismiss everyone and turned to go home and sleep. But unexpectedly, Wang Ji suddenly shouted loudly, "What owner? The apartment belongs to us. Where else are we supposed to live?" "Exactly. Let him come out quickly. Just because he says he's the owner doesn't mean he is. The neighbors say they've never seen him before." Wang Ji's wife pointed at Aunt Yu. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Aunt Yu. She looked embarrassed and stepped back awkwardly. Yu Anning nudged her mother with her elbow, showing her disapproval. Aunt Yu smiled awkwardly and muttered softly, "Why are you all looking at me? I'm telling the truth. If I didn't see it, I didn't see it." Jiang Ling saw Wang Ji, who was known for his quick temper, start to get angry again. She hurried to stop him, but he became even more arrogant and even tried to rush toward the fire door. Old Ge from the crowd and Zhao Jianye from next door shouted loudly to pull him back. Lu Dajuan, still upset from earlier with Lin Yan, also got fired up and took the opportunity to join in. The scene quickly became chaotic again. Lin Yan looked at everyone with her brows furrowed deeply. She was really too tired to deal with this anymore. She turned around, raised her hand, and pointed a knife at Wang Ji's forehead. "Are you going to leave or not?" Seeing the knife, Wang Ji instinctively stepped back. But in the next moment, he suddenly moved forward again, pointing at Lin Yan and shouting loudly, "You little girl, who are you trying to scare with that knife?" As she spoke, she stretched her neck and tapped provocatively with her hand. "Come and cut me if you dare. Cut here, go ahead, try it." After 3 years surviving in the end-of-world chaos, Lin Yan's normally good temper couldn't withstand such provocation. She narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her knife, and swung it down. Wang Ji's wife reacted quickly, pulling Wang Ji back forcefully. But even with her quick reflexes, the knife brushed past Wang Ji's ear and lightly cut his temple. "Wow, you really dare to try and cut me? Are you trying to die?" Wang Ji touched his ear, checking the blood on his hand, and still dared to step forward. Lin Yan looked coldly at Wang Ji, then raised her knife again. At this moment, Ding Hai inside the door heard the noise and tried to push the door open. Tian Wang also started shouting desperately. Lin Yan closed the door tightly, preventing him from coming out. She knew Ding Hai was shy and didn't like chaotic scenes with many people, which could cause him stress. Stop. Let's talk calmly." Jiang Ling and others held Wang Ji back. Seeing Lin Yan's fearless attitude, Wang Ji felt nervous and took a step back. Jiang Ling hid behind Wang Ji, trying to calm things down. "Young lady, don't get so upset. Maybe we can sit down and talk." He was just a bit impulsive because he lost his assigned house. Lin Yan placed one hand on her waist, pointed her knife at Jiang Ling, and asked sharply, "Who assigned the house? Who has the right to decide who gets what?" Jiang Ling avoided the knife's tip, looking a little nervous. "This is the organization's arrangement. Didn't everyone agree at yesterday's meeting? All the owners approved this plan. I just didn't know the owner of 1702 had returned. I went to check that day, but he didn't answer the door, so I thought no one was home. Now that you know, why don't you leave? Lin Yan shot her a glance. Too tired to argue. Yes, we'll leave right now. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Zhang Ling decided to leave first and discuss plans later. But Wang Ji and his wife refused to back down, confronting Zhang Ling. What? What about our home? The other families have moved out, but only our place has this problem. You owe us an explanation. Lu Dajuan also joined in the excitement, shouting, Exactly, old Wang's family has 6 people. Where could they possibly move to? He is a neighbor of Wang Ji. His family was assigned an empty room on the 9th floor. When he heard Wang Ji was on the 17th floor, he thought of Lin Yan, who has supplies, and decided to come up and take a look. Unexpectedly, he ran into this trouble, with several families fighting. He actually enjoyed seeing it. Zhang Ling looked troubled at this moment. But more than feeling troubled, she was afraid of Lin Yan, who seemed to be losing her mind and might attack someone. After thinking quickly for a moment, she forced a faint smile and said, How about this? Is 1702 just her alone? Your family has 3 people, right? Could she stay with you temporarily? You could let Wang Ji's family stay in your house first. They have 8 people in total. The young and old should look out for each other. She believed Lin Yan would protect 1702 because they seemed to get along well with neighbors, so she thought Lin Yan wouldn't refuse her suggestion. Ha! Lin Yan was immediately amused and angry. This White Lotus, she really thinks she's someone important. In her past life, this woman always pretended to be kind when things happened, but secretly she did all sorts of sneaky, selfish things. Since Lin Yan saw that she was still somewhat capable of doing good deeds now, she didn't want to bother with her for the moment. But now, her plans were almost falling apart, and if she kept silent, it would be a waste of her 2 lives. Lin Yan sarcastically said, You can say that, but I think your brain is probably straight from your stomach. Why don't you go stay somewhere else? Why not lend your house to everyone? It's one thing to plan to deceive others, but it's utterly shameless. Who do you call shameless? Zhang Ling immediately became angry, her chest rising quickly. Although she didn't hold a high position, she was at least an organizer. Being confronted by a young girl in front of so many people made her lose face instantly. She pointed at Lin Yan angrily and shouted, Can you have some manners, little girl? You've been to school at least. You have no manners at all. Lin Yan snorted and said, My manners? I don't know. I just stand up to the strong. When I see people like you with a face as thick as a wall, my limit is not swearing but tolerating your insults. I won't argue with you, little girl. Let your elders come talk to me, Zhang Ling said, choking on her words. She was so angry she wanted to tear Lin Yan's mouth apart, but she was afraid of the knife in Lin Yan's hand, so she could only stand there and complain. Are you sure you want to meet my parents? Lin Yan's lips curled into a sly smile, and a dangerous look appeared in her eyes. I'm sure. I want your parents to meet me, Zhang Ling said confidently, straightening her back because she was now the building manager and had authority. At this moment, old Lady Lu, who was watching nearby, took the opportunity to speak. Her parents passed away a few days ago. Zhang Ling and Wang Ji's wife both spoke at the same time, their faces showing surprise that quickly faded. They weren't feeling sorry for Lin Yan. Instead, they were thinking, another person living alone? Can't we just put our heads together? Old Lady Lu glared at Lin Yan with a look of disdain. She said sharply, Yesterday, we even begged her to stay with us for a few days, but she refused. She's heartless. Don't waste your effort on her. Let her fend for herself. She's just a young girl, and she deserves to be left alone. Tong Li from apartment 1703 couldn't stand it anymore and sharply retorted to old Lady Lu, Shut up. Your mouth is so foul, like it's rented. You're everywhere. Old Lady Lu, furious like a fighting rooster, was about to jump in anger but was stopped by Zhang Ling, who said firmly, This place is already chaotic enough. Don't cause more trouble. Thinking about living alone, Zhang Ling turned her gaze to Old Man Ge. Old sir, you live alone too, right? I can't understand why a young girl like her is alone. You're quite old, so you should understand the situation. When someone is in trouble, neighbors help each other. If you lend a hand now, people will remember your kindness. Old Man Good didn't expect the trouble to come to him so quickly. He paused, then put his hand behind his back and said loudly, I just like peace and quiet. Stop bothering me and leave. Yes, get out quickly, Zhao Jianya and his wife also shouted loudly. At this moment, Yu Anning's husband, Yuan Xiao, let go of Yu Anning's hand and hurried forward to join the defense of floor 17. Ding Hai heard the loud noise outside and pushed open the fire door suddenly. Tian Wang, a Doberman, barked loudly and appeared in front of everyone. Tian Wang was a fierce dog, not to be taken lightly. As soon as it appeared, it took over the scene, boosting the fighting power of the people on floor 17. On the 17th floor, there was again talk of knives and dogs. Jiang Ling, Wang Ji, Lu Dajuan's family, and the crowd gathered to watch the excitement all understood the situation well. Without hesitation, they all ran away as fast as they could. Together, they managed to chase away the intruder. Everyone on the 17th floor looked at each other and smiled in unison. At this moment, Yu Anning looked unhappy and scolded her husband. Are you not afraid she will take revenge on us for provoking the building manager? Yuan Xiao snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? These property staff usually do nothing all day. When a big disaster happens, what can you expect from them? Yu Anning responded irritably. She is the building manager. When the rescue supplies arrive, she will be the one distributing them. What if she withholds some from us then? To be honest, Yu Anning really hit the point. Offending Zhongling would indeed cause many inconveniences in the future. But for Lin Nian, those inconveniences were almost nothing. Old Head Go, stubborn as he was, said confidently, if she dares to withhold, I won't agree. I'll go and tear down her house. Exactly, Tong Li said angrily. Don't worry. My husband Zhao is with the street office. He's her superior. Once the flood is over, reporting her will be a matter of minutes. Hearing Tong Li say this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next to her, Lin Yen brushed her messy hair and tried to recall. In her previous life, Ding Hai's house was indeed forcibly taken over, and that bald family moved in smoothly. As for Lu Dajuan's family, she didn't remember what happened afterward. The flood continued to rise until it reached the 6th floor, and more people became homeless. Old Head Ji's family was also forcibly relocated to shared housing. A family of 3 moved in, but they didn't get along well and argued all day. When she was thrown out, Old Head Ge had already been driven to the corridor, looking very thin and miserable. If she could start over, the situation from her previous life was beginning to change, and what would happen next was uncertain. But Lin Yen felt it would definitely be better than before. Zhao Jianya saw that everyone on the 17th floor was present and suggested, how about we sit down and discuss what to do next? That sounds good. Yuan Xiao quickly agreed. He was just a programmer, only 3 years into his career, with limited life experience. Now his wife is pregnant again, which makes the family very worried about their future. With help from the neighbors, he instinctively wants to hold on. Old Mr. Go also agreed. Lin Yen turned to Ding Hai and quietly asked, Are you going? If not, it's okay. I can go listen and tell you what I hear. Ding Hai hesitated for a moment and then said, I'll go. Lin Yen smiled and nodded. The first meeting on the 17th floor was held in the corridor. Everyone brought their own chairs and sat in a circle. Ding Hai sat behind Lin Yen, leaning against the wall, trying to stay out of sight. The older people on the 17th floor, including the youngest, Zhao Jianya, spoke first as the strong young man. Our unit has heard some news. The damage this time is unprecedented and nationwide. Our city's official rescue teams are not enough, and supplies are low. So, the higher authorities ask each unit to organize their own rescue efforts. Once the rescue funds arrive, they will help us. He sighed and said, Our district committee doesn't have much money, and the street office is even poorer. So, don't expect much aid. We have to find ways to save ourselves. Everyone except Lin Yen and Ding Hai looked surprised.
No wonder.
They thought help would arrive soon, but it's been days and no one has shown up. During the pandemic, when the neighborhood was sealed off, free supplies were handed out quickly. But now, with such serious flooding, No one seems to care. If there's no rescue and the heavy rain keeps falling, the floodwaters won't go down. No one can imagine what will happen next. Yu Anning held Yuan Xiao's hand tightly, feeling scared and uneasy. Yuan Xiao held her hand back gently and said softly, "Don't be afraid. We'll find a way." He then asked Zhao Jianya, "Is there any warning? How long will this rain last? There's no electricity, so they can't check the weather forecast."
Zhao Jianya shook his head.
"I don't know. My child has been sick these days, and I was worried his mother couldn't take care of him alone, so I took leave and stayed home. Now, I've lost contact with the street office." Lin Yan said aloud, "No matter how long the rain lasts, this is an unprecedented disaster. It might even be the end of the world. As ordinary people, we can only rely on ourselves." Aunt Yu rolled her eyes and sneered. "End of the world? You young folks always worry about useless things." "Mom, shut up." Yu Anning, who was pregnant, was already emotional and now felt very irritable after the scare. Old Lady Yu was scolded by her daughter, shrank back a bit, and then gave Lin Yan a disapproving look. Old Man Ge said in a deep voice, "The girl from the Lin family is right. No matter when, we must save ourselves. Relying on rescue efforts is pointless." He rubbed his hands together and looked seriously at Zhao Jianya. "So, should we go out and look for supplies?" He was an old man and couldn't carry much, but his son often bought things for him remotely, so the family stockpile was enough for him to last 3 or 5 months. But no one knows what the future holds. While he still can, it's better to be prepared.
Yes.
I think so too. Zhao Jianya nodded thoughtfully, then looked around at everyone and shared his plan. "If we want to go out, we need transportation. I don't have any, do you?" He intentionally glanced at Ding Hai. He had seen Ding Hai's speedboat, but since everyone was unfamiliar and somewhat cautious of each other, he couldn't ask directly. If Ding Hai was willing to bring it out, he would be willing to lead and be the backbone of the group. If he wasn't willing, then it was a different matter. After a long pause, only Old Man Ge and Yuan Xiao shook their heads. Lin Yan and Ding Hai didn't say anything. Just as Zhao Jianya was about to speak in disappointment, Lin Yan suddenly said, "I have friends who do, and I also have an inflatable bed. I can ask them, but if I do, we'll need to bring them along to find supplies." She had reflected on it and realized that relying solely on a team in the end times was not ideal. But she still believed that going it alone was even worse. A team is a must. Her kayak can be taken out anytime, but she thinks that offering Yaobin's kayak in exchange for supplies is a good idea. Even if it gets damaged or lost, she will compensate them later. "What's their situation?" Zhao Jianya asked. "A couple, the same age as me, living on the 8th floor. My friend is from the Physics Research Institute, and they are very capable of surviving." Lin Yan knows that Yaobin finds this very attractive. "Okay," Zhao Jianya agreed quickly. Mostly because he had no other choice. Counting this, there are 6 households forming a small team. The kayak is for 6 people, but to carry supplies, only 4 can go out at a time. Since they don't know if they can work well together, they haven't limited who can go out. They are mainly using external kayak rental prices as a reference, charging about 100 yuan per person, or accepting equivalent supplies as payment. Yao Bin and the other person happily accepted Lin Yan's plan after learning about it. After all, whether they go out or not, they can get some supplies. The cost is wear and tear on the kayak or accidental damage or loss. Even if they go out themselves, such problems can happen, and they also need to consider that others might covet their supplies. Especially after hearing about what happened that morning, they both feel that sticking together is very necessary. The first meeting ended successfully, and the first trip was scheduled for the afternoon 2 days later. Lin Yan collapsed on Yaobin's sofa, yawning repeatedly. "I'm really exhausted. I don't want to move at all today. I'll just head back after telling you." Luli pointed at a pile of supplies at the door and said, "We divided these. They're all yours. We'll carry them up slowly." Lin Yan looked at the more than 10 boxes, 5 or 6 large bags, and a bunch of heavy supplies like cooking oil and gas cans, and rolled her eyes. She thought I might as well faint. "Okay, you go rest. I'll stay here and sleep." Call you when I wake up, and we can move everything together. After saying that, she turned over, hugged a pillow, and faced away from the two of them, falling into a deep sleep. Yao Bin saw this, smiled helplessly, pulled a blanket over her, and led Lu Li into the bedroom. After 30 minutes, it was confirmed that the two people inside the house had fallen asleep. Lin Yan, along with supplies, disappeared at Yao Bin's home. To hide from Yao Bin and the others, she placed 7 bags of cat litter, 2 smaller bags, and 3 light boxes in the hallway on the 17th floor. Then she called Ding Hai out to help carry them. She took the opportunity to give Ding Hai 4 large bags of cat litter and some vacuum-sealed food as a thank you for his previous generosity. Are you not interested in helping everyone find supplies? Lin Yan asked Ding Hai, hiding from the others, standing at the door. She guessed that Ding Hai hadn't mentioned the rescue boat in front of everyone, so he probably didn't want to join others. Besides, he hadn't stopped working these days, always moving things into his home. It seemed he didn't lack supplies. Ding Hai shook his head and said, I'm fine with whatever you decide. Lin Yan didn't understand him and was about to ask again when she saw him lead Tian Wang out of the door. Touch it, let it recognize you. Then you won't be afraid of it anymore. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. She looked down at Tian Wang, who was staring up at her, feeling a strange sense of unease. Won't it bite me?
No.
It was trained to military dog standards, Ding Hai replied. He then crouched down and whispered a few words into Tian Wang's ear. Suddenly, Tian Wang obediently lay down at Lin Yan's feet, acting very well behaved. Gathering her courage, Lin Yan slowly crouched down and gently patted Tian Wang's head. To her surprise, Tian Wang obediently nudged her hand with its head, as if asking for more petting, making Lin Yan laugh out loud. Wait a moment. She got up and went home, took out 5 cans of dog food and 2 large bags of dog biscuits from her space, and handed them to Ding Hai. She also opened 1 can and gave it to Tian Wang. Eat up. From now on, we'll be good friends. But Tian Wang ignored the canned food and instead looked at its owner. After seeing Ding Hai nod at it, Tian Wang happily wagged its tail and started eating. It's so obedient. Lin Yan's softest feelings were unexpectedly touched, and she silently smiled. When she entered the house, she finally relaxed and collapsed onto the sofa, sleeping deeply. The next day, Lin Yan didn't go out to search for supplies. Instead, she sent Zhao Jianye, Old Go, Yuan Xiao, and Yao Bin. We left at 2 o'clock and didn't return until after 7 in the evening. When we finally came back, we were covered in dirt and mess. We said we were robbed on the way, but luckily, nothing serious happened. The 4 men took my advice and each brought a knife. Although not very effective, it helped us protect our supplies. Zhao Jianye was exhausted and sat on the corridor floor, watching the women sort through the supplies in the bags. He said happily, Luckily, we listened to Yao Bin. We didn't go to the supermarket, but instead went to a restaurant on Linhu Street. On the way back, we saw people in the community. They were covered in blood. They said the supermarket was looted, and even the police couldn't stop it. Tong Li listened and looked at Zhao Jianye with concern. Are you all okay? Any injuries? Zhao Jianye shook his head. We're fine. Old Go pulled up his shirt and wiped his face, unsure if it was rain or sweat, and said, The problem is these kitchen knives. Everyone is afraid their food will be stolen, so they carry these. They're not very useful from far away, and even less so up close. We need to improve them. Maybe tie a dagger to a stick? Make a spear point. Lin Yan, who was watching and listening, suggested. Zhao Jianye smiled.
Yes.
The longer, the stronger. We decided to make a spear with a dagger for long-range attacks. The men excitedly talked about their big adventure, while the women kept their focus on the supplies. Especially Aunt Yu, whose eyes were darting around. When no one was paying attention, she quickly grabbed a bag of vegetables and hugged it to her chest.
We want this, she said.
No, that's not allowed. Everything must be shared equally. How can you keep all the vegetables? Put it down. Tong Li reached out to try to take the bag. But Aunt Yu didn't listen. She clung to the bag and tried to walk away, only to be stopped by Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao impatiently snatched the bag from her and handed it to Tongli. Mom, we all worked hard for this. We have to share it. Aunt Yu saw the duck fly away and immediately started scolding. You're useless. Your wife is pregnant and going through a hard time. If you can't even make sure she eats well and sleeps well, that's fine. As a mother, I feel sorry for my daughter. And you still trying to stop her. I didn't agree when she married you, this poor guy. She just wouldn't listen. Now look at the situation. Aunt Yu's scolding grew more intense. Seeing Yuan Xiao's emotions about to break, Yu Anning quickly pushed old Madame Su into the house and shut the door with a bang. She turned to the people in the corridor and said a little shyly, "My mom has that kind of personality. Don't mind her." Tongli shook her head and continued organizing the supplies. This time, they collected a lot. 4 gas tanks, 5 bags of rice, 5 barrels of oil, 2 large bags of vegetables, a bag of frozen meat and meatballs, and other types of meat. There was also a big bag of prepared meal packs, totaling 88 packs. A box of beer, a box of white liquor and other loose drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol were packed into one bag. There were also various bottles and jars of seasonings, lighters, bottle openers, disposable gloves, tablecloths, rags, pens, notebooks, calculators, and so on, all in one bag. Yuan Xiao said, "We didn't bother sorting. We just grabbed a bag and took whatever we saw." Seeing the abundant loot, his bad mood from being scolded by his mother-in-law gradually eased, and a smile appeared on his face. Luli rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and kept laughing. "This is really good. All of these will be useful." The 3 women quickly finished counting the supplies. After dividing among 4 families, as a reward for today's canoeing, Yaobin's family received an extra bag of rice, a barrel of oil, 5 meatball packs, a frozen pork belly, 3 packs of salt, and 8 packs of prepared meals. Yaobin took the supplies and first moved them to Lin Yan's house at the door. Without hesitation, he poured himself a glass of water and drank it all at once. "Let's put the canoe at your place first. Our downstairs is too messy." Hearing this, Luli sighed helplessly. "Yes, there's a family next door with a child. They stood at my door crying and begging for food. They almost tried to bring the child into my house." Lin Yan smiled. "That's just the beginning. In a while, we might have to watch out for theft even at night." Luli thought about that situation and shivered unconsciously. It's really scary. The 2 of them wandered around Lin Yan's living room and, upon seeing the portraits of Lin Yan's parents, bowed respectfully. Lin Yan saw that Yaobin was soaking wet and handed him a set of work clothes. "There's hot water in the thermos in the bathroom. Go wash up quickly and change your clothes. The water is dirty and you don't want to catch a cold." Thinking for a moment, she added, "These clothes were bought by my dad before. They're new and haven't been worn yet." Yaobin nodded and took the clothes to the bathroom. Lin Yan noticed Lu Li curiously examining every decoration and ornament in her home, so she kindly offered to show her around. Before they entered, she had stored most of the supplies they had stockpiled into a storage space, leaving only a small part in the secondary bedroom, mostly items they had brought back from their outings. Luli wasn't interested in Lin Yan's supplies, but was very curious about the plants growing on her balcony. "Are these mushrooms?" Luli pointed at the row of fungi on the balcony floor that had already sprouted. Lin Yan smiled. "Yes, I bought them for fun. They grow just by watering them. I didn't expect they would come in handy now. Actually, these mushroom bags were taken from packages she received in deliveries. There were 15 bags in one box. She took 6 out to water and try, and surprisingly, in this rainy weather, the mushrooms grew very well. Do you want some? I'll give you a few." She reached into a box on the shelf and handed Luli 3 unopened bags. "Thank you." Luli happily took the mushroom bags and looked through them. "I won't take them for free. I'll trade you some vegetables." They had plenty of vegetables, but without a refrigerator, they couldn't store them for long. Even if they had more, they would spoil quickly, making these mushroom bags very valuable. "Okay," Lin Yan agreed, without hesitation. Yaobin finished changing and rolled up his sleeves as he went into the kitchen, planning to help Lin Yan connect the gas cylinder. "Lin Yan, what kind of pot is this? Is it a fire-starting pot?" Yaobin asked curiously, looking at the object on the ground. Lin Yan leaned over to look at the hollow pot on the kitchen floor and nodded. Yes, it is. There's another one in the cabinet. You can take it home and use it. She had originally planned to give them one, so she had placed it in the cabinet in advance. In the apartment building, there was no electricity or gas, making it very difficult to even get hot water. In her previous life, people who couldn't access energy had to break apart furniture to use as firewood, and they would use porcelain basins to start fires. That little bit of heat really doesn't do much, and it just fills the room with thick smoke. This hollow kettle can not only boil water, but also hold a small pot on top to cook food. It's very convenient and saves energy. Perfect. Yaobin quickly bent down to search the kitchen cabinet, pulled out a brand new hollow kettle, and hugged it tightly, loving it. Great. Xiao Nian Nian, you're really my savior. Luli looked at Yaobin's silly expression and smiled. Last night, he kept talking about how gas is limited and needs to be saved. He also said he wants to modify an empty gas bottle into a wood-burning stove. That's possible? How would he do that? Lin Yan couldn't imagine what the wood stove looked like.
Liu Li shukja.
Who knows? He's just always tinkering. The gas tank isn't empty yet, and the floodwaters have receded. Regarding whether the flood would end the disaster, Lin Yan didn't say anything. She saw Yaobin busy with the gas tank and suggested, "Let's cook something tonight in my place." Luli quickly got up and rummaged through her supplies. "We have so much food today. Whatever you want to eat, just pick." She grabbed a bag and started packing things inside, planning to share some with Lin Yan. Lin Yan saw her intention and hurriedly stopped her. "You don't need to leave anything for me. Last night, we had so much to eat, enough for half a year. You two are just the two of you. It's okay. After we finish eating, we'll go out and earn more." In the end, under Lu Li's insistence, Lin Yan accepted a piece of pork belly, 10 packs of pre-made dishes, and a small bag of vegetables. For dinner, the three of them cooked a spicy hot pot. Under the camping lamp's glow, they ate until they were sweating and kept huffing and puffing. Lu Li was very talkative. Once she started, she couldn't stop, sharing funny stories about herself and Yaobin. Lin Yan and Yaobin also reminisced about childhood and teased each other. For a moment, the atmosphere became very lively. They kept laughing so hard that it seemed like they weren't in a disaster, just old friends gathering. While Lin Yan and Yaobin argued about who had the idea to put a dead cockroach in the teacher's chalk box, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Yan put down her chopsticks and went to open it. As soon as the door opened, the smell of hot pot wafted out, hitting Yang Si right on the forehead. She reflexively swallowed and said, "Lin Yan, your aunt and her family are at my house. Do you think you can now welcome them in?" Lin Yan saw that the visitor was Yang Si. She put the flashlight on the shoe cabinet, pressed her swollen, spicy lips, and said in a muffled voice, "Not convenient." Hearing this, Yang Si immediately became anxious. "Lin Yan, don't be too much. That's your aunt. How can you turn them away?" Lin Yan frowned slightly, squinting her eyes, looking at Yang Si as if she were a fool, and said, "What does this have to do with you? It's none of your business. Are your supplies enough? Do you have enough water? Or do you have so many daily necessities that you don't know what to do with them? Why are you so interested in other people's affairs?" Her words hit Yang Si's nerves, making her furious. She shouted loudly, "You know there's a shortage of supplies now. Your aunt and her family are eating, drinking, and using my things. How can you be so shameless? They're your relatives. What does that have to do with me?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She only wanted to take in Li Wenhui. Taking in his parents was just a temporary solution at the time. But she didn't expect Lin Yan not only to refuse to pick them up but also to refuse to open the door when they came repeatedly. This family, including Li Wenyu, behaved as if they were at her home, eating and drinking without restraint. Seeing that the food at home was running out, the rain outside was unceasing, and the floodwaters hadn't receded, she was about to lose her temper. Lin Yan, who had bullied her in both her past lives, couldn't feel sympathy for her. Out of friendship as classmates, she kindly advised, "You know they have nothing to do with you. Listen to me. While you still can, get rid of them quickly, or you'll regret it later." But Yang Si didn't take her advice and rolled her eyes at Lin Yan. It's easy for you to say, throw them out? Where to? To the corridor? Do you think I'm as cold-blooded as you, capable of doing such a heartless thing? Lin Yan shook her head with a helpless smile. There's no use. Kind words are hard to persuade a dying person. At this moment, Yaobin came over, wiping his mouth with a tissue, and asked suspiciously, "Who is it? Talking for so long." Yang Si did not expect Yaobin to appear here at this moment. She screamed loudly, "I told you two had an improper relationship, and you wouldn't admit it. You even complained about my mom back then, causing me to get beaten unfairly. Now what? Your parents are gone, and you two are just showing your true colors, hanging out together. Your faces are so red from being caught." Yaobin was immediately scolded harshly as soon as he appeared. Before he could react, Luli threw herself into his arms. "Darling, who is this? Do you know him?" Luli quickly connected Yang Si with that innocent-looking girl after hearing about their childhood stories, deliberately trying to upset her. Yang Si was indeed shocked, her face changing color completely. Since childhood, Lin Yan was used to seeing Yang Si's face twist and change all the time. She didn't bother arguing with her anymore and simply said, "My aunt's family hates me. Even if they died in front of me, I wouldn't look at them. So, you should understand this clearly. Don't associate me with them anymore. That's all." After saying that, she closed the door and pushed Yaobin and Luli to continue eating hot pot. Unsurprisingly, the next day, Lin Qingyun came knocking. Her reason was that Lin Yan was happily eating and drinking at home, ignoring her as her aunt. Of course, she could only sit in the corridor and make a fuss because Lin Yan and Ding Hai had left early in the morning. This time, Yaobin's kayak carried Yaobin, Luli, Zhao Jianya, and Old Ge. Yuan Xiao also wanted to join, but his brother-in-law's family suddenly visited, saying their house was flooded, and they came to stay with them. Yu Anning was a typical, supporting brother type, happily accepting her brother's family despite Yuan Xiao's clear opposition. Plus, her mother-in-law was causing trouble, making Yuan Xiao very stressed. But he had no other choice but to stay home and handle family matters. Lin Yan sat on Ding Hai's speedboat, hanging the kayak behind her. She also tied a rope on the side of the speedboat, in case they needed to secure an inflatable bed when returning. This time, they went to a far place, a large membership supermarket called 1,000 Yuan Store. For Lin Yan, who owned the space, entering such a place was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, very happy. But it was also more dangerous. During times of material shortages, large storage supermarkets become easy targets for everyone's greed. When they arrived outside the mall, as expected, it was crowded with people. But surprisingly, despite the crowd, no one caused trouble. This was because the area had been officially requisitioned, with heavy security everywhere. The group carefully observed the scene. The crowd outside was chaotic, all stretching their necks to look inside. In the middle of the crowd, a waterway was cordoned off with ropes, and people inside were orderly waiting in line. While waiting, Lin Yan asked someone nearby to learn more. He found out that only members could enter, and only long-time members. New member registration was closed, and the entry fee was a high 3,000 yuan per person. No wonder many people were turned away. Even for members, the 3,000 yuan fee was a lot for an average family. Compared to risking their lives outside to gather supplies, it seemed less worthwhile. Luli was angry and said, "This is too much. No electricity, how can they verify identities or transfer money?" A middle-aged man on a kayak nearby looked back and kindly explained, "It's not that unreasonable. Most places are flooded, and the ones that aren't are crowded too. You're strong, but others are stronger. Forget about getting food or drinks easily. You might even risk your life. This place is officially requisitioned, with armed police maintaining order. If you can pay, that's already good." Luli asked, "So how do they verify identities and handle payments?" "See that?" The man pointed to a row of armed police on kayaks at the entrance. The staff behind them have machines that scan faces. Each member can bring only one person inside. Payments are made via transfer, just use your phone. They even provide power banks for charging. Their attentive service left everyone stunned. It proved that as long as you have money, there are ways to spend it freely. The group discussed together. At first, Zhao Jianya and Old Ge felt reluctant to spend money, but after Lin Yan said, "If you don't spend money now, it might all be worthless later," they nodded in agreement. The entrance fee was no longer an issue, and a few people began checking the membership status. Lin Yan was a member and could bring Ding Hai inside. Lu Li was also a member, even though he was in Kyoto. It didn't matter where the chain stores were located. Fortunately, Zhao Jianya linked his wife's secondary card, so he could also bring Ge Laotu in. 6 people in total. Everyone was there. After waiting in line for nearly an hour, they finally entered the supermarket smoothly. Ding Hai disliked crowds, and he only agreed to come because Lin Yan convinced him, using a speedboat to take them there. He wore headphones and sunglasses, choosing to stay in a corner to watch over the speedboat and kayaks. The others rushed toward the shopping area, grabbing items eagerly. Once inside, Lin Yan casually looked up at the surveillance cameras above. Wow, not only were they all turned on, but there were many more than usual, with security guards and armed police patrolling everywhere. In such a secure environment, no one dared to steal. What about the promised free shopping? It looked more like a purchase worth thousands of dollars. Seeing people in the supermarket frantically grabbing items as if they were free, Lin Yan's pace naturally quickened. Honestly, this warehouse supermarket was great. All the products were in large quantities. If you managed to grab something, it was at least enough for 4 people. Lin Yan didn't hesitate and grabbed whatever she saw. When her shopping cart was full, she moved to the outdoor gear section. Seeing the items there, she suddenly had an idea and casually covered her cart with a display waterproof cloth. From then on, no matter how much she loaded, the cart never seemed full. This big shopping spree lasted over an hour. The carts of the 5 people were stacked higher than they were tall. Of course, during checkout, each of them was hit hard by the bill, which was at least 7 or 8 times higher than expected. Ding Hai silently loaded Lin Yan's items onto the speedboat, then helped her get on. He didn't look at anyone else's items, nor did he plan to touch them. By the end, Zhao Jianya and Ge Laotu's goods were all loaded onto the boat. But Yao Bin and Lu Li still had nearly half of their items that couldn't fit. They all silently looked at the empty space on the speedboat, hesitant to speak. They learned about Ding Hai's personality from Lin Yan and understood him well. But they also dared not to provoke him, especially Lu Li. When she first saw Ding Hai, she felt a bit scared of his cold presence. This time, she and Yao Bin had taken too many things. They couldn't just give up now. She nervously cleared her throat toward Lin Yan and then blinked silently, giving her a look of help. Lin Yan felt helpless but had no choice but to nervously point at the cargo on the boat and say to Ding Hai, my friend's stuff. Could you please put it on your boat? Ding Hai finally looked up at the shopping cart and responded in a faint, weak voice. On the way back, as the middle-aged man said, things were getting more chaotic everywhere. After being trapped by heavy rain and floods for so many days, even with plenty of food at home, the anxiety about survival was hard to control. The streets were full of people, men and women of all ages. They used homemade watercraft to search for supplies. Many shops were crowded with people, almost stripped of everything. Anyone who found something good might not keep it for long, as others would quickly covet it. People were fighting and pushing each other, forming groups everywhere. There were also a few official patrols maintaining order, but with so many conflicts among civilians, they couldn't manage everything. They could only turn a blind eye sometimes. Ding Hai drove the boat quickly, trying to avoid malicious people. But with so much cargo on the boat, even flying away couldn't hide them. Soon, they became easy targets for everyone. Some tried to block them, others reached out to things as they passed, and some chased with sticks and clubs. But none of that mattered. They easily defended themselves with knives and sticks. Things got more complicated when they encountered a group with their own watercraft. The other group had 1 boat and 2 small kayaks, each with 4 or 5 men sitting on them. They quickly formed a pincer movement, forcing Ding Hai to stop his boat. A muscular man with a tattoo on his arm slowly stood up on the speedboat. He placed one foot on the boat's edge, rested one hand on his leg, and held a crowbar in the other. He looked fiercely at the group and said, "What do you want to do? If you're smart, just jump into the water yourself so you don't get hurt or lose your life." Next to him, someone in a kayak agreed, "Yeah, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and disappear. Otherwise, today will be your grave. Ha ha. With all this stuff, we could eat for a month, right? I told you the calendar said today is a good day for travel, and it's good for us. You didn't believe me. Of course we believe. It's good for all of us. Ha ha ha." The group laughed loudly and confidently, as if they had everything under control. Lin Yen quickly looked around to assess their strength. They had weapons like knives, crowbars, steel forks, fishing nets, and baseball bats. Looking at their own gear, everyone held homemade stabbing tools made from clotheslines and watermelon's knives, plus Lu Li's pepper spray. There were 13 strong men on their side, including men, women, and children. The difference in strength was obvious. Soon many people started gathering around. They all knew these people weren't there to help them, but to take a share of the chaos. "What should we do?" Lu Li clenched his knife and asked nervously. Yao Bin looked serious and said, "I can do it. It depends on everyone." He was willing to give up the supplies if needed. He wouldn't back down if fighting was necessary. Zhao Jianye gritted his teeth and said, "As long as the mountains are green, there will be firewood. Maybe we should just give them what they want." He had a wife and children to take care of and couldn't afford to stay here. Old Gus stood at the front of the kayak, near Lin Yen. He poked Lin Yen with the other end of his stabbing tool and whispered, "I'll jump into the water later and flip their boat from underneath. When that happens, you all should paddle hard and run."
Huh?
Lin Yen looked at Old Go in surprise. "What do you mean, huh? I'm a retired soldier. I have some combat skills. Trust me, and tell Xiaoding what to do." Old Go quickly untied his stabbing tool, checked the watermelon knife for balance, then turned to jump into the water. "Wait a moment." Lin Yen quickly grabbed him. Then, after taking a deep breath, she took out a nail gun and fired several shots at the big-armed tattooed men on the boat. Her aim was not very accurate, but the nail gun shot very fast, 3 nails per second. No matter where the nails hit, they caused great pain. When the enemies started shouting and panicking after being ambushed, Lin Yen continued shooting at their boat. Surprisingly, the boat remained unharmed. She suspiciously looked at Ding Hai, eager for him to give an explanation. But his indifferent face, as if saying, "None of my business," made her quickly give up the idea. Moreover, the situation didn't allow her to think much, as the other 2 people in the small boats had already started attacking them. The few people who had just wanted to give up supplies to save their lives now forgot about that and grabbed knives to fight. Their moves were mostly just waving knives in front of them to block the enemies, with no one daring to strike deadly blows. Compared to them, Lin Yen was the most ruthless, stabbing with each strike to cause bleeding. Of course, Ding Hai was also very deadly, stabbing only at the heart and neck. When he injured someone, they immediately fell into the water, their blood and the red stain quickly swallowed by the deep flood. Watching Ding Hai's actions, Lin Yen felt a bit panicked. Not because he had killed someone, but because killing in a society that hadn't yet collapsed could still lead to legal punishment if discovered. She quickly looked around the environment and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boat was tied with high supplies, and Ding Hai's body was hidden in the gaps among the supplies. He only made a move when the enemies were about to get close. It seemed that only she and the unlucky person facing him directly could see his actions clearly. Seeing the enemies about to rush in with their numbers, Lin Yen reached under the rainproof cover and dragged out a bucket of alcohol. Under Ding Hai's cover, she quickly opened the lid, pulled off a helmet from the enemy's head, soaked it in alcohol, and then forcefully poured it onto the enemy's small boat. She lit a windproof lighter, threw it, and completed the action in one smooth motion. The hit kayak immediately caught fire as the flames spread with the alcohol, and even though it was still raining, the fire couldn't be put out right away. The people on the burning boat ignored everything else and, amid loud screams, jumped into the water one after another. Following the same method, another kayak also caught fire. Worried that the fire might spread to their supplies, Lin Yan urged Ding Hai to leave quickly, then shouted to his companions, "Everyone, hold on tight." Ding Hai seized the moment, started the speedboat, and sped away with a quick flick of its tail. People watching nearby didn't dare to get too close and kept avoiding. Once the speedboat reached a safe area, it slowed down gradually. "Are you all okay? Any injuries?" Lin Yan leaned over the speedboat, peering through the supplies with concern. "We're fine, but Grandpa Ge hurt his leg." Yao Bin and Luli tore some cloth to make a simple bandage for Grandpa Ge. "Is it serious?" Lin Yan carefully stepped onto the kayak to check. Grandpa Ge's face twisted with pain, but he clenched his teeth and tried to act relaxed, saying, "I'm fine, just a small cut." Luli looked at the deep, bloody wound that was almost to the bone, tears streaming down her face. "It was all to protect me. The knife was meant for me, but Grandpa Ge saved me," she said. It's okay. Don't cry, girl. It's just a small matter," Grandpa Ge said softly with a gentle smile. Zhao Jianya sat silently nearby, recalling what just happened. He still felt scared. Those people looked badly hurt. If they fell into the flood, they probably wouldn't survive. Whether directly or indirectly, they had all committed wrongs. Lin Yan felt guilty and said, "I'm sorry. I was too reckless." She thought that shooting the nail gun could knock over the speedboat, and as long as there was a gap, they could escape. But she never expected it would turn out like this. "It's not your fault," Grandpa Ge waved his hand. "You did nothing wrong. People are crazy now. If we give up this time, what about next time? Are we supposed to keep giving up forever? How can we survive like that?" "Yes." Yao Bin carefully bandaged old Ge, looking serious. He said, "This group is probably troublemakers, and the others might not be good people either. We are still too weak." Zhao Jianya took a deep breath and agreed. "Yes, if this flood doesn't go down soon, things will only get harder." Lin Yan felt better knowing everyone wasn't blaming her. But she secretly told herself that next time, she wouldn't step forward. As long as she protected herself, everything else could happen naturally. At that moment, Yao Bin spoke. "Luckily, you were smart and bought some alcohol. Later, I'll make more rocket tips at home." They had collected a lot of medical alcohol from the pet hospital. Clearly, fire attacks are better than sticks. I just grabbed it when I saw it. I remembered the fire-starting tool you mentioned and thought these chemicals might be useful. I didn't expect to actually use them. Hee. Lin Yan hurriedly explained her lie, making up a lot of stories. Yao Bin just nodded without saying much. Especially about her nail gun. No one asked any more questions. When they returned to the community, the window on the second-floor corridor had been removed. Many people in the hallway were standing in water that reached their calves. Whenever boats came back to the building, they hurried to help. But it was clear they were mainly trying to grab supplies. At first, these people were excited when they saw 3 boats loaded with supplies. But when they saw the bloodstains on the people on the boats and the knives in their hands, they were so scared they didn't dare make a sound. "What's going on with you? This is really scary," an old lady wearing black men's boots asked nervously as they entered the corridor. But no one answered her. Lin Yan wiped the rain off her face and looked at the bloodstains on her hands, making herself look especially fierce. She asked everyone, "Excuse me, do you know who the doctor is in this building?" I know." The old lady looked at old Ge being carried in by Zhao Jianya. She understood why they were looking for a doctor and quickly said, "My husband, old Zhu, is a doctor, but he's retired." "Is that okay?" "Yes," Lin Yan replied. "But, can you?" The old lady looked at the supplies on the boat, hesitating. Lin Yan understood her meaning and nodded. "What do you want?" "But we might not have it." The old lady looked a bit shy and said, "Well, I just want to ask if you have any stomach medicine. My husband is a surgeon. When he was young, he had stomach problems. Now all the medicine at home is gone. When he gets sick, it's very uncomfortable." Seeing Lin Yan's uncertain expression, she quickly added, "It's okay if you don't have it. I just hope, when you're out, you can keep an eye out and help me get some if you find any. I'm not asking for free. I'll pay for it." She had told many people this, but few helped her. Even those who agreed often asked for 2 bags of rice in exchange for a box of medicine. She didn't have 2 bags of rice now, and even if she did, she couldn't give them. Buying medicine and ending up hungry would be worse. Now, since the other person has an injured person, trading makes more sense. Okay, I have a few boxes of stomach medicine at home, but I don't know which kind you want. I'll find some for you later. If I don't have it, I'll help you look for it next time. Lin Yan was quite pleased with the old lady's attitude and sincerely agreed. All right. Grandma Zhu happily turned to run home, but then stopped and asked, "Which household are you from?" Lin Yan was about to answer, but Yao Bin spoke first. 803. Okay, I live on the 5th floor. My husband will be home soon. The old lady happily stepped into the building, splashing through the water. Yao Bin leaned close to Lin Yan's ear and said, "The 17th floor is too high. It's not convenient to go up there. Let's carry Grandpa Good to my place first. You can also pile your supplies at my home, and later we'll help move them up slowly." Seeing the group of watchful onlookers down the corridor, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Dr. Zhu soon arrived with a medical kit at 803. After examining Grandpa Ge's injury, he frowned. "This is serious. It's been soaked by rain, and you need to clean the wound and sew it up. We don't have enough medicine and tools here, so it's a bit difficult." Lin Yan asked, "What do you need?" "We can try to find it." Dr. Zhu looked at his medical kit and said, "Surgical tools need a handle, scissors, tweezers, needle holder, and hemostats. Anesthesia needs lidocaine, a tourniquet, bandages, and drainage strips." Liu immediately became anxious and asked, "Where can we find such specialized things?" "At a hospital." Dr. Zhu shook his head. The nearby Second People's Hospital was also flooded. Since it's an old building, it might collapse. Patients were quickly moved to the newly built First People's Hospital. "Maybe you can try nearby community health centers or private clinics." Linian thought for a moment and asked, "Would it be okay to use pet surgical tools and medicines?" Dr. Zhu's eyes lit up.
Yes.
Suturing isn't hard. It's better than nothing. As for medicines, it depends on the dosage. I can prepare them. Do you have any? Linian nodded. "I think I do. I'll look for them when I get home." Liu was confused by Linian's words. "Are you talking about last time?" "But we didn't need any surgical tools then." Linian scratched his nose and casually said, "I remember I had some things that included those. Maybe I grabbed them by mistake because it was too dark. That's possible." Liu didn't press further. After Dr. Zhu cleaned old Ge's wound briefly, he awkwardly said, "My wife said you would give me stomach medicine, but I want to change it. Is that okay?" Linian and Liu, who had just reached the door, looked at him cautiously. Could this old man be trying to get a better deal? Dr. Zhu pretended not to notice their expressions and calmly said, "It's just the two of us at home now. My daughter and her family are in the East City District and can't come over for now. We still have enough food and supplies, but we're running low on medicine. My wife has high blood pressure, and I'm worried she might have a crisis without medication. So," he awkwardly rubbed his hands and then blurted out his true thoughts, "I want to find some blood pressure medicine for her." "I don't need my stomach medicine. It's a lifelong problem, and I'm used to it. I have some," Old Gur replied happily. Probably because they are both empty nesters and can empathize, he generously offered some of his blood pressure medicine. Dr. Zhu nodded repeatedly in thanks. Seeing that an agreement was reached, Linian hurriedly left to go home and get medical supplies. When she arrived home and opened the fire door, she was surprised to find all her purchased goods stacked right outside her door. Was the delivery that fast? Lin glanced at Ding Hai's closed door. Just as she was about to unlock her own door, she heard groaning and crying sounds coming from the corridor. "I'm so exhausted. I really can't walk anymore." It was Tong Li's voice. Zhao Jianya panted and chuckled. "I told you to leave the 8th floor first and move up slowly. You insisted on doing it all at once. If you're tired, just stop and rest. I'll move slowly by myself. All the stuff is bought by myself. Why are you bothering others? Whether you move now or later, you have to do it. It's better to avoid trouble," Tong Li said as she stepped into the corridor, threw a bag of rice onto the ground, and sat down heavily. "Auntie, how many trips have you made?" Lin asked with a smile. Tong Li was startled by the sudden voice. Seeing it was Lin, she panted and said helplessly, "How many trips? This one nearly made me burst my lungs. It's too exhausting. Oh? Is this your first trip? Lin looked at the high pile of goods and became more suspicious. Zhao Jianya spoke up. Yes, shouting has good stamina. He can do a trip in 5 or 6 minutes. He's already finished moving your things. Now, he's downstairs watching over the supplies. Ding Hai helping to watch the supplies? Lin's eyes widened instinctively.
How could that be?
She thought he was probably just checking his own speedboat. That thought flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but find this straightforward guy a little adorable. Watching the two wobble into the door, Lin still felt puzzled. 5 or 6 minutes for a round trip, with heavy loads up and down 15 floors. She was really starting to not understand him anymore. After storing the supplies in her space, Lin quickly took a shower, changed her clothes. She then took out surgical tools and a bunch of medicines from her space, and ran downstairs. When she arrived at 803, the room was noisy and chaotic. What's going on? Lin asked, handing the bag to Dr. Zhu with a puzzled look. Luli pointed at old Go, who was puffing up his chest angrily. This stubborn old man insists on going back to his own house. He says he doesn't like it here, afraid of dirtying our place. I'm an old man, and it's really inconvenient, old Gus said with a pale face, forcing a smile. My leg injury won't heal anytime soon. Staying at your place isn't convenient. It's better to go back to my own house, Luli continued to argue. But after you go home, no one will take care of you. The doctor said you shouldn't move around for now. How will you manage eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom alone? We can't hire a caregiver right now. Luli had also thought about this. It's not that they couldn't find a caregiver. As long as they offered some food, many people would be willing to come and help. But the situation is special now. Who knows if the person coming is a human or something else? Lin Yan calmly helped Dr. Zhu pick out some tools and casually said, Grandpa Go might not feel comfortable at your place. Why don't you go to his house and be his caregiver? After spending a few days together, she knew Luli was straightforward. As long as someone was kind to her, she would return the kindness sincerely. Moreover, it was a life-saving favor from Grandpa Go. Huh. Luli suddenly had a bright idea. Nian Nian, you're so clever. Why didn't I think of that? She excitedly looked at Grandpa Go. Grandpa Go, what do you think? We can stay at your house for a while to take care of you. Once your leg heals, we'll come back. Grandpa Go was speechless at this sudden change. Lin Yan wasn't sure if Grandpa Go would agree. She just mentioned it casually. If he agreed, it would be perfect, because the floodwaters would soon rise higher and more people would be left without homes. The residents on the lower floors would no longer be safe. Also, with so many people coming and going at the entrance every day, it wouldn't be long before they figured out who could go out and who had supplies. Yao Bin and others often carried supplies home, so they couldn't avoid being watched. Soon, the 803 apartment wouldn't be safe. And with Jiang Ling around, Grandpa Go, who lives alone, would be an easy target. She had many secrets herself and wasn't sure if she could trust the others. If Grandpa Go was willing, they could all stay on the 17th floor, where they could look out for each other. But she couldn't say this directly. Maybe the old man preferred to be alone and didn't like to be disturbed. So she didn't say anything more. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Go responded differently than usual and agreed right away. If you don't mind an old man like me, come move in. Staying on the 17th floor, we can look out for each other. Look at your house. Just a moment ago, several people were knocking on the door. With you two looking so weak, you'll be robbed sooner or later. Huh? You mean move in directly? This time, Luli hesitated and awkwardly replied. That might not be good. I mean, the two of us can just take care of you for a while. Once your leg heals, you can go back. Lin Yan understood Grandpa Ji's intention and quickly added fuel to the fire. When you come back, your house might be completely torn apart. Grandpa Go is also in danger. Once the water reaches the 3rd floor, the next group forced to leave their homes will definitely include him.
Liu linud da tut fuli.
That's true. After Yao Bin finishes moving, I'll talk to him about it. Dr. Zhu, who was preparing surgical tools and medicine nearby, looked at them with envy and said, I'm really jealous that you get along so well with your neighbors. It's good to have someone to help in a tough time. The people on the 5th floor, No matter how much kindness they've received from my wife and me, in the end, they just want to rush into our home and tear us apart. When he mentioned kindness, Lin Yen suddenly remembered the kind old lady in the residence group and tentatively asked, "Is your grandson called Daeong?" Dr. Zhu looked up in surprise. "How do you know?" Lin Yen awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "I saw Daeong grandma speak in the residence group. Since your home is on the 5th floor, I made a guess." "I see." Dr. Zhu continued working silently, helplessly saying, "My wife is very kind-hearted. She kindly gave away some food, but it only brought more trouble. Some ungrateful people keep knocking on our door, even in the middle of the night. It's so noisy that we almost want to go out and fight." Lu Li angrily agreed. "We can't be nice now. Most people have bad intentions." Dr. Zhu strongly agreed.
Exactly.
When interests are involved, human nature is hard to trust. After speaking, he fixed Grandpa Ji's already anesthetized leg to a chair with tape. He sat on a small stool, turned on the flashlight Lu Li had given him, and began stitching the wound. Seeing this, Lin Yen and Lu Li quickly left the living room. They sat in the living room for a while. Lin Yen suddenly said, "You keep watch here. I'll go help them." Lu Li nodded, and she hurried out the door and down the stairs. For some reason, the corridor suddenly filled with people rushing downstairs, pushing and shoving to get out first. Lin Yen grabbed someone and asked, "What's going on?" "The rescue team has arrived and is distributing supplies." That person let go of Lin Yen's hand, worried someone might grab more supplies, and quickly turned to the stairs. If he wasn't afraid of falling, he probably would have jumped straight down. When Lin Yen reached the 4th floor, the hallway was so crowded it was hard to move. She couldn't go up or down. After a while, rescue workers with a loudspeaker started shouting, "Everyone, please don't push. Line up on the right side. Leave the left side open for neighbors going upstairs. We will distribute supplies by floor and room number. Pushing forward won't help. Be orderly. Everyone will get food. If you're not orderly, someone else will take your share." Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. The tense atmosphere eased quickly. "What's being given out?" someone asked. The worker mechanically read out, "Food, drinks, and daily necessities. Take what you need. Don't complain or pick. It's better than nothing. Saving your life is the most important. Now, step back and make way." This time, Lin Yen couldn't help but laugh. The old man reminded her of a train conductor. The workers called out the floor numbers and organized everyone into lines. Then, each floor was given a number card, and the leader held it high. This way, people coming later knew where to stand. Lin Yen's goal wasn't to get supplies. She took advantage of the crowd moving to slip out quickly and run downstairs. "Hey, why are you cutting in line?" A man saw Lin Yen and shouted. Nearby, others agreed, "Yeah, how shameless. Why does it matter to you?" Lin Yen's husband's wife weakly tugged at him. "They said supplies are given out by floor and room number. Even if she's first, so what?" The man looked at Lin Yen's back and rolled his eyes, saying nothing more. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Lin Yen quickly reached the 2nd floor. As she stepped through the water, she was stopped by rescue workers. "What's going on? Didn't we say to line up and wait for the room number call? Go back now." The workers pushed Lin Yen back and set up a barrier. "I am not here to collect supplies. My friend was just moving things home. I am here to find them." "Where are they?" Along the way, she didn't see Ding Hai or Yao Bin. "They are probably still outside." A staff member looked at the corridor entrance on the 2nd floor. "Are you here for supplies?" "I haven't seen anyone. Right now, our rescue team is bringing supplies here. The area is cleared. After we finish distributing the supplies, you can look for them. Don't cause trouble." "Oh," Lin Yen pouted and had to step back for now. Suddenly, a sharp female voice from the staff broke out. "What's wrong with you, little girl? Every time, you're uncooperative. What are you trying to do now?" Hearing Jiang Ling's voice, Lin Yen felt very annoyed. She slowly turned around, a flash of anger in her eyes. "What I want to do is that your business. Just mind your own affairs." Jiang Ling, feeling challenged, looked at the staff beside her, her sarcasm becoming more obvious. "What are you saying? A girl like you really has no manners. Now everyone is working together to fight the disaster, but you keep causing trouble. If you have any sense, don't ask us for supplies. A person in a red vest nearby also smiled mockingly. Young people these days are all the same. So selfish, only caring about themselves, not caring about others' lives. Exactly, Zhang Ling said more confidently. This girl lives alone. I arranged for residents on the second floor to stay at her place, but she refused. Not only that, she even encouraged neighbors not to stay. Isn't her heart just rotten? Really like that. Several people carrying things nearby looked at Lin Yan with some disgust and dislike. You're talking nonsense. Lin Yan was instantly angered. But she quickly suppressed her emotions and showed a sweet smile. Yes, I have a bad heart. I was spoiled at home and a bit willful. But you are a kind and friendly person. Getting angry at a girl like me is ungraceful and unnecessary. Old lady, can you speak properly? Zhang Ling scolded sharply. She is 45 years old, usually takes good care of herself, and even among women in their 30s, she looks natural and not out of place. How can she be called an old lady? Such words are a huge insult to her. Lin Yan didn't care and continued. Moreover, you are our leader, holding our supplies in your hands. Who dares offend you? If you accidentally get angry and stop giving us supplies, our world will fall apart. I can't risk that. Can you? She turned to look at the crowd behind her, who were watching the scene. The crowd was caught off guard by her sudden mention, and for a moment, they didn't respond. But they all shook their heads instinctively. Some who reacted quickly said directly, "She dares to refuse us supplies? She's just a property manager, collecting our fees to serve us residents. She dares to act bossy in front of us. How shameless." Exactly, who does she think she is? Daring to threaten us. The government gives us supplies, not her family. Why does she get to decide? Exactly why. Suddenly, the residents started criticizing Zhang Ling, forgetting that just the day before, they had praised her. The scene became hard to control. I never threatened you. When did I say I wouldn't give you supplies? Zhang Ling was confused by the group attack. Usually sharp-tongued, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yan pouted, looking wronged and provoking. You did say that. You just said I don't listen to you, so you won't give me rescue supplies. I was just protecting my rights. I don't want strangers entering my home. What's my mistake? In the future, if someone doesn't follow your orders, you'll probably refuse to give them supplies too. I didn't. Zhang Ling shouted angrily. Lin Yan deliberately shivered, then sniffed and weakly said, If you didn't, then why did you shout so loudly? It scared me to death. She then took small steps backward, disappearing into the crowd. Next, the residents took a strong stance. The flood kept everyone trapped at home for so long. Not only was there a shortage of supplies that made people very anxious, but their minds were also under great stress, almost breaking. No one could handle such pressure. Whenever someone found a way to vent their feelings, whether about the situation in front or behind, or about people who knew or didn't know the facts, everyone started to follow suit and curse. At this moment, Lin Yan was humming a little tune as she slowly walked up to the 8th floor. In her past life, no matter what happened, she always argued her case firmly. She learned from her tears and pain what the truth of human nature really was. In this world, no one cares about right or wrong, black or white. What matters is where the benefits are, because that is the real truth. About 2 hours later, Yaobin finally returned home. As soon as he entered, he gulped down a bottle of mineral water. Lu Li hurried over and asked, Where have you two been? You took so long to come back. I was worried sick. Yaobin said, We were chased away by the supply ship team. We had no choice but to give way to them. When we returned, most of the supplies had already been distributed, so we didn't have to wait in line. He then took out the supplies he had received and looked through them. They included enough for 3 days for one person. 3 bottles of mineral water for buckets of instant noodles, 5 self-heating rice boxes for packs of pickled vegetables, 5 sausages, and a roll of toilet paper. There was also a small bag of unknown contents. He took a closer look and saw it was water purification tablets. Now, every household lacked water, and rainwater couldn't be boiled because there was no energy. These water purification tablets were truly life-saving supplies. During this moment, Lu Li, as if showing off, exaggerated the story she heard from Lin Yan about her glorious deeds and recounted it to Yao Bin. Yao Bin listened and gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. I knew it. The person distributing supplies turned into old Zhao. That white lotus needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she might really think she's the boss here. Lu Li looked suspicious. Old Zhao? Zhao Jinya. Lin Yan also looked up at Yao Bin.
Yao Bin nodded.
Yes, now old Zhao is organizing the aftermath. The staff still respect him very much. He's from the street office, so he must be a leader. Lu Li wasn't interested in who was the building manager, but instead pulled Yao Bin to talk about old Ge. Meanwhile, Lin Yan sat quietly, lost in thought. She didn't think Jiangling would easily give up the position of building manager, but it was uncertain how the thoughtful Zhao Jianya would react. After discussing with old man Ge, Yao Bin and the others decided to move to the 17th floor right now. Yao Bin went out to call 4 men he knew well. He offered each of them 10 bowls of instant noodles, 5 bottles of mineral water, and a bag of salt to help carry old man Ge to the 17th floor. As for the supplies at home, because they didn't want to show off wealth, they decided to slowly move things themselves. Fortunately, this was Yao Bin's parents' house, so there weren't many household items. But Yao Bin and his family had also stockpiled quite a bit of supplies recently. Together with Lin Yan, the 3 of them worked hard for 3 nights to finish moving everything. That's a story for another time. Old man Ge successfully returned to his home, and Lin Yan also went back to the 17th floor. She picked some snacks and knocked on Ding Hai's door. Do you want some? When the door opened, Lin Yan held up a big bag of crunchy peas, smiling brightly. Ding Hai's expression paused slightly, and he reached out to take the tall, big pea and hugged it. These are for you. Looking at the large box of chips, nuts, and cookies on the ground, Ding Hai looked a bit stunned. But then he slightly smiled and said, Thank you. Lin Yan smiled. I should be thanking you. You ran an errand for me, and it was quite dangerous. They paid me, Ding Hai said simply. Yes. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment, then said, Next time you face danger, be more careful. Don't kill anyone easily, or you'll get sent to jail. After speaking, she watched Ding Hai's face for his reaction. He still looked indifferent, which made her feel a bit powerless. I don't know if you'll understand me, but I understand, Ding Hai replied. I will be more careful in the future. Good. Lin Yan nodded happily. For some reason, she felt that Ding Hai was a bit different from when he was a child. He didn't seem like a patient anymore, just a little more indifferent than normal. Well, I should go now. Lin Yan pointed to her own door and was about to leave. At that moment, Ding Hai called out to stop her. Wait! Before he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed back home. Soon after, he came out carrying something else. This one is more powerful. The one I gave you has small nails, good for hitting people but not strong enough for objects. Lin Yan took the iron piece, which was twice as big as her nail gun, and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she smiled. Did you use this to shoot through the boat before? That. Ding Hai was not good at lying. Lin Yan didn't dwell on this and asked cautiously, You gave me this. Do you have more? Ding Hai nodded quickly. Good. I won't be polite then. If you need anything, just tell me. Maybe I have it. She knew how harsh the end of the world was. Things like today's incident would only happen more often in the future. Having more weapons means more chances to stay alive. She didn't want to miss that. As for guns, there's no rush. Maybe someday she'll find one. This time, Ding Hai surprisingly managed a small smile. Back home, after washing up, Lin Yan changed into comfortable home clothes. She opened a jar of nuts, ate some, and focused her mind on her space. This trip to the supermarket was quite fruitful. She collected enough food, clothes, and supplies to last her half a year. In her space, she placed the small wooden house next to the spirit spring. Before, to save space, she packed the house full of supplies. Now, she cleared everything out. She found bedding, pots, pans, and utensils, and arranged the room according to standard size. It looked very cozy. After setting it up, Lin Yan silently thought about the dream she had. For some reason, the more she looked at the wooden house, the more it felt out of place here. The house and the grassland were a perfect match, but something still felt strange. Color?
Shape?
Size? She thought hard for a long time, but her head started to hurt, and she couldn't figure it out. She had to give up for now. It seemed she still needed to upgrade her space to explore its secrets further. Inside the sealed building, there weren't many secrets. The story of how she went out on the 17th floor and gathered a lot of supplies spread quickly. Zhao Jianye was the most visible during the supply distribution, and everyone in the building looked for him. They wanted to borrow a kayak, and even more, they hoped he could take them out for a trip. Zhao Jianye also did not want to let everyone down and took a group to find Yaobin. Yaobin felt helpless. Facing a neighbor in the corridor, he made a tough decision. My kayak belongs to the public. I still need to return it later. If it gets damaged or lost, I can't afford to replace it. Sorry about that. After this life-or-death struggle, he was still shaken. Their household supplies could last 3 to 5 months, so there was no need to take such risks. The kayak couldn't go out on its own. It was their lifeline. Yaobin's decision, though it hurt Zhao Jianye's pride, did not make Zhao angry. In a life-or-death situation, he understood. Moreover, the kayak was also related to his family's interests. For a short time, no one from the 17th floor went out. Lin Yan, worried about the liquefied gas station, decided to go alone at dawn. In the dark, rainy night, over the cold water surface, faintly visible houses looked eerie and frightening. Even though Lin Yan had seen such scenes before, she still felt her heart pounding with fear. She gathered her courage, clenched her teeth, and focused to keep her attention from being distracted. She sped quickly and soon reached her destination. When she saw the station's gate, her heart sank. She knew the station's building was not tall and could be submerged. She was prepared to salvage what she could. But now, only a part of the gate was visible, and it was open. Not only was the gate open, but the iron door inside was also wide open. It was clear that someone had been there before. Lin Yan wiped the rain from her face silently, feeling a wave of despair. After calming herself for a moment, she headed northeast. That was a small tech park. Although she had never worked at a company, Yuan Xiao had told her that the benefits there were very good, with plenty of food and drinks. Since she was already there, she couldn't leave empty-handed. She wanted to get something. On the way, she passed by a 5-star hotel, but she only glanced at it and kept going. Inside the hotel, many trapped guests were likely hiding, and their resources were vital for survival. Resources she couldn't claim. When she arrived at the tech park, Lin Yan randomly chose a building, broke a window with a glass breaker and an axe. The sound of glass breaking was especially loud on the quiet, rainy night. Lin Yan quietly watched outside the window for a while. After making sure there was no unusual movement, she carefully entered. The dark, gloomy building was very scary. It made Lin Yan think of a horror movie called Office Ghost. What if she regrets this? She shouldn't have come at night. Lin Yan forced herself to stay calm and turned on the searchlight above her head. The faint light shone inside, outlining rows of desks. Wow, this is even scarier. This company's range of products is really wide. It includes various foods, drinks, rice, flour, and cooking oils, as well as baby supplies, bedding, cosmetics, small appliances, and more. It seems that, except for clothing, they have almost everything in small goods. It's like a copy of a Western-style market. Lin Yan looked around and moved everywhere her legs took her. Her hands followed, stuffing everything into her pockets, including display cabinets. Although these items were just samples and not many, they were enough for her to use for several months. Lin Yan tore open a bag of beef jerky, chewed it happily, and left the company with a good mood. Suddenly, she bumped into a group of people. "Hey, is there someone here?" A tall, thin man instinctively shouted. A chubby man beside him looked at Lin Yan with a tired expression, ignoring her. "Who cares if there's someone? Hurry up. This person is really skilled, cleaning everything out so thoroughly, not a single hair left." The chubby man kicked a trash can and was about to go through another door. Wait, she's just a young girl. The tall, thin man gritted his teeth and patted a man in a floral shirt. They both smiled and approached Lin Yan. Lin Yan stared at them tightly, her whole body tense. The half-eaten beef jerky in her mouth lost its flavor. She silently put her hands behind her back and took out a bottle of chilly water from her space. Although she had other deadly weapons, the law was still in place, and she couldn't kill casually. Moreover, there were three men. In a situation where strength was uneven, she had to hit accurately on the first try. Any mistake could cost her life. So, she could only buy time to escape. Just as she quickly assessed the situation and prepared to act, a voice suddenly came from the staircase behind her. "What are you guys doing here?" Lin Yan's heart tightened suddenly. "Found what we were looking for," the person behind said as he approached. Lin Yan quickly backed against the wall and turned to look. The man saw her face clearly and exclaimed, "Xiao Mao Mao, what are you doing here?" This nickname sounded so familiar.
Me.
"Zhou Peng, don't you remember me?" The man quickly walked over to Lin Yan, smiling and pointing at himself. "Oh, Zhou Peng, the one from the pharmacy, I remember." Seeing the visitor was Zhou Peng, Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Her tension eased slightly, but her hand behind her still remained clenched. Zhou Peng greeted her like an old friend, full of joy. "What a coincidence. You have no idea how much I wanted to find you. I tried to message you, but you didn't reply. Maybe your phone was out of battery." Before Lin Yan could answer, the skinny man in a floral shirt took his hands out of his pockets and seriously interrupted. "Boss, is this your friend?"
Yeah.
Zhou Peng replied. "This is my friend, Sister Mao, the one I told you about. From now on, you should show her some respect, got it?" Hearing Zhou Peng call her that, Lin Yan's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. She awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "My name is Lin Yan. Nice to meet you, Sister Yan." The two men on the other side shouted cheerfully at the same time, startling Lin Yan again. In an instant, the scene changed completely. Lin Yan quickly blended into this small group, feeling perfectly at ease. "I don't know who's so clever, smarter than us. They've already searched everything here," the chubby man continued complaining. Feeling guilty, Lin Yan rubbed her nose and said insincerely, "Exactly. I searched everywhere and only found a bag of beef jerky that was missed. Do you want some?" She offered the beef jerky. The three men looked at Zhou Peng, and only after he nodded did they reach out to take it. Lin Yan watched this scene and couldn't help but be amazed. This versatile guy really isn't to be underestimated. His skill in winning people over is top-notch. "Where do you live?" Lin Yan asked to change the subject. "Jinghua community. They're my good brothers. Honestly, I have to thank you." Zhou Peng was very talkative, quickly sharing his basic background. It turned out Zhou Peng was an orphan. He had 5 brothers, 3 with him here, and 2 working as guards, all of whom he had brought out from the orphanage. Since childhood, they had been self-reliant in the orphanage. After entering society, their survival skills became very strong. Zhou Peng was the smartest and most emotionally intelligent among them, so naturally, he became the leader. Recently, after helping Lin Yan buy medicine, he instinctively stocked up a lot of supplies. Surprisingly, he guessed right. With supplies in hand, their lives were not too difficult, and they gradually started bartering goods with each other. There were 6 of them. Zhou Peng worked in medicine, while the others were involved in various trades. Some ran small businesses, some drove shared taxis, and others worked as real estate agents. In short, they all relied on their brains to make a living. Lin Yan was surprised by the variety of skills they had. As a descendant of a merchant, she truly admired these clever people. After Zhou Peng shared his situation, he mischievously began to ask Lin Yan questions. "Big Sister Yan, just tell me, do you know something? Is the end of the world coming? Are you reborn?" He threw 3 questions at Lin Yan, making her roll her eyes. "End of the world? Rebirth? You've been reading too many novels," Lin Yan firmly denied. Come on, you just won't admit it." Zhou Peng looked at Lin Yan sideways for a while, but finally, he couldn't resist and compromised. All right, let me ask differently. What should we stock up on next?" Lin Yan looked at him with a look of disgust. Can you just say what you think will happen next? Zhou Peng instantly turned into a little brother, happily following behind Lin Yan. Behind him, 3 more eager followers trailed. Lin Yan sighed helplessly, entered the women's restroom, and kept the others outside. She took out a kayak and a backpack from her space. She remained cautious and didn't take out the motorboat. When Zhou Peng and the others saw her pulling out heavy objects, they hurried to help but were glared at by Lin Yan. She looked at the tall, thin man and the man in a floral shirt with suspicion, making them feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Peng quickly noticed something was wrong. He slapped the 2 on the back of their heads and shouted, "What did you do? Did you bully Big Sister Nian just now?" "I didn't." The tall, thin man looked aggrieved. "I just thought Big Sister Nian was a girl trapped in this building and wanted to help her." The man in the floral shirt also agreed. "Yes, third brother, just like saving someone like Bal Bal." Lin Yan didn't expect that this man in the floral shirt was a stutter, speaking 2 words at a time. No wonder he was the only one among them doing online reselling. Zhou Peng understood and explained to Lin Yan, "They mean no harm. They are not bad people. Yesterday, when we were looking for supplies, we rescued a mother and her child who were in trouble in a house. They might think you are also trapped here." Lin Yan realized she had misunderstood and quickly apologized. "Sorry about that." The skinny old man shook his head to show it was okay, while the cheerful old man touched his head and chuckled. The chubby second man snorted dismissively and looked down on them, saying, "Can you 2 use your brains? Look at Sister Nian's gear. How could she be trapped here?" Lin Yan instinctively looked down at her outfit, a black long-sleeve swimsuit, purple water shorts, goggles hanging around her neck, and a flashlight on her forehead. It definitely didn't look like she was trapped here. This chubby old man's observation skills are impressive. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Zhou Peng started asking more questions. Lin Yan had to make up an answer on the spot. "With such deep flooding, there will definitely be all kinds of germs. You've already stocked up on medicine, so you're not worried." Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. "I know that. I understand some medicine and have been giving my brothers health-boosting pills. I just want to know what disasters might come next." Lin Yan rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not a weather forecaster. How would I know? Big sister, you're my real sister. Just tell me a little, just a tiny bit." As they spoke, they reached the exit of a tall building. Zhou Peng helped Lin Yan put on a raincoat, supported her onto a small boat, and then climbed in himself. He was convinced that Lin Yan had some kind of precognition ability and was determined to find out some news. The 3 small boats drifted toward the next building. Lin Yan, feeling relaxed, quickly organized her words and used an official tone to speak. "Actually, I have a relative who works in the weather department." When Zhou Peng saw Lin Yan finally willing to speak, he eagerly listened. "The information I got might not be completely accurate. It's about strange weather, heavy rain, and possible floods. After that, the temperature might drop suddenly. In the end-of-the-world discussions, everyone was talking about this. There was nothing to hide. Either believe it or not." Zhou Peng was shocked when he heard this. His paddles stopped moving. He was not surprised about the heavy rain or the temperature drop. What shocked him was that Lin Yan actually knew this. Is she an angel sent to save him? He lost his parents, but was given a second chance at life. 4 brothers, who believed strongly in the news about Lin Yan, started gathering supplies more eagerly. They piled all the found items on an open space, letting Lin Yan choose what she wanted. "Maybe we can give you all these, and we'll help you take them back," Zhou Peng said generously. Lin Yan quietly took all the herbs from a traditional medicine shop and silently searched through the supplies. She picked some health gift boxes, which included mountain delicacies, seafood, and various other items, bright and colorful. These are good things. After the end of the world, people's bodies need extra nourishment. I'll take some of this. The rest you can take away, she said. Most of the other items were snacks, and her space was enough to hold them all. Zhou Peng didn't expect her to give up so much, so he quickly pointed to a few large boxes. These are all food 6 or 7 snack cabinets. Don't you want them? Lin Yan casually grabbed a bag of dried sweet potatoes, a chocolate bar, a bag of jerky, and a bottle of spicy sauce, stuffing them into her backpack. I don't want the rest. I found some yesterday. Old Hua, the fourth, pulled out a big box and said quietly, "Face masks." Lin Yan looked over. Maybe I should take some of those too. She had enough masks in her space to use 10 faces, but right now, she needed to do something to seem normal. Fatty kicked a bag at his feet. "There's some coffee and heat patches inside." Fine, Lin Yan also reached in and grabbed some heat patches to put in her backpack. "Are you sure you don't want any more?" Zhou Peng asked with a smile.
Yeah, I don't want any, she replied.
Zhou Peng pushed a seemingly heavy black bag toward her. Lin Yan opened it. It was a big bag of money, worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. She swallowed and smiled shyly. "I don't want it." If this had been before the end of the world, she would have been thrilled to get free money. But now, it's just a pile of paper. What would she do with it? The dollar store had reopened once, but then closed again. Later, Zhao Jianya and others went back, only to find that the supplies had been taken by the authorities and were no longer available to the public. "Money doesn't interest you? Then what do you like?" Zhou Peng asked. Lin Yan squinted slightly, with a half-smile, and said, "I like gold, jade, emeralds, and antiques. Do you have any?" Zhou Peng was surprised, poked his nose with his finger, and said shyly, "Honestly, I don't have any of those. I was wondering why you have so many supplies and come here to look for goods. Are you planning to make some quick money?" Lin Yan slightly curled her lips and snorted at him. "Agree. He's quite clever. If you're looking for those, you should go to the antique street. The tech park is full of workers' places. Besides instant noodles and spicy sauces, there's not much valuable." Zhou Peng picked up a box of instant noodles and threw it back with a look of disgust. Fat Lao Air chimed in. "I've been to the antique street. It's flooded up to the rooftops, and there's nothing left." Slim Lao San agreed. "Not just the antique street. The jewelry stores are empty. I don't know if they were taken away or washed away." All of this was expected by Lin Yan. In her previous life, when she learned that the space needed these items, she would carefully look for supplies outside, but there was almost nothing left. It wasn't robbed or looted. During the heavy rain, the shop owners or staff must have taken the valuables away. After all, shop owners and staff aren't fools. If they could still go out, they wouldn't leave precious things behind. Lin Yan didn't want to continue this topic and said, "I just came to try my luck. If I don't find anything, that's fine." The others didn't continue talking after hearing that. Zhou Peng pointed to a pile of large black trash bags beside him and said to the others, "Pack these gift boxes and tie them onto the kayak." The group immediately started working. After packing the supplies, it was almost noon. They gathered nearby and cooked a hot pot together. No one knew when they might meet again. Before leaving, Zhou Peng gave Lin Yan his address so she could find him if needed. Lin Yan refused to share her address, and Zhou Peng understood. If he had that many supplies, he wouldn't leave his address either. The kayak moved a short distance and Lin Yan turned back and said, "If the cold wave really comes in 2 months, try to go underground to seek shelter." She didn't want to say how low the temperature could drop, since even the officials couldn't predict it. She just mentioned it to see if they believed her. Zhou Peng waved his hand at her and made an "okay" sign. After Lin Yan left, Zhou Peng looked back at the room full of supplies and ordered. All the gift boxes of supplements should be unpacked, bagged, and taken away. The moisturizing masks and skincare products should be unpacked as well. The hot packs, the filling foods, and energy snacks should all be taken. All the bedding and blankets should be brought too. As for the money, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Forget it." Lin Yan left the tech park in a small boat, her arms almost tired out before she finally managed to paddle into a corner. She took out her paddle boat, climbed over, and then stored the entire kayak along with the supplies into her space. Soon after, the motor started, and she sped quickly back home. When she arrived at the community, Lin Yan paddled her kayak and carried her backpack into the building. Unlike when she came down at night, the hall was now full of people. Besides those living in the corridor, residents inside the apartments were also outside walking around now and then. Some people came out to stretch and get some fresh air, others were borrowing things, and some were asking for news. The building was lively, like a busy market. Seeing Lin Yan carrying her backpack and kayak upstairs, many envious people followed her eagerly. "Young girl, Where did you get that? Can I borrow your kayak? Young girl, do you have any food? I can pay you for it. Young girl, don't be so stingy. We're neighbors. Young girl. Lin Yen kept her head down, carrying her kayak and walking upstairs, ignoring everyone around her. When someone tried to stop her, she simply bumped into them. When someone reached out to pull her, she angrily shook them off, radiating a fierce, "Don't mess with me" aura. But no matter how fierce she acted, she was still just a girl, and some unscrupulous troublemakers kept trying to provoke her. For example, Lu Dajuan. Lu Dajuan and his family were arguing with a woman nearby. Lin Yen heard her voice from afar, loudly defending herself. "I just came to borrow some food. This uncle kindly gave me a bread. If you don't want it, just take it back." There's no need to say all those things. Lu Dajuan's wife was shouting at the woman, calling her a fox spirit and accusing her of trying to her husband. She believed the bread was part of some secret affair between the two. The woman's voice was urgent, but still polite. Compared to Lu Dajuan's wife, it sounded like a gentle lady confronting a rough woman from the market. When Lin Yen passed by their floor, she saw this short-haired young woman walking over, shouting, "This is just too unreasonable." Lu Dajuan's wife was pulled back home by her mother-in-law. Lu Dajuan was probably trying to be a peacemaker, apologizing to the young woman. But when he saw Lin Yen's figure, his expression changed instantly. He strode over quickly. "Stop right there." The short-haired young woman thought he was talking to her, so she stopped and looked back. Lu Dajuan quickly softened his voice and explained, "Not you, I mean her." He pointed at Lin Yen, his tone sharp again. "Are you going out again? Leave some things behind." He wasn't asking. He was giving an order. Lin Yen didn't even glance at him and kept walking upstairs. Without hesitation, Lu Dajuan stepped forward and yanked the kayak bag off Lin Yen's back. Suddenly, his eye was hit hard with a punch. Both Lu Dajuan and Lin Yen were stunned by the. She looked blankly at Ding Hai, who had suddenly appeared beside her. She moved her lips but made no sound. Ding Hai pulled Lin Yen back and pointed at Lu Dajuan with one hand, warning with a fierce look, "If you dare to bully her again, I will kill you. Try me if you don't believe it." Lu Dajuan clearly wasn't afraid. To him, Ding Hai was just a big kid, maybe a little taller than him. He used to fear him only because he was worried he might let the dogs loose. Now, he was alone here. What was there to be afraid of? Angrily, Lu Dajuan clenched his fists and swung a punch at Ding Hai. But Ding Hai tilted his head slightly and dodged the punch. Then he threw punch after punch, hitting Lu Dajuan's eyes, nose, chin, and stomach. Lu Dajuan was unable to fight back, forced to lean against the wall and endure passively, unable even to shout. Finally, Ding Hai's fist stopped at Lu Dajuan's throat. In his foggy consciousness, he said again, "Remember this. Next time you die." After saying that, he didn't even look at the frightened onlookers. He turned around, picked up Lin Yen's kayak, and led her upstairs. After climbing one floor, Lin Yen finally snapped out of her surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" Ding Hai had nothing with him, and the kayak was gone. It didn't seem like he had just come from outside, nor was he planning to go out. "Just passing by," he replied. Lin Yen. This day was really hard to talk about.
"Wait."
"Hold on, everyone." The short-haired young woman's voice called out from behind. Lin Yen stopped and looked back at her. The woman hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can I borrow some food? My dad went out yesterday to find some, but he hasn't come back yet. My mom and I have no food left." Seeing Lin Yen's expressionless look, she added, "I'll return it. When my dad comes back, I'll give it back to you. Is that okay?" She begged Lin Yen, glancing casually at Ding Hai, but he didn't turn his head. Lin Yen looked at the young woman a bit longer. Honestly, this girl was really pretty. She looked about 17 or 18, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a delicate face that seemed to glow. With that kind of looks, she could easily become a top-tier star. And her voice was as sweet as a nightingale. No wonder Lu Dajuan, who was so selfish, was willing to be generous. Lin Yen, who loved good looks, didn't refuse her. She took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes she had just caught today from her backpack. The dried sweet potatoes were in a small, sealed package. She tore it open, grabbed a handful, and handed it to the girl with a big smile, saying money. The girl's hands froze awkwardly in midair. She didn't know whether to reach out or pull back. With a shy, red face, she weakly said, I don't have any money. No money? You can trade something else, Lin Yen said with a gentle smile. The girl didn't know what to exchange and instinctively reached into her pocket, pulling out a hand cream and a lipstick. But she thought those were useless, so she put them back. Just as she was about to speak and say she'd go home to find something, Lin Yen raised her chin and said, "That one." The girl took out the 2 items again, handed them to Lin Yen, and looked at her questioningly. Lin Yen reached for the hand cream and then handed the sweet potato chips to the beautiful girl. The girl was touched by Lin Yen's kind act and nodded repeatedly, thanking him. Thank you. Thank you. When my dad finds food, I'll return it to you. What's your apartment number? The girl knew Lin Yen was helping her and gratefully remembered his kindness. No need, Lin Yen turned to leave. But the girl quickly stepped forward and said anxiously, My name is Chinyu. I live on the 14th floor. Lin Yen nodded, but didn't say anything more. She tore open a sweet potato chip and handed it to Ding Hai, then chewed one herself. The two continued upstairs. Chanyu silently followed behind, feeling a little reluctant to leave. She thought it would be nice if she could become good friends with these 2 people. They were capable and kind-hearted, and she liked that very much. Chunyu was eager to know which apartment they lived in, so she hurried home to ask her mother. Lin Yen didn't realize someone was interested in making friends with her and asked Ding Hai worriedly, Will Lu Dajuan come to cause trouble again? Their family isn't easy to deal with. Ding Hai replied slowly, Probably not. The place I hid him was enough to make him remember to behave. He was confident in his strength. Are your hands okay? Thinking about the recoil, Lin Yen quickly grabbed Ding Hai's wrist and checked his hands from all sides. Ding Hai's hand was suddenly grabbed, and he instinctively tensed up. I'm fine. He silently pulled his hand back, looking very uncomfortable. Lin Yen didn't notice his reaction. When she saw the thick calluses on his knuckles, she felt relieved. Thinking about Ding Hai's powerful punches just now, she was a bit envious. Your boxing skills are amazing. Can you teach me? Ding Hai turned to look at her. You? No need to learn. Why?
Don't look down on me.
I work hard. Old man Ge taught me shooting, and I learned it really well, Lin Yen argued eagerly.
She didn't expect Ding Hai to be so skilled.
If she had known, she would have already asked him to teach her. In the end times, having such skills would mean she wouldn't have to worry about being bullied. Ding Hai looked at Lin Yen for a while, but he couldn't bring himself to say, I will protect you. Instead, he just said one word, okay. In the following days, Lin Yen did not go out again. Ding Hai moved the boxing pole from their home to the open space between the 2 houses and started teaching basic boxing techniques. Lin Yen studied very diligently. Her goal was to protect herself. As long as she didn't train herself to exhaustion, she kept practicing hard. Maybe because she drank spiritual spring water every day, her strength in boxing grew stronger quickly, and soon she could fight fiercely. Even Ding Hai, who usually was indifferent to everything, couldn't help but praise her talent. Gradually, after learning the basic boxing techniques, Lin Yen practiced alone. She made a daily schedule for herself. Besides boxing practice, she spent her free time working on her planting garden. The mushrooms had grown very quickly these days. Lin Yen picked a small basket of common mushrooms to store in her space, and also picked a plate of yellow mushrooms to cook later. The vegetable seedlings she planted a few days ago still hadn't sprouted. Worried about insufficient sunlight, Lin Yen moved a taller shelf into her space and placed the flower pots on it. Rain was falling, but having some light was better than none. The shelf was large, so she also took out the plastic hydroponic pipes her grandmother had used before and made water-growing containers from disposable plastic cups. She trimmed some green onions, celery, and lettuce and put them into the containers. After fussing with the plants, she started preparing food. Mushroom egg drop soup, braised chicken wings, salt and pepper shrimp, and some pickled vegetables for rice. For dishes, and a soup were served. Lin Yen couldn't wait to pick up her white rice and start eating. When they had hot pot before, they worried the aroma might drift outside and cause trouble. But surprisingly, there were still many families upstairs and downstairs cooking. Some were frying eggs, others were stir-frying chili peppers. Even now, she could smell the fried salted fish from the balcony. Without guilt, Lin Yen ate with extra enjoyment. Unbeknownst to her, upstairs, the tempting smell of the food made others crave it so much they wished they could swallow their tongues. I smell chicken wings. I want chicken wings. I don't want noodles anymore, I want chicken wings. Feng Xiaoyang from apartment 1801, smelling the aroma of chicken wings, was rolling on the floor, refusing to get up no matter how his family tried to pull him. His mother, Hu Ting, helplessly said, "There are no chicken wings. It's pouring rain outside, flooding everywhere. Every home has lost power and gas. Who could have chicken wings?" "You're mistaken." Feng Xiaoyang stood up and sniffed hard, then suddenly grinned and kept shouting, "I didn't smell wrong. It's chicken wings. I want to eat them." Grandma Feng sighed and comforted him. "Xiaoyang, listen to me. When the floodwaters go down, I will be the first to buy you chicken wings, okay? I don't want that. I want to eat now. You go buy them for me. I want them right now." Feng Xiaoyang lay on the ground, spinning in circles, kicking everything off the coffee table. "Enough already. Are you done?" Feng Yong, annoyed by the smell, also got irritated and spat as he spoke. Hu Ting scolded impatiently. "Why are you angry at the kid? If you have the energy to yell, go find a gas can. You spend all your time lying in bed. What good are you to this family?" Hu Ting looked cold and pulled her son's hand, still complaining. "Zhang Wen's husband bought a gas can early this morning. They don't have to worry about food or supplies. As for me, I have to take care of everything, feeding, drinking, and everything else. Who do I rely on?" Feng Xiaoyang hid from his mother's hand, crying louder. "I won't get up. I want to eat chicken wings. I want fish. I smell eggs, and I want to eat scrambled eggs." "Boo-hoo." Hu Ting tried several times to hold her son, but she got so angry she slapped him across the face. Everyone was stunned for 3 seconds after the slap. Then came the sound of the child's crying and the grandmother's curses, filling the room. "Enough!" Feng Yong shouted angrily, startling everyone into silence. He pointed at Hu Ting and said, "Aren't you just tired of me? Every day, you go to Zhang Wen's house. Zhang Wen's husband is so good. Why don't you go find him? Be his little wife. Then you won't have to worry about food." "What are you talking about?" Grandma Feng stood up and pushed her son. "Say less," she told her son, then looked at her trembling daughter-in-law and said, "That's just how he is. If you don't like him, your kid is already so big. We have to keep going. We still have some rice and flour at home. Why don't you take some to Zhang Wen's house to exchange for food? Otherwise, we keep eating junk food every day, and even the adults can't stand it." "I won't go. Whoever wants to go can go." Hu Ting wiped her tears and turned to go into the bedroom. She and Zhang Wen became friends because their children were classmates. Over the years, they became good friends. But that's just how women's relationships are. Even when they're very close, jealousy can make someone not want the other person to be happier than themselves. She wouldn't willingly put her face out for someone to press and rub. I want to eat chicken," Feng Xiaoyang kept crying. "Shut up too." Old Mrs. Feng frowned, with more lines on her face. She sighed, went to the kitchen, took out half a pack of dried noodles, and handed it to her eldest granddaughter, saying, "Xiaoyu, take these to Aunt Zhang Wen's house and ask if she can exchange some cooked dishes with us. If not, maybe she can help us cook something." Xiaoyu stepped back, turned her face aside, looking full of resentment. She had already gone 5 times, boldly asking for help. At first, they were willing to help, but the last time, when she knocked on the door and saw it was her, they refused outright. She felt she had no face to go again. "Why are you hiding? You can't even handle such a small task. Do we just raise you to eat free rice?" Old Mrs. Feng forcibly shoved the noodles into her granddaughter's arms. Xiaoyu said nothing. "Grandma, the rescue team sent a lot of instant rice. Can't we eat that? It tastes pretty good. Why do I have to go look at their faces?" Old Mrs. Feng shot her a glance. "Those are unhealthy. You can eat a little, but your brother can't eat junk food. If he gets sick, What will we do? Xiaoyu looked at Feng Xiaoyang, whose face was covered with tears and snot. She clenched her teeth, but still went out. But less than 5 minutes later, she came back. They won't open the door. Xiaoyu threw the noodles on the table, not giving old Mrs. Feng a chance to scold, and pulled her sister into the room. You useless girl, can't even handle such a small thing. You're just a burden. Old Mrs. Feng cursed loudly through the door for a while. Finally, her grandson's noise gave her a headache, so she put on her shoes and left. Soon after, there was a knock on Lin Yan's door. When the door opened, Lin Yan, looking disheveled and holding a piece of steamed bun, appeared in front of old Mrs. Feng. Grandma Feng, why are you here? Lin Yan looked at the noodles in old Mrs. Feng's hand, with a happy face. Are you here to bring me food? Old Mrs. Feng didn't expect Lin Yan to look like that. She was surprised and quickly hid the noodles behind her. Seeing that the food in her hand was gone, Lin Yan's face immediately fell, and she sighed. I'm okay, just missing water and gas. The food in the fridge will spoil without electricity, and without fire, I can't cook. The rescue team's food can at least be heated with rainwater, so I won't go hungry. Old Lady Feng looked at the house and dining area with a doubtful tilt of her head. She had a strange feeling that the smell of chicken wings was coming from inside. What's wrong? Lin Yan leaned to the side, blocking Old Lady Feng's view. Old Lady Feng forced a smile and said, It's just my little Yang. He said you made chicken wings, but I said that's impossible. He insisted it was from your house. Haha, no way, Lin Yan awkwardly chuckled. Forget chicken wings. There are fried eggs and salted fish too, right? I'm just nibbling on dry bread while smelling all this. Hearing this, Old Lady Feng also smiled.
See?
Little Yang said there was a smell downstairs, but his mom said he was mistaken, that it wasn't your house. Maybe it's from next door. Her eyes flicked around, and she whispered like a thief, with a mischievous grin. Does your neighbor have a dog? If they can keep a dog, they probably have some meat, right? Lin Yan rolled her eyes silently. Not all dogs eat meat, but their dog is super fierce. If you're brave enough, go knock on their door and try. I wouldn't dare. Old Lady Feng squinted her eyes, sighed helplessly, and said, All right, I get it. I'll go ask downstairs. This kid is making a fuss at home. You know, the adults suffer, but the kids shouldn't have to. Her voice gradually faded into the hallway. After closing the door, Lin Yan put down her bread, ruffled her hair, and went into the kitchen to bring out more dishes to enjoy. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Yan only cooked at certain times. Whenever others were cooking, she would join in. She used the biggest pot to stew meat and soup, boiling a large pot of meat sauce. She fried 50 or so eggs all at once, then cooked 20 or 30 more. She also took out a big bag of flour, mixed a large bowl of batter following her plan, and made over 100 egg pancakes. She stored all of these in her space to eat gradually later. But these reckless days didn't last long, as soon the power was cut off because more families ran out of food. When people are hungry, they can't smell any good smells, but they can naturally find where the smell is coming from. Families with energy to cook were afraid of being disturbed, so they tried to cook simple, bland food with plain water. Especially on the 17th floor, because they had stocked up early, so they still had some supplies. These days, they almost always had the stove on. The neighbors on the 16th and 18th floors, who were closest, often came knocking. Particularly, the little troublemaker from the Feng family kept eyeing the 17th floor. He went door to door all day, knocking loudly. When no one answered, he would kick the door, which made everyone on the 17th floor very annoyed. Old Mrs. Feng and Feng Yong tried to stop him a few times, but they were mostly just pretending, while secretly going inside to ask for food. That day, Old Man Ge couldn't take it anymore. He opened the door, and standing there was old Mrs. Feng holding Feng Xiaoyang. Mrs. Feng smiled and said, Old friend, my grandson is just being naughty. Did he bother you? Old Man Ge snorted. You still remember that? Mrs. Feng kept smiling and said, We're just so hungry, it's driving us crazy. Can you give us some food? Otherwise, this kid will keep causing trouble, and none of us will get any peace. Her words sounded like a threat to anyone listening. Old Man Ji's face tightened, but he didn't want to get angry at the little boy. While he hesitated, Feng Xiaoyang suddenly rushed into the house and ran straight to the kitchen. Mrs. Feng saw this and quickly pushed Old Man Go aside. She hurried after her grandson, walking quickly and calling out, "Hey, Xiaoyang, come out. How can you just go into someone else's house? That's not polite." She was scolding her grandson for being rude, but her face showed happiness she couldn't hide. Suddenly, the old man and the boy stopped sharply at the kitchen door. Standing in front of them was Lu Li, holding a bloody kitchen knife. Lu Li looked grim, holding the knife level with his shoulder. The angle made it look like he was about to cut into fish or meat on a chopping board, with full strength. Lu Li's mouth slowly curved into a smile as he tilted his head and asked Old Ge, "Whose child is this? Eating so much. It seems their family has plenty of supplies. Maybe, Grandpa Ge, you could borrow some grain from them? Then we wouldn't have to eat raw meat every day." Old Lady Feng quickly glanced into the kitchen, and that look almost scared her half to death. On the chopping board, there was a big lump of bright red raw meat. This family must be starving. She didn't know what kind of meat it was. It didn't look like pork. The more Old Lady Feng thought about it, the more frightened she became. She hurriedly covered her grandson's eyes, trying to hold back her discomfort, and forced out a few words. "Are you really eating raw meat?" "Of course," Lu Li replied with a sinister smile. "Do you have a fire at home?" "No, nothing at all." "That's why we came to bother you." Old Lady Feng was frightened by Lu Li's relentless holding of the kitchen knife. Her voice trembled. Feeling she might have said the wrong thing, she quickly corrected herself. "It was my grandson being naughty. I'll take him away now." As she spoke, she ignored Feng Xiaoyang's protests and grabbed his collar, dragging him out the door. It was truly terrifying. If her family was in trouble, they could at least boil some wood to make porridge with a bit of meat. They would never eat raw meat. Lin Yan pulled Ding Hai to 1705 for dinner. Just as they stepped out, they saw Old Lady Feng dragging her grandson into the corridor. The old lady was muttering, "Hurry up, hurry up. They eat raw meat at their place. Be careful, or they'll cut you up and eat you." The two exchanged a confused look. When they arrived at 1705, Lu Li was in the kitchen chopping beef, while laughing and telling Lin Yan what had happened. After hearing it, Lin Yan was speechless. Using children as bait to get food, that was something their family would do. Old Ge saw the house was lively and took out his favorite good wine. "Come on, you two. Today you can drink a cup with Grandpa." Yao Bin and Ding Hai, who were called out, didn't refuse the old man's kindness. They happily joined him, though Ding Hai just stood there expressionless. Lin Yan found a basin in the kitchen cabinet, poured out a bag of greens, and said, "I've already washed these. You can eat them directly." Lu Li looked at the green cucumbers in the basin, her eyes shining with green light. "You actually have cucumbers? Impressive. No wonder you're a vegetable seller." Hearing the words vegetable seller, Lin Yan knew Lu Li didn't mean it as an insult, but she thought of Aunt Yu from across the street and her silly remarks. She playfully said, "I'm a vegetable seller, but honestly, growing vegetables is better. No matter how many I sell, they still rot." Lu Li nodded in agreement. "Our home's battery can only power this small fridge. We filled it up, and the remaining meat we eat every day, but it still goes bad faster than we can finish it." Today, they called Lin Yan and Ding Hai over for dinner to use up the food faster. Lin Yan looked at the pickled and frozen meat on the kitchen counter and suddenly remembered she had a vacuum sealer in her space. She slapped her forehead and hurried back home, then rushed back in a flurry. When Lu Li saw the vacuum sealer, she groaned loudly, "Xiao Nian Nian, you're really something. If you had brought this out earlier, I wouldn't have gained these 5 or 6 pounds from eating so much meat every day. Now, just looking at meat makes me feel like vomiting." Lin Yan chuckled happily. "If you say that outside, you might get beaten up." "It's a Versailles-style brag." Lu Li fiddled with the machine and mumbled with a smile, "I'm just telling the truth. Every day, it's boiled meat slices or meatballs. Try it, it's so boring now." Lin Yan picked a cucumber, broke it in half, and stuffed it into Lu Li's mouth, making her take a bite. Then she explained, "It's all my fault. I don't have much fresh meat, and I fried it in oil. I didn't think about storing it properly. Last time, they brought back over 100 pounds of fresh meat. Since she had space to store it, she didn't think about Lu Li's side, which needed about 80 or 90 pounds for 2 people. Luckily, they also got a battery back then, or things would have been worse. Luli chewed the cucumber, feeling refreshed by its coolness and sweetness. She opened her mouth again, asked Lin Yen for another piece, and while chewing, put a piece of meat into a bag and pressed the vacuum button. Oh my goodness, what does all this overeating mean for me now? Luli sighed hopelessly. Lin Yen raised her eyebrows mischievously. Serves you right. Lin Yen, prepare to die. Luli tore off her disposable gloves, grabbed Lin Yen's shoulders, and shook her vigorously. The two burst into a wild, playful fight. After a lively meal, Lin Yen returned home and gave Ding Hai a vacuum sealer machine. She also took out all the cooked food from the space to seal it, making it easy to enjoy later at any time. Although the fresh food problem was temporarily solved, the issue of eating raw meat on the 17th floor quickly spread through the building, thanks to Old Lady Feng's words. Unlike Old Lady Feng's perspective, the people in the building focused naturally on the fact that floor 17 has meat. They believed that the 17th floor had plenty of supplies, and with Old Lady Feng's first-hand confirmation, many couldn't hold back and came to ask for help. Some brought alcohol stoves and magnetic stoves to share supplies, some wanted to form groups to go out and find more, and others even begged for charity. They said that being able to get meat and raise dogs at this time showed strength, and everyone should share instead of hoarding. The people on the 17th floor found this confusing and refused. But since some people were persistent, they started secretly sneaking around. The fire doors and security doors on Lin Yen and Ding Hai's side were always locked and untouched. However, the other 3 households' doors were broken into at midnight. Because 1705 had a big white dog, when they saw strangers entering, the dog jumped and tried to check, accidentally kicking Old Man Go in the face and waking him up. Old Man Go saw the intruders and shouted to wake up Yao Bin and the others. In the fight with the intruders, they knocked over bowls and broke things, making a loud noise that woke up the neighbors. Suddenly, there were screams, shouts, smashing sounds, and curses everywhere. The 7 or 8 masked intruders, unable to succeed, fled into the night, slipping away without a trace. The people who chased after them quickly locked the fire door in the 17th floor corridor, finally feeling relieved. The defense of the 17th floor was successful again, but this time everyone looked more serious. This can't go on. Zhao Jianya was the first to speak. Right now, we're like fat sheep in everyone's eyes. If we chase them away this time, what about next time? What should we do? Yuan Xiao asked nervously, supporting Yu Anning. Yu Anning was trembling all over, clutching her belly. She had been really frightened just now, and her stomach was tightening. She didn't know if the baby was hurt. Tong Li hugged her son Zhao Zidong tightly and was also very scared. Seeing Yu Anning's fragile figure, she shouted to Yuan Xiao to quickly help her back to rest. Yuan Xiao returned to the house, handed his wife to his mother-in-law, and took a stool to the corridor for a meeting. Zhao Jianya thought for a moment and said, either we give some supplies to help the starving family, or, he looked up at Yao Ben and said, or we lend them the paddle boat, give them a way out, and they won't focus on us anymore. Huh. Lin Yen snorted softly.
What?
Do you have any ideas? Zhao Jianya asked impatiently. No. What ideas could I have? Lin Yen asked back, arms crossed. How much supplies do you plan to give? Zhao Jianya glared coldly at Lin Yen. His face looked especially fierce in the faint light of the small flashlight. He ignored Lin Yen and continued, my family has 3 members. The supplies we bought earlier won't last long. I suggest we share based on work capacity. Those with more supplies should give more. We need to work together to get through this tough time. All right. I agree, Yao Bin said firmly. My family has 2 main people. Grandpa Ge's legs aren't fully healed yet. I'll give 5 packs of instant noodles and 5 bottles of mineral water. He had just understood Lin Yen's meaning. She chose the first option of giving supplies and refused the second of lending the paddle boat. So, he quickly agreed to the first option. Lin Yen raised an eyebrow at Yao Bin and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Jianya said straightforwardly, that's too little. Your family has so many supplies. How can you only give this much? Luli was very annoyed and retorted coldly. That's still too little. How many supplies does your family have? We're not trying to support an entire building. How much are you willing to give? I'll give. Zhao Jianya hadn't finished speaking when Tom Lee tugged at his sleeve behind him, reminding him to be careful. He thought for a moment and said, Actually, I think we should lend out the paddle boat. Giving fish is good, but teaching them how to fish is better. Oh, so you mean my family will suffer losses while you all benefit? Yao Bin's tone grew colder. Zhao Jianya quickly explained, I didn't mean that. I just think this is the best plan. Otherwise, giving out supplies might solve the immediate problem, but once they finish the supplies, they'll still cause trouble. Yao Bin didn't want to hear his self-serving words and said calmly, Actually, we don't mind. We can move. The leaders in my department said I can go back anytime. Zhao Jianya was speechless after Yao Bin's words. He knew how important Yao Bin was as a scientist, especially in the end times, where such people are protected by the state. Yao Bin could leave at any time with his family, and Zhao Jianya had no bargaining chips. He had nothing to say to Yao Bin, so Zhao Jianya turned to look at Old Man Go, hoping to see disappointment in his eyes toward Yao Bin. After all, the old man still hadn't fully recovered, and Yao Bin wanted to abandon him. But Old Man Go said, I'm just an old man, I don't care. I'm not afraid of death. If these bad people come, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. A fierce and deadly aura suddenly appeared. Zhao Jianya was speechless. All right, they were all tough characters, and he couldn't afford to offend them. He especially couldn't offend Lin Yan and Ding Hai. Not only do they have double doors blocking them, but they also have dogs and fists that could kill instantly. The only ones likely to suffer are his family and Yuan Xiao's family. Seeing Yuan Xiao's timid and oppressed look made him even more worried. Zhao Jianya pinched his nose bridge, sighed helplessly, and said, How about this? Everyone contributes a little. I'll take some to the building with a kayak rental, rent one, and use it to lead the 17th floor into action, taking the people from the building to find supplies. There are 2 other families in this building with kayaks, but the rent is too high, so hardly anyone rents them. He plans to rent a kayak himself, as he has experience traveling, so it should work. Honestly, this plan seems pretty good, at least it looks like a win-win. This time, not only did Yao Bin happily give 20 packs of instant noodles, but Lin Yan also contributed a big bag of soda crackers. Ding Hai would never cut his hair, especially since he didn't show up during the chaos earlier. Now, being here for the meeting was already a sign of respect to Lin Yan. Yuan Xiao's family was talkative, but they had almost no supplies left. Only 1 pack of Oreos. Everyone didn't say much. What happened to Zhao Jianya? Luli was curious and asked after he carried some things to rent a kayak. He found out that Zhao Jianya only used 5 bottles of mineral water, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 2 packs of pre-made dishes to get through a day of kayaking. As for how he later gained influence in the building, that remains unknown. Luli didn't bother to gossip anymore because Yao Bin's 8th floor house had been broken into. Fortunately, all the belongings inside had been cleared out. The burglars didn't find anything valuable and didn't stay in the house. They only smashed the wine cabinet, tables, and chairs, and took them away to burn as firewood. Yao Bin couldn't swallow his anger. He carefully examined the photos taken by the offline security camera. In the end, he confirmed that the burglars were actually his neighbors on the 8th floor. Yao Bin was so angry, he cursed loudly, "These people are shameless. I even called them uncles and elders for so many years. Maybe some of them were among the people last night." Lin Yan calmly said, "There's no need to get angry. Such things happen often. For a bit of food, people are willing to do anything, even commit murder. And this was a break-in. But we can't just let it go," Luli said. Lin Yan closed one eye, followed the method her old friend Go had taught her, took a deep breath, focused, aimed, and released. The arrow flew out of the bow, hitting the wooden target perfectly. She shook her head, pouted her lips, and was clearly dissatisfied. She picked up another arrow. "I'm telling you, even if you haven't moved out, you can't protect the house. You keep coming and going with supplies, and people are already watching you. Even this house isn't safe anymore." Yao Bin snorted angrily. "So, are we just going to accept it? What else can we do?" Lin Yan shot another arrow, hitting the bullseye. She excitedly looked at Old Man Go, who gave her a thumbs up. She smiled brightly, like a flower. Old Man Go was a retired soldier. He was very skilled with all kinds of weapons, whether cold or hot. Under his guidance, Lin Yan really learned a lot. She put down her bow and took a sip of water from her cup, then analyzed with Yao Bin. You want revenge, but it's not possible openly. You have no proof. Would you dare to show your phone? To flaunt that you have electricity? Or do something secretly, like setting a mouse trap at their door? Or hitting someone with a sack? She pointed to the 3 people on her phone. Look at their build. Who do you think you can beat? Yao Bin looked down at his phone, his expression changing from anger to frustration. He knew there was little chance to get revenge now, but he still didn't want to be dominated and pushed around. Lu Li understood what Lin Yan meant and knew Lin Yan was not a coward, so she tentatively asked, So you mean, a gentleman waits 10 years to take revenge? Lin Yan smiled at her. Yes, but now is not the right time. Although the outside was chaotic, it hadn't become completely lawless yet. The neighborhood patrols were not weak, they just lacked enough people. That didn't mean they couldn't enforce the law. If they lost control and caused trouble, they might get reported and be called in for questioning. There would be plenty of chances later. There's no need to rush and cause trouble for yourself now. Under his persuasion, Yao Bin calmed down and put aside his impulsive thoughts, but he secretly remembered this grudge. The house on the 8th floor seemed unsafe, but for residents on lower floors, it was very desirable. That afternoon, Dr. Zhu came to ask if he could stay on the 8th floor. Our 5th floor might flood soon, so we're hoping to borrow your place for a few days, he said. Dr. Zhu felt a bit embarrassed to come empty-handed, nervously rubbing his hands. Yao Bin didn't mind much about this request. The furniture in the 8th floor apartment was all smashed up. Whether it was empty or occupied, it didn't matter to him. But after hesitating for a long time, he finally said, I don't mind lending it to you, but my house was recently robbed. There's hardly any good furniture left, and with some neighbors around, it might not be very safe either. Yao Bin explained in detail about the break-in at apartment 1705 and his own house. After careful thought, Dr. Zhu decided to accept the offer. He said, in terms of safety, the hallway is even more dangerous. I heard a family on the 4th floor was robbed completely overnight. We're not young anymore. We can't handle all this trouble. Seeing Dr. Zhu's face lined with worry, Yao Bin didn't say much more. He only warned that if anything happened to the elderly couple in the house, he wouldn't take responsibility. The elderly couple took the keys and immediately moved in without saying a word. Lin Yan and Yao Bin also went to lend a hand. Just after helping Dr. Zhu move, Zhao Jianye and his team returned. For people in total hurriedly carried 3 large bags of supplies into the building, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Zhao Jianye was surrounded by people, praised, and looked proud like a proud peacock. He raised his hand to show everyone that the supplies they found today were obtained at great risk and should be shared among 4 people. But considering everyone's survival, he was willing to give half of his share to families with no food. When he said this, the other 3 also didn't want to keep all the supplies for themselves, so they reluctantly took out some to share, as a kind act. Such actions naturally gained them some goodwill. Lin Yan smiled at Yao Bin and the others, then the 3 turned to go upstairs. Lu Li curled his lips in disdain and said, See that? That's a clever person. Using our supplies as starting capital and skillfully winning people's hearts, such a sly fox. Yao Bin chuckled and said, He's just smooth. We need to watch out for him. He's always calculating. Lin Yan said nothing, smiling. No matter whether Zhao Jianye's intentions are pure or not, as long as he can divert the firepower inside the building and reduce their trouble, it's a good thing. If he dares to have bad thoughts about them, the consequences will depend on whether he can bear them. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted spirit of giving was in full swing on the 17th floor. But this time, a neighbor came to the door. This visitor was a civilized person, Lu Hongba from apartment 1601, also known as Zhang Wen's husband, mentioned by Grandma Feng. Lu Hongba knocked on the security door of the corridor, looking for Ding Hai. Ding Hai was probably not at home, but Lin Yan was drawn to this person. In her past life, during an outing to find supplies, Lin Yan was almost assaulted by an old man, but Lu Hongba stepped in to save her. However, because she was too timid, she didn't dare to ask about him or find a way to thank him. Later, she learned from others that this kind-hearted uncle had passed away, and she felt guilty for a long time. Lin Yan patiently listened to Lu Hongba's purpose for visiting, then went to find Ding Hai. She straightforwardly said, "He told me he has a small processing plant nearby and wants your speedboat to go there. He only needs to take the supplies he can carry himself. We can take whatever else we want." Ding Hai looked at Lin Yan and asked, "Do you want to go?" Lin Yan pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. She didn't lack supplies, but this life-saving favor must be repaid this time. She said, "If you don't want to go, can you lend me the speedboat? I promise to keep it in perfect condition." Before she finished, Ding Hai quickly agreed.
Oh, okay.
"I'll call Yao Bin and the others." Seeing Lin Yan happily run off, Ding Hai subtly smiled. The five of them decided to leave at midnight for the destination. Unlike before, the water level had risen sharply. Under the stormy weather, the water was fast and fierce. Without a powerful enough speedboat, paddling a kayak would be very difficult, especially for long distances. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the food processing plant that Lu Hongba mentioned. The plant was on a hillside, mainly making soy products. Because of the high terrain and long distance, it was still standing intact. Lu Hongba happily said, "Great. Thanks to you all. Take whatever you need here, just help yourselves." He took out the keys, ready to open the factory door. Lin Yan smiled. "Uncle Lu, isn't this an illegal factory?" She had heard that many unregulated, shady factories were making money dishonestly. They often had poor conditions, unhygienic environments, and used substandard raw materials. Lu Hongba laughed heartily. "No way. I'm a good citizen. During the typhoon, I even gave the workers a day off. I wonder if they've all left here." Suddenly, Lu Hongba shouted, and everyone hurriedly moved closer. "What's wrong?" Yao Bin asked. Lu Hongba reached out and grabbed the door handle, suddenly pulling the iron door open with urgency, saying, "The door has been forced open." Everyone quickly raised their flashlights and shone inside the factory. Because the factory was large, the flashlight beams were soon swallowed by the deep darkness, making it hard to see how far inside they could see. "Is anyone there?" Lu Hongba shouted. "I'm Lao Lu. Is anyone here?" A few people listened carefully for a while, but no sounds came out. Lu Hongba quickly walked in one direction. Yao Bin tried to reach out and grab him, but missed. "Uncle Lu, be careful," Yao Bin instinctively warned. Since the place had been broken into, it meant someone had been here, but they might not have left yet. Lu Hongba waved to the others behind him and hurried a few more steps forward. Lin Yan and the others stood at the factory entrance, carefully looking inside. The outside was full of shelves with finished products on them. Lin Yan reached out and grabbed a handful vacuum-packed dried tofu. They all moved inside and found there were quite a few different items. There were boxed fresh tofu, tofu skin, vegetarian chicken, and tofu rolls, tofu pudding, soy milk, and more, all arranged in different areas, some boxed, some loose. "Looks like no one has taken anything, right?" Lu Li asked, a bit confused. Lin Yan shrugged. She didn't understand what was going on either. While they were shining their flashlights around, suddenly all the lights in the factory turned on, startling everyone who had been used to the darkness. Especially Lu Li. She reflexively let out a scream and reached to grab Lin Yan, but Ding Hai, who was farther away, stopped her. Ding Hai looked at Lin Yan, who was caught by him, with a surprised expression, then quickly explained, "I thought there was danger." Lin Yan looked confused. Lu Li, who had missed her target, was no longer scared. She looked at Ding Hai, then at Lin Yan, then at Ding Hai again, and a slow smile appeared on her face. By then, Lu Hongba had returned. Lin Yan asked him, "Is this the backup power supply?" Lu Hongba nodded, looked at the full factory, and said seriously, "I suspect some workers are trapped here." Everyone else was silent about this. According to Lu Hongba, during the recent typhoon warning, the factory was closed. But since it's located in a residential area and a bit far away, some workers chose not to go home and might have been trapped here by the flood. If that is true, then it makes sense that the door was forced open but no large amount of goods were stolen. After all, the workers themselves only ate a little. Lu Hongba was a bit worried about his employees and wanted to check their dorms. He quickly told a few people, "Here, we have boxed tofu and soy milk, but they only last 3 days, so they can't be kept." However, other vacuum-packed soy products, dried bean curd sticks and bean curd puffs, which are easy to store, can be taken. If you don't mind the wait, there's a lot of soybeans in the grain storage room and some homemade soybean oil in the small room nearby. When he mentioned the storage room, Lin Yan's eyes lit up immediately. She carefully noted the direction Lu Hongba pointed and planned to go there first. At this moment, Lu Li asked, "Uncle Lu, which vacuum packaging machine is it? Are they all big ones? Do you have small ones?" She knew how valuable the vacuum sealing machine Lin Yan had given her was. Now that she was here, she wanted to take a machine back right away. Vacuum sealing machine? Lu Hongba was surprised she asked and pointed to a bunch of large machines in the factory, saying, "These are large production line machines. They can't be used at home." "Oh." Lu Li looked a bit disappointed. "But I think I have some spare small ones. I'll go look for them," Lu Hongba said and headed inside. Lu Li happily followed, and Yao Bin also went inside. Lin Yan saw Ding Hai leaning on a shelf, staring outside in a daze. She quickly moved toward the grain storage room. When she opened the door and saw the scene inside, her eyes widened instantly. So many big sacks. The storage room was at least 100 square meters, filled with sacks of soybeans stacked up to the ceiling. Lin Yan really wanted to take all of it. Whether for cooking, stir-frying, eating raw bean sprouts, or making soy milk, it would be perfect. But she knew she couldn't. She was also worried that Lu Hongba knew exactly what was in the warehouse. If she caused trouble, she wouldn't dare take too much. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she moved like a hamster into the storage room. She quickly grabbed some here, some there, moving up, down, front, and back, randomly selecting a few unnoticeable items to put into her space. While Lin Yan happily moved around to her fancy way, Ding Hai suddenly spoke behind her. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yan froze suddenly. Since she couldn't be sure if Ding Hai saw her perform her disappearing act, she took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Ding Hai looked a bit confused by Lin Yan's strange expression. Based on Ding Hai's face, Lin Yan quickly guessed he probably didn't see her, so she pretended to be calm and said, "It's nothing. I just saw some food and got a little excited." Ding Hai glanced at the big bags of grain, squinting his eyes. "You like these?" "Of course. They're food. Who wouldn't like that?" Lin Yan smiled on purpose, pushing Ding Hai as they walked outside, and said, "But let's forget it. These are too heavy and hard to process. We should go get some ready-made food instead." Ding Hai didn't reply. When they reached the corner, he looked back toward the storage room. Outside, Lu Li and Yao Bin were pushing a metal box about the size of a washing machine toward them. Lin Yan asked with a smile, "Is that a small sealing machine?" Lu Li brushed off the dust on his hands and sighed. "Yes, it's pretty big. We can't carry it back, so maybe we should forget it." What a pity. There were many vacuum sealers and packaging bags in her space, enough for use, but she didn't want to say that out loud. She didn't comment on Lu Li's dilemma. After looking around, she checked her watch and suggested, "It's already past 2. How about we rest now to save energy and clean up tomorrow?" "I agree. Okay, let's sleep first." "I'm so tired." Initially, none of them felt sleepy, but after hearing Lin Yan mention the time, they all started yawning and agreed. LV Hongba also nodded. "That's fine.
No rules.
Let's rest first. The dormitory building is just behind us. Should we go over there?" Lin Yan didn't really want to sleep on someone else's bedding, especially since she had lived worse than a beggar in her past life. Not only she didn't want to go, but Lu Li also wasn't keen on it. When they left, Lin Yan brought a large tent, and Old Ge had also brought 2 sleeping bags for them. The old man enjoys fishing and often stays outside overnight. His sleeping bag is of good quality, and he thinks sleeping in a tent or on the ground is fine. Lu Hongba noticed the hesitation of the 2 girls and explained, "Our place provides food and accommodation, and we also give out blankets. So we have new blankets. Let's go." I want to see if any staff are there. When they heard about the new blankets, Lin Yan and Lu Li exchanged glances, both showing happiness in their eyes. Having a bed to sleep in is much better than sleeping on the ground. The group carried their gear, braving the rain, and headed toward the dormitory building. A small building appeared faintly in front of everyone. Lu Hongba quickened his pace. When he reached the dormitory, he shined his flashlight around the building and shouted, "Is anyone there? I'm old Lu. Is anyone inside?" There was no response. Suddenly, a glass broke with a sharp sound. Right after, there was a man's cry for help. "Old Lu. Old Lu. You're here to save us." Sob, sob. The sound moved from upstairs to downstairs, and several figures rushed out of the door, jumping and running toward Lu Hongba. Then, they hugged each other and cried, sharing their feelings. Seeing the scene, Lin Yan and the others almost started crying too. After a moment, Lu Hongba asked a woman named Lao Yang to help arrange a dormitory for Lin Yan and the others to rest. Meanwhile, they went upstairs for a long talk all night. In the dorm, Yaobin leaned against the window and looked outside for a while, feeling uneasy. They won't be planning something against us, right? It's understandable for Yaobin to think this way. There are 5 people trapped here, and to escape, they need transportation. If they capture the 4 of us, they have everything they need.
No, Lin Yan replied confidently.
Why? Yaobin asked, confused. Before Lin Yan could answer, Ding Hai spoke slowly. Those people are disabled. How is that possible? Yaobin and Lu Li were shocked by this information and asked together. Lin Yan, lying on the top bunk and tidying up the bedding, said, "One is mute, 2 are limping, 1 has only 1 hand, and there's another I didn't see clearly." Ding Hai added, "Old Yang probably only has 1 eye." "No. How did you figure that out?" "I really didn't notice at all," Lu Li said, leaning out from Yaobin's upper bunk, full of curiosity. Lin Yan yawned, eyes half closed, muttering, "At first, I didn't notice. But then I saw their strange running style and heard the sound of broken glass. I guess that maybe the mute worker heard Lao Lu's voice and responded. It was to respond to Lao Lu and to wake up the workers." Lu Li and Yaobin suddenly understood. Yaobin sighed. If that's true, Lao Lu is really a good person. You can see it from how he cares for his workers and how much they rely on him. Although the dormitory wasn't very fancy, it was clean and tidy inside. There were 2 bunk beds in 1 room for people living there, with separate wardrobes and bathrooms. According to Lao Yang, at the end of the corridor on the 1st floor, there was a small cafeteria. These living supplies might not seem special in a big factory, but for these disabled workers at the bottom, having a job and a comfortable place to stay was already very good. After that, no one spoke anymore. Besides the sound of rain outside the window, the air was filled with the steady breathing of everyone, slowly drifting into sleep. Lu Li woke up, checked the time, and it was already after 7 in the morning. She rubbed her eyes and looked at the other 3. Yaobin was still sleeping, but Lin Yan and Ding Hai were not there. Lu Li quickly got out of bed, woke Yaobin, and they went to the bathroom to wash their faces with cold water, which made their heads feel dizzy. Just then, Lin Yan and Ding Hai came in wearing raincoats from outside. "Where did you go?" Lu Li asked, rubbing her forehead and grimacing. Seeing her like that, Lin Yan knew what had happened and laughed, saying, "You froze, right?" "I was just the same," Lu Li exclaimed. "Exactly. We were careless." "Where did you go?" Lin Yan took off her raincoat while replying. "We went for a walk and checked out the terrain here." Ding Hai naturally took Lin Yan's raincoat and hung it on the hook by the door along with his own. Yaobin was very confused about their behavior. What's so interesting about this place? It's just a remote countryside area, and they should leave after collecting their things today. Lin Yan raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled playfully. "That would be too boring." "Guess what I saw?" "What did you see?" Lu Li asked curiously. Lin Yan chuckled. "This place isn't just 1 factory. On the other side of the mountain, there are 3 more. I asked Lao Lu, and he said 1 makes tissue paper, another makes rice noodles, and the 3rd makes canned food." "Are you serious?" Yaobin and Lu Li both got excited. Tissue paper, rice noodles, and canned food are easier to store than these bean products, and they are exactly what they need. Making rice noodles means there must be lots of sweet potatoes and potatoes nearby. Canned food is even better, fruits, vegetables, or various meats. Seeing both of them so excited they almost wanted to jump, Lin Yan knew they shared her thoughts. After all, there are still many goods in Lu Hongba's factory belonging to different owners. They can't take much, which is a bit disappointing. But now, with such a big surprise coming their way, how could they not be excited? When she first heard the news, she was even happier than the others. But after her joy, she felt a bit helpless. This morning she wanted to go out for a walk, mainly to see if she could find some other supplies. It wasn't easy to come here, and she thought even gathering some firewood would be good. Last night, she saw a large wooden shed next to the dormitory, filled with firewood. If the owners leave, it wouldn't be easy for them to take it all, so taking some wouldn't be too much. However, as soon as she got out of bed this morning, Ding Hai woke up and insisted on going with her. So she had no choice but to take him along as they wandered the hillside, and they ended up discovering a new treasure. The four of them discussed and decided to finish breakfast before heading to the other two factories. They ate breakfast at a small restaurant. Old Yang and the five others, because of Lu Hongba's appearance, kept smiling happily. Lu Hongba pointed to the white porridge, egg custard, and scallion pancakes on the table and said, "These were all made by Old Yang himself. Eat them while they're hot." Lin Yan took a bite of the scallion pancake and praised Old Yang's cooking. "Delicious. Auntie, your cooking skills are amazing." Old Yang was worried that the guests wouldn't like what he made. When Lin Yan praised him, he happily rubbed his hands together, and his smile became even brighter. However, this smile looked quite frightening because of his one white eyeball. Lu Hongba quietly observed that the four people showed no dislike toward Old Yang. His tense heart relaxed a little. He looked at the eager eyes of the staff and clenched his teeth before speaking. I want to talk to you about something." "What is it, Uncle Lu?" "Just say it," Lin Yan said as she took a sip of porridge and swallowed her biscuit. Since he had started talking, Lu Hongba didn't hesitate anymore. He straightforwardly shared his idea. "Well, my staff are all disabled. As you saw, their families are in other places, so they didn't go home during the holiday. Now they're stuck here. I can't just ignore them. I was wondering if you could help take them out." Seeing the four people with 8 wide eyes staring at him, Lu Hongba quickly added, "I know this is a sudden request and it might not be fair, but I really have no other way. If you want, I can pay you a fee. After the flood is over, I'll transfer the money." The four, including Lin Yan, didn't quite understand what Lu Hongba meant. Earlier, Lu Hongba had asked to bring him out on a rescue boat, promising to only take what he needed and let the others take whatever they wanted. But now, what does he mean? Yao Bin was the first to speak, jokingly saying, "Uncle Lu, at this point, why do we need money? Just give us supplies." Hearing this, Lu Hongba didn't look embarrassed. Instead, he smiled happily and said, "Are you saying you agree?" "What? No, we don't," Yao Bin quickly clarified, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, Luli put down her chopsticks and asked directly, "Uncle Lu, how much supplies are you planning to give us?" Lu Hongba answered without hesitation, "You can take anything here that you can carry." "I already said that before." From this exchange, Lin Yan roughly understood Lu Hongba's meaning. His original promise hadn't changed. He just added a request, so he wanted to offer extra compensation. He really is a simple person. Lin Yan put down his chopsticks and looked at Lu Hongba as he asked confidently, "We're very curious. You used so many supplies for a long trip. What is your real goal?" Lu Hongba was suddenly asked and looked a bit uncomfortable. He looked down and thought for a moment, as if making a decision. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "All right, I'm getting old now, and I don't care if you laugh at me." For the next 20 minutes, Lu Hongba told everyone about his life. The 5 employees kept wiping tears from their eyes. Lin Yan and the others also felt deep respect for Lu Hongba. It turned out that Lu Hongba's father was born with a physical disability. One arm was underdeveloped, and only a part of it was there. His grandparents, wanting to continue the family line, brought home a woman who was a bit crazy to be his mother. Lu Hongba had been bullied since he was young because of his parents. Both adults and children mocked and pointed at him. But he knew how much his parents loved him, especially his crazy mother, who, when she was sober, taught him many things. Later, he became the only college student in his mountain village. Maybe because of his family background, he felt especially sympathetic toward disabled people. He understood how hard their lives were and how much they longed for society's care. Even if it was just a little understanding or acceptance, it could brighten their dark lives. So, after he started working, he earned his first money with friends and opened a small factory here. He didn't do it to make money, but to give disabled people who were abandoned by society a place to stay. As Lu Hongba spoke, his eyes filled with tears. Actually, I know my mom was kidnapped. She was very beautiful and talented. When he said this, Lin Yan and the others widened their eyes. They had seen similar stories online before. This made Lin Yan suddenly think of a saying, a golden phoenix can fly out of the mountains, so maybe a phoenix once fell here. Where is she now? Lu Li wiped her tears and asked. She had probably given birth to many children before, but her health was damaged. She fell ill and passed away during my high school years. My father also passed away a few years ago during the pandemic. After sharing his feelings, Lu Hongba didn't feel as awkward as expected. Instead, he felt relieved. Only my wife knows about my background. Talking to you all about it has really made me feel lighter. Lin Yan nodded repeatedly. Yes, sharing your worries makes them less heavy. So, you traded a factory for a long trip just to see if any employees are trapped here. Lu Hongba smiled with relief. Yes, I just wanted to check if they were trapped. Honestly, I was afraid you might be upset if I told you, so I kept it to myself. At this moment, 5 employees were crying uncontrollably and blaming Lu Hongba for coming here. They valued their lives very little, just one life for a factory. Ding Hai, who had been silent, finally spoke. Where are you planning to go after leaving here? Lu Hongba replied, I found out that the government built some shelters. I plan to send them there. Lin Yan looked at the employees with a heavy heart and shared her thoughts. This disaster won't be over quickly. Without families, life is already hard during peaceful times. In this harsh environment outside, who can they compete with? She didn't want to oppose Lu Hongba's plan, but the truth was clear. Shelters aren't places where you can just sit and wait for food. Those who survive there are never the weak. People like them, if they go there, won't even have a chance to survive. The workers didn't seem to consider this. They simply thought that getting help was better than being trapped here. Hearing Lin Yan's words, they looked at each other in silence. Lu Hongba also fell silent for a moment. After a while, he hesitantly said, I just want to bring some supplies for them. It's better than being stuck here. Ding Hai snorted and bluntly said, Fine, I'll send you away. This place now belongs to me. As he finished, everyone turned to look at him. Lin Yan quickly tugged on Ding Hai's sleeve and awkwardly smiled at the others across from her. Don't listen to him. Although she also thought the mountains were safer than the city, this was their matter. She couldn't interfere further. That was all she had to say. Moreover, Lu Hongba's idea was not wrong. He is the head of the family and must be responsible for his employees. Instead of letting them stay at work and not see their families, it's better to have the government take care of them. In fact, he thought this way so he wouldn't feel guilty anymore. Lu Hongba didn't know if the speaker had a hidden agenda, but the listener truly understood the point. He straightened his back and humbly asked Lin Yan, Xiao Nian, do you have any suggestions? Please tell me, I'm listening. Lin Yan blinked innocently and smiled. I don't have any suggestions. We're just recent graduates with little life experience. We're only guessing. She glanced at Ding Hai beside her. Ding Hai is even younger and still in college. Uncle Lu, don't mind what he says. He's just talking nonsense. Ding Hai crossed his arms and looked at Lin Yan without saying anything. Seeing that no one wanted to say more, Lu Hongba didn't press further. All right, let's go pack the supplies first. After Lin Yan and the others left the dining hall, he looked at the 5 employees who had already packed their things and ordered, go to the factory to pack the goods. We'll talk about leaving later. They all came to their senses quickly and hurried to follow him. As they walked, Lu Hongba quietly observed everything around him. This place was very natural and simple. Behind the dormitory, There was a vegetable garden with lush green vegetables, all planted by the logistics staff themselves. Next to the garden, there was a fenced mountain area where a group of free-range chickens and a few geese roamed. The kitchen used a large wood-fired stove. The water came from a mountain spring nearby. Although it was a bit muddy now, it could be used after settling and boiling. Living here, they wouldn't be affected by water or electricity shortages. Regarding supplies, the factory's soybeans, soybean oil, and the processed goods that hadn't been shipped out yet were enough for the 5 people to live on for a year and a half, even if half of them were taken by Lin Yan and the others. Besides, the flood couldn't last forever. Thinking this through, Lu Hongba felt more and more that he was being foolish. He was in a safe place, so why was he so stubborn, thinking they were trapped here and desperately wanting to rescue them? And how well was his own family doing outside? It's still the same, being trapped with little oil and food. Moreover, he and his wife and daughter could easily come here to live. There are also good children like Lin Yan and others. If they like it here, they can move in too. It's definitely better than being stuck in those smoky, crowded buildings. Once he let go of his worries, Lu Hongba's mind opened up like a floodgate, and countless ideas for building here rushed out. Ha. Thinking about a peaceful future, he couldn't help but laugh loudly, startling everyone who looked at him with confusion. I've had an epiphany. I really understand now. Lu Hongba happily walked into the factory and said to Lin Yan and the others, "You're right. I was overthinking. This place is the safest." Then he looked at his workers and said, "There are floods outside. Going to the shelter probably just means struggling to find food and staying safe. Here, we have food and drinks and no one is bothering us. You can stay here. Later, I will bring my wife and kids to live here too. I won't leave anymore." The 5 workers nodded immediately, trusting old Lu's decision. Lin Yan and the others exchanged glances and didn't mind much. Whether they stay or leave doesn't matter to them. What they care about is their supplies. The group carried black bags, choosing their favorite foods to pack. Although they planned to check out other factories for supplies, Lu Hongba said that whether those factories had stockpiles or not, and whether people were there, they shouldn't force their way in. They thought he was right, so they packed some supplies here first, planning to scout the other place later. Lin Yan packed half a bag of dried tofu snacks, some vacuum-sealed bean curd sheets and vegetarian chicken tofu rolls, and a few bags of tofu puffs. She was worried about how to pack the crispy bean curd sticks and the ringing bells without crushing them when she saw Ding Hai come out of the soybean warehouse, dragging a big bag of soybeans. "Are you going to carry that?" Lin Yan asked with a smile. Ding Hai dragged the bag to the door and said, "Open it, divide it up for packing." Lin Yan understood immediately and called Yao Bin and Lu Li. The 3 of them divided the load into bags they could carry. Otherwise, even if they could bring it back, carrying it upstairs would be a big problem. With the help of the workers, Lu Hongba finished loading his goods and then entered the soybean storage room. When he came out, his face showed surprise. Seeing that the bag of soybeans was almost empty, Yao Bin went to get another bag from the storage room. At that moment, he saw Lu Hongba and a few others standing and talking. Curious, he asked, "Uncle Lu, what are you guys doing?" Lu Hongba was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just can't quite remember what's in the storage room." "Oh, I'll get another bag of soybeans," Yao Bin said, pointing to the storage room and walking inside. "Okay, you take it. If you can't carry it, Old Zhang can help," Lu Hongba replied, calling Old Zhang to assist. Next to him, a one-legged man scratched his head and added, "We haven't touched anything here. We just came in to take some tofu rolls and dried bean curd. There's rice in the kitchen, so there's no point in taking soybeans." Lu Hongba nodded, still puzzled about what was going on. Yao Bin and Old Zhang used a cart to drag 4 bags of soybeans to the door. As they unpacked the bags, Yao Bin casually said, "It seems like their goods are missing." Lin Yan, who was about to dig for beans, paused and asked uncertainly, "What happened?" "It's unclear." Yao Bin shook his head and looked at Old Zhang. Old Zhang shyly smiled and said, "I don't know either. I work in the sealing workshop." Uncle Lu said half of the soybeans in the storage room are gone. "We didn't touch anything, and no one else could have come here." Lin Yan secretly thought that Uncle Lu was overreacting. That was a whole storage room full of big sacks, almost reaching the ceiling. He randomly picked about 30 bags. What's the big deal? You can't even see the difference with the eye. Half missing? That's too much of an exaggeration. Luli held a large iron scoop, digging into the soybeans, and asked, how could they be missing? Could someone have come here before? Old Zhang replied, probably not. Otherwise, how come none of the finished products are missing? The group didn't discuss this matter much. The main culprit, Lin Yan, quickly changed the subject. After collecting the soybeans, they each took 2 or 3 buckets of soybean oil, but didn't take anything else. Lin Yan's mind was still on those 3 factories. After quickly finishing their tasks here, he and Ding Hai set off toward the other factory. The mountain road was difficult to walk. The 2 of them stepped carefully, and after more than half an hour, they reached the back wall of a factory. This factory makes rice noodle products. The large building looks clean and tidy, so it is probably a legitimate operation rather than an illegal workshop. Ding Hai looked around with a telescope. After making sure no one was nearby, he moved a few stones to the wall and stepped on them. Then he leaned against the wall with both hands and said to Lin Yan, come, step on my shoulders and climb over. Lin Yan watched him quietly, her lips moving slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only responded with, Although she wasn't very skilled, she had experience from her past life, where she had dealt with tough environments. Climbing over the wall was no problem for her. She pushed off the stones with her right foot, used the force to jump up, and easily reached Ding Hai's shoulders with her left foot. She then lightly touched the top with her toes and flipped over the wall. Ding Hai looked up and saw Lin Yan had already entered the yard. He stepped back a few steps, took a running start, and flipped into the yard, landing steadily. The 2 of them looked around inside the yard. When they confirmed no one was there, they moved toward the factory building. The building was similar to Lu Hongba's large steel-framed sheds. The big iron gate was locked with a lock as thick as a thumb, which looked difficult to break open by force. Just as Lin Yan was wondering how to get a hydraulic cutter, Ding Hai took out something and fiddled with the lock. To her surprise, the lock opened easily. Wow, where did you learn that skill? Lin Yan looked at him with admiration. She wished she had that ability, so she wouldn't have to force open doors with a lot of effort in the future. Ding Hai held up a bunch of metal tools that looked like keys or earpick-like devices and waved them. This, I'll teach you later. Lin Yan nodded eagerly. After they entered the factory, they saw rows of machines made of tempered steel. Her eyes quickly scanned the layout of the area. Based on what she knew about Lu Hongba's factory, she roughly identified the location of the storage room. Ding Hai moved to the left, while Lin Yan chose to go in the opposite direction, sweeping the right side. It didn't take long before Lin Yan found the warehouse. Sure enough, a whole room was filled with boxes of packaged rice noodles, rice sheet products, vermicelli, and spicy sour noodles. Excited, she quickly stored half of the items into her space and then slipped into the nearby cold storage room. There should be an emergency generator here, so the air conditioning is still working. In this cold storage, half of the space is filled with loose dried noodles and vermicelli, packed in large transparent bags, stacked very high. The other half has shelves full of semi-finished products hanging to dry. Lin Yan has already collected some finished products, then continues to look for raw materials. Although dried noodles and vermicelli are easy to store, in the end times, sweet potatoes and potatoes are the most valuable, like currency, comparable to rice. After searching around, she keeps finding only dried noodles and vermicelli. Finally, when she meets Ding Hai, Lin Yan learns that his side is actually the raw material area. Do you have sweet potatoes and potatoes over there? Lin Yan casually asks. Ding Hai nods. Yes, not only sweet potatoes and potatoes, but also some starch. Oh, then maybe you can check those dried noodles and see how we should take them. Lin Yan wants not only to gather sweet potatoes and potatoes, but also to look for diesel fuel. The emergency generator is still running, so there should be plenty of diesel stored. She's afraid Ding Hai will follow her, so she quickly makes up a strange reason to send him away. Fortunately, Ding Hai is straightforward and says nothing, walking directly toward the direction she pointed. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly runs to hide the sweet potatoes and potatoes. But surprisingly, the storage cellar for raw materials doesn't have much stock, some of it is fresh, and some are processed dried sweet potatoes and potatoes. Lin Yan doesn't mind and takes half of the fresh goods, estimating there are over 1,000 jin, and also grabs 5 or 6 big bags of starch. Then she patrols around the factory, but can't find where the generator is. Thinking that even if she calls Ding Hai to find the diesel, she can't take it away, so she decides not to look further. After they meet again, they agree to just take some samples and head to the next canned food factory. The canned food factory is larger than the dried noodle factory, with a 3-story building, and behind it, there are 2 small houses, probably staff dormitories. From the situation, there are likely still employees inside. They exchange glances, feeling a bit disappointed, but the ambitious Lin Yan is still unwilling to waste the trip. She stubbornly suggests that they should at least try to get some supplies, and pulls Ding Hai over the wall to sneak inside. Fortunately, the factory here is probably similar to Lu Hongba's situation. The workers were trapped and needed food and drink, so they opened the factory door. The 2 of them sneaked into the warehouse, crouching low like thieves. Of course, they were technically thieves, but they didn't see themselves that way. When they saw the goods in the warehouse, Lin Yan's mouth almost stretched to the back of her head. The warehouse not only produced fish and meat cans but also vegetables and fruit cans. It was like a paradise in the end times. To bring back more varieties, they split up. Lin Yan checked the fruit and vegetable can warehouse, then pretended to get lost and checked the poultry and aquatic product can warehouse that Ding Hai had passed. She only stopped when the small wooden cabin was full. Looking back at the warehouse, which was only slightly damaged, Lin Yan deeply felt the frustration of having a full heart but not enough space. Each of them carried a large sack and quickly disappeared into the rain. As for the tissue factory, it turned out to be a hidden workshop. Lin Yan looked at the pile of smelly black waste paper inside and almost vomited on the spot. Back at Lu Hongba's factory, the 2 were so exhausted they could barely breathe. Lin Yan sank onto a stool, watching as everyone hurriedly emptied her sack of canned goods, noodles, fruits, and other food, cheering together. She felt extremely happy. She said with a smile, "Ding Hai's sack has more stuff. I'm too weak to carry much, so I only picked a little of each. Plus, fresh meat is hard to bring, so it's a bit of a pity." She said she was disappointed, but inside, she was very happy. This time, she received more meat and fruit than she ever had at the market, especially the fruit, which was very diverse. She saw peaches, oranges, pineapples, grapes, lychees, and strawberries. And hidden in the sealed boxes, there were also pears, hawthorns, bayberries, and apricots, which are good for making canned food. Luli held a can of peaches and looked at the sack at Ding Hai's feet. After thinking for a moment, she didn't dare to step forward. She drooled and asked Lin Yan, "Shall we go again later?" Lin Yan was still lost in her happiness when she blurted out, "There are people inside that can food factory, so we can't go there. But we can go to the vermicelli factory." Luli felt disappointed. So many delicious things, but they couldn't get any. Seeing Luli's disappointed face, Lin Yan finally understood what was wrong. She glanced at Ding Hai and saw him leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking very relaxed. In front of him, there was a big bag weighing about 70 or 80 pounds, just lying on the ground, and no one dared to move it. Lin Yan pressed her lips and tentatively asked, "Maybe we can split these 2 bags." They were originally just there to gather information. She had her own reasons for not bringing too many people to avoid attracting attention. Now that they had brought back some supplies, it was right to share with everyone. When they returned, she could find a chance to give Ding Hai some more. Before she could finish, Ding Hai said directly, "It's up to you." Lu Hongba quickly stopped them, saying, "No need, no need. If you want to share, just do it yourselves. Don't worry about us. We're going to the vermicelli factory later to move some things." A few workers also agreed, "Yes, yes. We don't need anything. We have enough to eat." Ding Hai ignored them and told Lin Yan, "Whatever you say." Lin Yan looked at the items on the table. Not to mention other things, the canned meat and vegetables and fruits were definitely wanted. They would definitely share with Yao Bin and Lu Li, making 4 portions. Lu Hongba counted as 1, and the workers as another, making 6 in total. There really weren't enough to go around. After thinking carefully, Lin Yen finally said, maybe we should go again. Since they couldn't carry all the supplies from the vermicelli factory in one trip, a few more steps wouldn't matter. So, the group started moving supplies like ants. At the canned food factory, worried about being discovered, Lin Yen and Ding Hai sneaked back in and carried out 4 bags of canned fruit. They didn't continue after that. Lu Hongba's team worked all afternoon, moving half of the supplies from the vermicelli factory. The rest would be moved later. Putting themselves in others' shoes, Lu Hongbo realized the factory wasn't very secure, so he added barbed wire to the factory's fence. Later, he arranged for all employees to move into the factory building. As long as outsiders tried to intrude, they could just turn on the electricity. Fortunately, to prevent wild animals like yellow weasels from damaging the grain on the mountain, the power grid was already in place, making it easy to set up now. After working for almost a day, the group gathered again to share a meal. Old Yang was the chef, cooking a dish of local eggs, a plate of mountain mushrooms, a plate of dried bamboo shoots, homemade tofu, and some fresh vegetables they grew themselves. Each dish tasted very good. Seeing everyone enjoy the food, Old Lu said, I think we could move here later. It's better than being stuck in the building with no water or food. If you like, you can come too. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Lin Yen and the others didn't agree outright but didn't refuse either. They happily finished their meal and started heading back. On the mountain road, Yaobin found some bamboo, saying they could cut it to make weapons. The group stopped and cut some bamboo along the way. By the time they reached the community, it was almost evening. They unloaded the supplies on the stairs between the 4th and 5th floors. The 3 men carried things upstairs one after another, while Lin Yen and Lu Li calmly watched from below, holding knives. The supplies were quite a lot, and soon the people inside the building noticed them. The first to approach was a small-eyed man, looking like a green bean. Seeing Lin Yen and Lu Li guarding so many things, he sneaked closer. Wow, you really have some skills. Where did you get all this stuff? Lin Yen rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing. The man snorted and reached out to grab a bag. What are you doing? Lu Li immediately hid his hand away with the back of her knife. The man didn't take Lu Li seriously. He pointed at her with one finger, gritted his teeth, and threatened, You better behave. I don't want to hurt you. You'd better not provoke me. After saying that, seeing Lu Li didn't move, he thought he had scared the 2 girls and smirked lecherously. You should know, I'm very good at showing mercy. These things won't stay safe with you. Why not follow me? I can protect you. Looking at the 2 beautiful women, he even imagined a future where he would be embraced and loved by many women over the next few months. During the conversation, he eagerly reached out to grab the bag, wanting to see what delicious food was inside. Before his hand even touched the bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. It, he shouted. The man's left hand was bleeding heavily from the right hand, and he was crying out in pain. He wanted to attack Lu Li, who was wielding a knife, but the pain quickly spread from his hand to his whole body, making him shake uncontrollably. Seeing the man trembling and swinging in front of him, with blood splattering everywhere like ink, Lu Li panicked. I didn't mean to, she said, trembling all over, dropping her knife with a loud clatter. This was her 2nd time attacking someone. Last time, she only sprayed pepper spray at the robber and didn't use a knife or cause serious injury. The injuries this time were so obvious that she found it hard to accept. Lin Yen quickly pulled Lu Li into his arms and stepped back toward the stairs, trying to comfort her. You did nothing wrong. You're brave. It's all his fault. He got what he deserved. Lu Li grabbed Lin Yen's clothes in panic and nodded quickly. The man's screams grew louder, attracting many people to come and see what was happening. When the first witness arrived, they saw a scene of blood everywhere, a man crying out, and 2 girls curled up in the corner, crying with tears streaming down their faces. Help! Help! Lin Yen wiped her tears and shouted loudly, her voice drowning out the man's weak groans. Oh my God! What's going on? More witnesses arrived, and the brutal scene sparked everyone's curiosity. This man was trying to us. We didn't want to, but he threatened us with a knife. We were so scared that we struggled, and somehow, the knife cut his hand. Please help him. If he keeps bleeding like this, he'll die. Little bunny Lin Yan, with her eyes red from being squeezed, cried uncontrollably. Even Lu Li was drawn in by her acting, staring blankly at her performance, forgetting that she was also a victim and should be crying too. Isn't that Wang Lizi over there? A woman in the crowd recognized the man on the ground and said with a few sighs, he just bullied our 5th floor. She's still crying at home. What's going on? Did he take some drugs? Really? That man is really no good. He must be getting his comeuppance. Others in the crowd pointed and whispered. The woman shrugged. Yes, it's terrible. The girl's parents are looking for him everywhere. I didn't expect him to come here and bully someone again. Wang Lizi, hearing this, struggled a bit to explain his injuries, but he was losing blood and started feeling dizzy and weak. Lin Yan covered her face with her hand, still crying softly, but her eyes were fixed on Wang Lizi. When he slowly closed his eyes and lowered his hand, she finally relaxed and let out a breath. It's better now that he's dead. The act was enough. Her extra strike was justified. You can't get rid of a problem by just cutting off its head. It will grow back in spring. Because of her past mistakes of being too soft and causing trouble, she had faced many hardships before. Now, reborn, she knew she had to be ruthless. When the 3 men returning with supplies saw this, they were shocked and scared. When they saw Lin Yan's eyes nearly bulging out of her head, they quickly understood what was happening. Lu Hongba, though confused about what had happened, felt relieved that Lin Yan and Lu Li were safe. Seeing more and more people gathering, he waved his hand to disperse the crowd. All right, everyone, go home. There's nothing interesting here. The dark stairwell was already filled with a foul smell, and with a dead body lying on the ground, no one wanted to stay long. Even those who came for supplies now kept their distance. Soon, the crowd dispersed completely. 5 people exchanged glances and quickly carried the remaining supplies on the ground. Without hesitation, they rushed upstairs. Halfway there, Lin Yan remembered something and asked Lu Hongba, Uncle Lu, do you know Brother Dao? Lu Hongba thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I haven't heard of him. Is he from our building? Lin Yan also shook her head. I don't know. I just heard about him, so I asked. Lu Hongba nodded politely. While Lin Yan and the others were still deciding how to handle the body downstairs, Lu Fun, Wang Lizi's wife, burst into tears and demanded justice. Zhao Jianya, the new building manager, stepped forward to mediate fairly. He briefly looked into the situation and showed no reaction to Wang Lizi's death. Instead, he was more interested in when Lin Yan and the others left the house and how much supplies they had found. The group casually replied that they went to Lin Yan's supermarket but didn't find much useful, only bringing back some wet branches to dry and burn later. Zhao Jianya was clearly unhappy with this answer. He looked deeply at Yao Bin's house. Yao Bin also let him look and even deliberately kicked a pile of bamboo and branches at the door. Frowning, Zhao said, All right, Wang Lizi's death was caused by some reason, but even if it went to court, they would probably say it was self-defense. Maybe you should give some supplies to his wife as compensation, and then this will be over. Over? Lin Yan, dressed in a different outfit, came out of the house and said coldly, That's not possible. She looked at Lu Fun waiting in the corridor and smirked. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Lizi has already bullied at least 3 women in this building, right? If he's guilty, he deserves punishment. Shouldn't you also give some compensation to those women? No, that's not true. Why are you saying that? You just want to smear him because he's dead. Yes, that's what you're thinking, Lu Fun insisted. Lin Yan nodded. Fine, if you think I'm spreading rumors, I'll keep quiet. But you won't get any compensation from me. Maybe check if the women in rooms 502 and 901 have anything to say. She didn't remember everyone else, but she knew about Wang Lizi's past because it was quite a big deal. Wang Lizi lived on the 4th floor, staying in room 901. He had abused 2 women who shared the apartment, and one of them even committed suicide at home. Later, he kept tormenting the other woman, forcing her to find other women for him. The girl in room 502 was tricked this way. Lin Yan didn't know Wang Lizi personally. She only heard about these things in her past life. But when an older woman in the crowd mentioned that he had bullied at the fifth floor, she finally connected that name with her previous memories. Zhao Jianye clearly didn't understand these matters. After hearing Lin Yan, he looked at Lu Fun and asked, "Is everything she said true?" No, those are just rumors. How could I agree to him doing those things? Lu Fun's eyes kept darting around. Even in the dim night, she looked very noticeable. Seeing this, Zhao Jianye became annoyed and waved his hand, saying, "Go back and handle the body first. We can discuss the compensation details tomorrow, but how can I handle it alone? Are you just watching me, a widow being bullied? My head of the family is gone, my son can't come back, and I feel like giving up." Boo-hoo! As she spoke, Lu Fen suddenly sat down heavily on the ground, slapped her thighs, and started crying loudly. She cursed and yelled, her words becoming more unpleasant. Seeing some people in the corridor start to come out and watch the scene, Zhao Jianye cleared his throat and said sternly, "I told you, if you want me to settle this fairly, go handle your own affairs first. We can discuss it tomorrow. If not, we'll solve it in our own way." Perhaps it was Zhao Jianye's firm voice that scared her, or maybe the people on the 17th floor looking down from above made her feel very pressured. Lu Fen's crying and yelling finally stopped abruptly. As part of his duty as the building manager, Zhao Jianye had no choice but to find some people to handle Wang Lizi's body. They told Lu Fen they would take the body to the nearby hospital mortuary, but everyone knew that there was no electricity at this time, so there was no mortuary. Most likely, the body was thrown into the water somewhere along the way. No matter how they handled it, Lin Yan and his group didn't bother to care. They made another trip to the factory in the early morning to move things, and only then did this long journey finally end safely. Lin Yan was awakened by a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. When the fire door opened, Lu Li's eager voice immediately came through. "Hurry up, change your clothes. There's a big scene on the 9th floor." Lin Yan, still sleepy, looked at Lu Li with no reaction. In the past, she might have grabbed some snacks and gone to watch the show. But in this apocalyptic world, she didn't like to join in the excitement, as it was easy to get splashed with blood. Lu Li saw Lin Yan not moving and quickly pushed her toward home. "Come on, hurry up. The family of the person who died yesterday has come looking for us. You need to change your clothes quickly. Let's go see what's happening. If we're late, everything will be over." On the way downstairs, Lin Yan finally understood what kind of trouble they were heading into, based on Lu Li's words. The family of the girl from room 502, who had been bullied by Wang Lizi, had come knocking on the door with a group of people. They searched Wang Lizi's belongings and even beat his wife and the girl sharing his apartment badly. Lu Li was talking excitedly about what had happened that morning. "Early this morning, Zhao Jianye woke us up and said we had to go to a meeting to discuss yesterday's matter. Whether it was compensation or a quick resolution, we needed to have a clear answer. Yao Bin and Grandpa Gus said we should go, so I didn't call you." Lu Li held on to Lin Yan, speaking quickly and walking even faster. Suddenly, she slipped and almost fell, but Lin Yan caught her. Slow down. "No need to rush," Lin Yan said, trying not to laugh. Lu Li steadied herself but kept walking quickly, getting more excited. Then we reached room 901 and saw a bunch of people like they were robbing the place, moving things out. There were also several women hitting 2 women. And guess what? She paused for effect. Lin Yan, eager to hear, urged Lu Li to speak faster. Lu Li chuckled. "2 of them are people you know, your aunt and that Yang Si." "What?" Lin Yan was confused. She thought she had just casually hit someone. Why was there so much drama? They quickly arrived at the 9th floor. Lu Li was so excited, she almost wanted to wag her tail. She pulled Lin Yan, pushed through the crowd, and made a path. The 2 of them squeezed to the front. The chaos inside the room had already ended. Zhao Jianye was now giving a lecture to everyone there. The man leading the group didn't seem to agree. He stood with one hand on his waist, glaring fiercely at 2 women on the ground with bruised faces, cursing, "Don't think that just because he's dead, this is over. The harm done to my daughter can't be erased, even if you 2 die. Yes, and your family supplies are not enough." The injuries we've suffered can't be so easily forgiven. Lin Qingyun spoke firmly and confidently. Lin Yan was very confused about this matter. She tilted her head and asked a bystander who was watching, but the information she received shocked her. Could it be that Wang Lizi actually bullied Yang Si? Her gaze naturally fell on Yang Si. But she didn't see the same sad and angry expression on Yang Si's face as the girl from room 502. Instead, there was a hint of pride. While Lin Yan was puzzled, Lu Fen suddenly pointed in her direction and shouted, "You liar! Lizi never bullied you. He even died because of you. How shameless you are to come close like this. I think you're just a low person. You seduced my husband and caused all this. Boo-hoo, Lizi, you died so unfairly." Everyone listened to Lu Fen's crying and looked in the direction she pointed, all turning their eyes toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked around and, considering Lu Fen's words that Wang Lizi died because of her, roughly confirmed that the person she was scolding was herself. Her face suddenly turned cold. She asked Lu Fen sharply, "What do you mean?" Hearing the question, Lu Fen stopped crying and continued to curse and yell. "Do you not understand what I mean? Yesterday, you still acted so righteous. I thought you were so noble. But today, your aunt is here to defend you. Aren't you just a low person?" Lin Yan was confused by the insults. Just as she was about to fight back, she saw Lin Qingyun and Yang Si's smug expressions, which suddenly made her realize. So, these two came to ride the wave, not for Yang Si, but in her name. Ha! Lin Yan was so angry she almost laughed. She never expected these two to come up with such a bad idea. They benefit and she takes the blame. Luckily, she came today, or her reputation in this building would be ruined. Lu Li also understood the situation clearly. Her smile disappeared instantly. She was about to step forward to argue, but Lin Yan quickly pulled her back. Lin Yan crossed her arms and glanced at Lin Qingyun, then smiled at Lu Fen and said, "Ma'am, I think you're mistaken. I don't understand what you mean by aunt, and I don't have an aunt. Besides, my husband died because of me, but everything else has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Did the murderer admit it himself? Lu Fen widened her eyes as she looked at Lin Yan, then turned to Zhao Jianya, unable to speak for a moment. Zhao Jianya also didn't understand what Lin Yan meant, just frowning and waiting for what would happen next. At this moment, Lin Qingyun suddenly changed her expression, adopting a kind and caring look as she stepped forward to comfort Lin Yan. "Little Yan, don't worry. Your aunt will help you fight for justice. Otherwise, they might think your family has no elders and they could bully you in the future." "Really?" Lin Yan shot a glance at Lin Qingyun, who was nodding. "I wonder who dares." She pressed a dagger against Lin Qingyun's throat and slowly pushed her back, creating some distance. "Little Yan, what are you doing? I am your aunt." Lin Qingyun trembled as she raised her hands in a defensive gesture. "Say it again." Lin Yan glared at her, her voice colder than before. Lin Qingyun was not stupid and quickly understood what Lin Yan meant. Thinking of the phrase, Wang Lizi died at her hands, she was so scared her hair stood on end. She hurriedly changed her tone. "I was mistaken. I was just trying to seek justice for my niece, Yang Si. I was worried about her reputation. So, I borrowed your name. Sorry about that." Meanwhile, Yang Si, who had been watching the scene, was speechless. Getting caught in the act? Lin Yan retracted the dagger, immediately transforming into a cute bunny, and smiled at everyone around. "See? I told you she was mistaken. You can continue now, continue. This person really dares to kill. Whatever she says goes." After this small interruption, everyone refocused on the main event. Originally, the dispute over Wang Lizi's death was about who the real culprit was. Under the pressure of the arrogant, suspected murderer, it eventually turned into a case of blaming Wang Lizi himself. After some back and forth, there turned out to be 8 victims. Their ages ranged from 17 to 55. In terms of location, 3 of them were from other buildings. This situation surprised not only Zhao Jianya but also the onlookers, who found it shocking and eye-opening. Some people suddenly hit their heads, feeling annoyed at themselves for not thinking better. They wondered if it was too late to step forward now, even though they didn't have daughters at home, just their wives. Thinking this, they impulsively decided to act. They raised their hands hesitantly and stammered, my wife. She might also be a victim. As soon as they said this, everyone burst into loud laughter. Some people even laughed so hard their stomachs hurt, calling out, "Oh dear, oh dear." Angry, Zhao Jianya kicked them and said, "Stop it already. You're really not all there." "Ha ha ha, building manager, if I could share my food, I think my wife could too," joked a man happily trying to join in. His wife slapped him on the back of the head, and everyone laughed even more. The tragic event ended in a farce. All the supplies from Wang Lizi's house were awarded to the victims and divided equally. Of course, Lin Qingyun was excluded. The two families who arrived last insisted they were also victims. Since they didn't get anything, they took over apartment 901. Although this kind of robber-like decision was unfair, everyone promised they would never blame Lufan again. Two women, feeling hopeless, were driven out of their homes, unsure of where to go. At that moment, a woman appeared in front of the two. Everyone in the house was still shocked and unable to calm down. Luli was furious, cursing loudly, asking questions one after another, but each was just her talking to herself, trying to justify things. Yao Bin and Old Go were also shocked, but they didn't dare say anything in front of the girls. Lin Yan was thinking quickly. In her previous life, Wang Lizi hadn't died. The parents of the girl from apartment 502 went to his house, and it seemed Wang Lizi was also caught in the chaos, unable to defend himself. She tried hard to remember. At that time, her family still had food, and Lin Qingyan didn't ask her to share it. She only went home feeling annoyed at the shameless looters. So, this time, because Wang Lizi died, the butterfly effect changed the original course. Lin Qingyan and Yang Si started working together, sharing a common enemy. "Are you still thinking about your aunt? You don't need to be upset with her." Lin Yan smiled. "It's nothing. Are you starting to work now?" She stood up and moved closer to Yao Bin and Old Go, watching them polish bamboo. Old Go cheerfully said, "Yes, just wait a bit. In about 10 days, I can make you a powerful weapon to prevent you from being bullied." He was talking about Lin Yan and Lu Li. In this society where people are often unkind and untrustworthy, he was really worried about them. "Okay." Lin Yan nodded obediently. Outside, the heavy rain came and went, but it didn't stop. In just a few days, the water rose to the 5th floor and more people became homeless. Hungry and desperate, some people went from stealing to robbing, and from arguing to hurting others with violence. The people living in the hallways were the first to suffer. After their food was stolen and taken, they could only knock on doors, begging for shelter and something to eat. But their knocks were so hard that their hands swelled, and no one opened their doors. A few days after Wang Lizi's incident, it was still a hot topic in the neighborhood. No one would invite trouble at this time. That morning, a woman sat on a chair in the 7th floor corridor. She had just come down from the 5th floor, wearing pajamas, looking dirty and unkempt. She was holding a girl about 4 or 5 years old and carrying a baby in her arms. She cried loudly and uncontrollably. "Stop crying, you're scaring the children." A woman living in the corridor patted her back to comfort her. The woman stopped crying and looked at her sleeping child in her arms, tears falling down her face. She looked around at the corridor, feeling helpless and confused. They had been looking for a new place to live for a long time, but no one wanted to take in a family like hers with 2 small children. Now that their house was flooded, they had no choice but to leave. They knocked on every door on each floor, but no one opened. Even staying in the corridor was not allowed, and they were driven out. There were only a few people living on this floor, just that woman and her husband. But they had many things, and the corridor was cluttered with all sorts of pots, bowls, bedding, and other supplies. The air was filled with the smell of waste. There is no bathroom available. Whether inside or in the corridor, residents can only use buckets to solve the problem, then throw the waste out the window. The indoor bathroom is somewhat better, but the corridor buckets are just hastily covered with a lid. This makes the small space feel like a neglected public restroom, making it hard for people to stay. Recently, A woman just gave birth, and her son is only a month old. In such conditions, adults and children can endure, but how can a tiny baby manage? Thinking of this, the woman, ignoring the few tables and chairs she just moved in, led her daughter and carried her son, going door to door to ask for shelter. Lin Yan arrived at Dr. Zhu's house with several boxes of stomach medicine. She saw Grandma Zhu welcoming the woman holding the baby into her home. Grandma Zhu. Grandma Zhu saw Lin Yan at the door and quickly invited her inside. Xiao Yan.
Come in quickly.
Lin Yan stood at the entrance, not stepping inside. She looked at the family on the sofa in the living room and quietly asked, Grandma, are these people residents who are flooded out? Grandma Zhu nodded. Their second child just turned a month old. I think they look pitiful. No matter how hard it is, we shouldn't let the children suffer. So I let them stay for a few days. Lin Yan didn't agree with the old couple's decision. She wanted to say something but held back, finally giving a reminder. Grandma Zhu, I suggest you lock all supplies in the bedroom and keep them separate from theirs. Also, tell them you're paying for the house and they should share the costs. People can be greedy, you know. Yes, I understand. Grandma Zhu nodded repeatedly. She had learned her lesson from past mistakes, so she knew these principles well. But she still believed that most people are good and there aren't that many bad ones. Especially families with children, they should do more good deeds for their children's future. Seeing that the old lady understood, Lin Yan took a small black bag from her backpack and handed it to her. Grandma, this is the reward I promised you. I couldn't find it earlier. Take a look and see if it's suitable. Lin Yan had plenty of this kind of medicine in her space, but creating the illusion of scarce resources was still necessary, so she delayed giving it to her.
This.
Grandpa Zhu already brought back some blood pressure medicine. You don't need to give more. The elderly woman said she was refusing, but she didn't want to let go of the bag. She quickly opened it to check. This is the medicine. Old Zhu usually takes this. Grandma Zhu smiled happily when she saw the familiar medicine box. Lin Yan tilted her head to look at the name of the medicine and said with a smile, Okay, I understand.
Keep these.
If I see this medicine again when I go out, I'll help you get it. In the end of the world, making friends with a doctor is very important. Good. Thank you, dear. Then Grandma Zhu told Lin Yan to wait a moment. She hurried to the kitchen and brought out a bag of sweet potatoes, handing it to her. Take this home and eat it. You can roast it or wash it and just bite into it. Seeing this, Lin Yan quickly tried to refuse. At this time, sweet potatoes are rare food. She couldn't accept them.
Take it.
If you don't, Grandma will be angry, Grandma Zhu said with a serious look, which was a little scary. Lin Yan couldn't refuse her kindness, so she reached out and took a small sweet potato. She thought for a moment and then took out a small bottle of vitamin C from her pocket, handing it over. Hide this well, don't let anyone see. Now there's no green vegetables to eat, so vitamin C is very important. As a family member of a doctor, the elderly woman knew this well. She held the medicine bottle tightly with both hands, her eyes red, and nodded repeatedly. Before leaving, Lin Yan looked at the people inside the house and silently prayed for the two elderly people. Back on the 17th floor, she saw a woman squatting at the corridor entrance. Chinyu, the young beauty. Last time, she helped her because of her love of beauty, but seeing her come closer again, Lin Yan felt a clear sense of dislike. Chinyu was waiting for Lin Yan. When she saw her, she suddenly stood up, her eyes full of excitement, and smiled. You're back, Lin Yan responded coldly. Is there something you need? Chinyu nodded and handed Lin Yan a bag. I came to thank you. Thanks for helping me last time. Lin Yan glanced at the bag, and her annoyance eased a little. No need. We're just exchanging goods. Chinyu smiled warmly. She put the bag into Lin Yan's hand and sincerely said, It's nothing valuable, just some chocolates. My dad found some food, and we're returning the favor. After speaking, she was afraid Lin Yan wouldn't agree, so she lifted her foot to leave. Wait a moment. Lin Yan called out to stop her. Lin Yan went home and took out a shawl to give to Chinyu, glancing at her waist. Wrap it around you. Chinyu looked in the direction of Lin Yan's gaze and instinctively turned around to check behind her. Because of the angle, she couldn't see well, so she pouted her and spun around anxiously. Could it be? Lin Yan simply nodded. Today, Chinyu was wearing a pink sports outfit. The bright red stain on her pants was very noticeable. Oh no, how embarrassing. Chinyu's face turned red with embarrassment. I told you that tissue paper wasn't suitable, but my mom insisted it was okay. Lin Yan smiled and took out half a pack of sanitary pads from her pocket, handing them to her. But this time, Chinyu shook her head. That's too precious. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. I'll wash the shawl another day and return it to you. After saying that, she quickly wrapped the shawl around her waist. Before Lin Yan could say anything, she hurriedly ran away, leaving the embarrassing scene behind. Lin Yan watched her back and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She really was an interesting person. Thinking about how difficult her last period was, Lin Yan felt grateful that in this life, she could be kinder to herself. Finally, after everyone's eager waiting, the rescue team arrived again. This time, a group of soldiers came. They brought supplies and also brought new news. Because this disaster affected a large area, relief efforts were very difficult. The official stockpiles were insufficient, so they couldn't provide enough supplies to the people. Instead, they increased security measures and urged everyone to rely on themselves within safe areas. When this news spread, the crowd immediately reacted strongly. What does this mean? No more supplies? We can't even leave our homes. How are we supposed to survive on our own? Exactly. Is the country abandoning us? Yeah, how long can a few packs of instant noodles last? This is a natural disaster. Maybe even the end of the world. The country can't just ignore us. Ugh ugh ugh, some people argued passionately, while others cried in despair. Unlike the last time when the street and property management distributed supplies, this time the military came to the door. Although the people in the building were unhappy, no one dared to shout, only crying and complaining. Everyone stay calm and listen to me. Captain Gao, the leader, raised his hand to control the scene and spoke loudly. The government will not abandon the people. This is an emergency decision. Jean City has set up 5 large shelters and more than 10 small ones. We will give you the specific addresses later. He directed the soldiers behind him to take out a stack of printed papers and hand them out randomly to the crowd. Jean City not only has shelters, but also some places where you can trade supplies. The addresses are on the flyers. You can try to gather non-essential items and exchange them for survival supplies. Someone asked, what are non-essential items? Captain Gao explained, things like bricks, steel, iron tools, or even soaked grains. The trading centers have corresponding survival supplies you can exchange for. This good news did not excite the people. Instead, they looked skeptical. The real question was whether they could exchange supplies at all. They couldn't even leave the building, so what's the point of talking about steel or bricks? If they had the ability, wouldn't it be better to find food? Or maybe the shelters don't allow people to enter freely. Seeing their reactions, Captain Gao explained, the shelters can help trapped people temporarily, but since there are many, we can't guarantee a good living environment. We hope everyone can rely on themselves as much as possible. If it's really difficult, you can go to the shelters. Even if the environment is bad, we won't starve, right? We'll go to the shelters. Yes, we're going to. We can't survive here anymore. The crowd's mood shifted from despair to hope. Captain Gao ordered his team to check the locations of the rescue boats they had prepared for transport, saying they could transfer 50 people first. Others would have to wait for their turn or go on their own. When they heard this number, the crowd immediately became excited and rushed to grab spots. Because too many people signed up, Captain Gao had to redefine the plan, prioritizing those living in the hallways. Luli stood in the corner with his arms crossed and nudged Lin Yan with his elbow, asking, do you think we should go to the shelter? Based on Captain Gao's message, it is clear that this disaster is not simple.
Luli feels a bit nervous.
Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and quietly said, let's not go yet. At this time, the shelter will be very crowded. If we bring so many supplies, we might just get robbed. But eventually, they still need to leave this place. She didn't say this out loud. She needed to find a good reason later. That's true. Lu Li sighed deeply, looking a little relieved. She thought her current life was pretty good. The word shelter sounds very tough, and last time at the factory, everyone had already guessed what might happen. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she really didn't want to go. After the soldiers explained the official plans and comforted the people, they started distributing supplies. This time, the supplies looked like military gear. There were some compressed biscuits, canned food, water purification tablets, and first aid kits, practical items. The way they handed out supplies this time was different from before. They didn't give them out by apartment number. Instead, people had to bring their ID cards and line up to receive supplies. Once they got supplies, a stamp was put on their hand that couldn't be washed off easily. For elderly people who had trouble moving, soldiers would personally deliver the supplies to them. Everyone understood the purpose of this method. Most families were no longer together, often split apart over food shortages. Some family members had disappeared entirely. The authorities felt helpless about the situation and could only try to meet individual needs as best they could. They could only ignore some illegal or disruptive behaviors. What else could they do? If they caught people, they'd have to feed them in detention. So when Lu Fin cried and begged to tell her story, the soldiers helplessly told her to wait. Once the disaster was over, everything would be fine. After a noisy morning, most residents in the building had gone to the shelter, and the whole building suddenly became quiet. The remaining residents realized one thing. This disaster wouldn't end in a day or two. To survive, they couldn't just wait and do nothing. They had to go out and find supplies. But going outside was still a big problem because transportation was difficult. In this situation, some resourceful people seized the opportunity to rent kayak seats at high prices, with prices once rising to 2,000 yuan per person each time. They were still foolishly accepting only cash. When Lu Li heard the news, he returned home and wailed loudly. "We only value each spot at 100 yuan, but they are charging 2,000. No, we need 2,000 too." Yaobin shook his head and smiled. "Our kayaks are only used on the 17th floor. Do you really think it's worth asking for that much?" Lu Li pouted. "Then let's rent them out to others. We're not going out anyway, so it's just sitting idle." Their food supplies could last 3 months without issue, so there was no need to risk going out. Yaobin said, "Forget about Zhao Jianya. Have you thought about how dangerous it is? People going out might not come back at all." Yaobin's casual words made Lu Li freeze in place. As Yaobin predicted, the team Zhao Jianya took out that afternoon only returned with 2 people. People didn't know the reason for the loss. All they could hear was the heartbreaking crying of family members echoing through the neighborhood, lingering for a long time. Zhao Jianya was also badly hurt. Surrounded by a group of irrational family members, he could only hide at home and not go out. But the family members refused to leave him alone. They sat at the stairwell on the 17th floor, shouting insults and sometimes banging and kicking the door. Tom Lee sat at home, helpless and crying. "I told you not to seek fame and attention, but you didn't listen. Now something happened, and it's all your fault. What should we do?" Zhao Jianya lay on the bed, frowning as he looked at the ceiling. Dr. Zhu had just stitched his wound, and he still felt pain, seeing stars. Frustrated, he said harshly, "All you do is cry. I might as well have gone outside. At least I wouldn't have to suffer this shame just to feed you and your mother." After speaking, Tom Lee suddenly looked up, staring at Zhao Jianya in disbelief. Zhao Jianya realized he had said the wrong thing, but he was too upset to comfort his wife. He just sighed, pinched his nose, and closed his eyes to rest. Tom Lee sat quietly for a while, then suddenly smiled, a bitter smile. She slowly got up and knocked on door 1705. She wanted Old Man Ge to step in and help ask around outside to see how they could be released. But when she saw Old Man Ge, she felt too ashamed to speak. She has known Zhao Jianya well after so many years of marriage. Since he became the building manager, he no longer cared about the neighbors on the 17th floor. Whether he acted superior when talking to everyone or complained at home about Lin Yan and others eating alone outside, it was clear he held a lot of dislike and hostility toward them. But she really had no other choice. Zhao Jianye clearly didn't want to face the problem, and she was afraid that these people might do to her family what the robbers did to Wang Lizi's house, rob everything. By then, the other families on the 17th floor might not come to help them anymore. After learning about Tong Li's request, Old Man Ge thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't have the influence. I am old, weak, sick, and disabled. I am not a respected elder. So, you'd better think of other ways. Old Man Go is kind-hearted, but he's not foolish. He wouldn't get involved in such a messy situation, and he had no standing to do so. Tong Li nodded to show she understood. She went to the fire door, trying several times to open it but finally gave up. She could only squat on the ground, covering her face, crying silently and helplessly. What should she do? Thinking of Zhao Jianye's impatient look earlier, her chest felt tight, like she was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. She thought one day, she and her son would be abandoned. The noise outside never stopped. Lin Yan wanted to quietly read a book at home, but was annoyed by the noise. She dragged her shoes and went outside. When she pulled the fire door open, she saw Tong Li squatting there, looking exhausted and hopeless. Is this? She asked softly. Tong Li looked up at Lin Yan, quickly stood up, wiped her tears, and forced a smile.
I'm Fine.
Oh, Lin Yan nodded, and was about to close the door and go home. The main person was here, so it was better not to get involved. Tong Li hurriedly stopped Lin Yan's steps and said firmly, "Please help me." The moment she saw Lin Yan, she inexplicably felt that as long as Lin Yan stepped in, this problem could definitely be solved. But Lin Yan did not think so. She wondered what right she had to control Zhao Luzhong. Tong Li saw Lin Yan hesitating and quickly stepped forward to beg, "Can you help me solve this problem? I will give you supplies, okay?" Lin Yan was about to refuse, but when she saw Tong Li grabbing the fire door handle, she immediately changed her mind. Tong Li looked at her wrist where the jade bracelet was, surprised, but she didn't think much and took off the bracelet, handing it to Lin Yan. "Help me, okay?" Feeling the joy of the space, Lin Yan was very happy. She touched the cold jade bracelet in her hand and pretended to look troubled. "I can't solve this for you, but I can chase them away. Is that okay?" Tong Li thought for a moment and nodded. Chasing them away was fine. At least it would let the people outside know that the 17th floor was united, and they probably wouldn't do anything extreme. They reached an agreement. Lin Yan went home, took a high-pressure water gun from the balcony to water the vegetables. She also prepared 2 small buckets, one filled with water, the other with a large bottle of chili water. Holding the 2 buckets, she said to Tong Li, "Help me open the door. I will spray them." Tong Li didn't understand at first. When she realized what Lin Yan was planning, she just saw a flock of crows flying past. Will pouring water work? This is too childish. Can I still get my jade bracelet back? Come on, Lin Yan urged. Tong Li had no other choice. She nodded hard and counted. 1, 2, 3. The fire door was suddenly pulled open. Before the people outside could react, a jet of high-pressure water sprayed directly at their faces.
Ah!
My eyes. Ah! What is this? The people in the corridor screamed and ran around, covering their heads. Lin Yan, wearing goggles and a mask, aimed at everyone at the staircase, making sure no one was missed. When most of them had been sprayed, she took the hose from the bucket and hung it over another bucket filled with water. Are you still making trouble? This bucket contains chili water. If it gets into your eyes, the consequences could be serious. If you don't have enough clean water to rinse, your eyes might be damaged. Lin Yan's voice was soft and calm, with no clear emotion, but the words sent a chill through everyone present. They instinctively stepped back, more than half of them hesitating on the stairs, ready to run at any moment if things went wrong. An older man wiped the water from his face, trembling as he shouted and cursed. "Zhao Jianyu, you dare to pretend you're not responsible? You make a young girl stand in for you. What kind of man are you?" The others also raised their hands to shield their eyes, echoing loudly and cursing Zhao Jianya for being untrustworthy. Tom Lee couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, speaking firmly. My husband Zhao was only trying to help everyone find supplies. We all agreed that we'd take the risks ourselves. Now something happened. Why is it all Zhao's fault? Seeing Tom Lee come out, the older man's emotions flared. He shouted loudly, "If you don't have the skills, don't take on dangerous jobs." He clearly isn't capable but still wants to act brave, tricked Maida Chun into going out. Who knows if he just wanted to keep all the supplies for himself and caused Maida Chun's death. His wife, taking advantage of the moment, cried loudly while slapping her thighs. "Oh, my son, Maida Chun, you're gone. How can I go on living?" Seeing the old lady crying so loudly, other family members also gathered courage and stepped forward to complain together. In the end, everyone's main point was that Zhao Jianye, since he took people out, should have guaranteed their safety. If something went wrong, he should take responsibility. Tom Lee's chest rose and fell quickly with anger. She asked, "What do you all want us to do?" A woman at the bottom of the stairs shouted loudly. "Compensation. Yes, we want compensation." Tom Lee closed her eyes briefly, parted her lips, and asked softly, "How much do you want?" If she is Tom Lee, just give them a single word. Go away. They should really go far away. Seeing these people become more and more arrogant, Lin Yen raised the water gun again, trying to make the most of the employer's bracelet. At that moment, a woman's loud voice shouted from the staircase corner below, "What are you doing? Can't you talk nicely if there's a problem?" Everyone's dream was suddenly interrupted, and they all turned to look in that direction. They saw Zhang Ling slowly walking over, looking tired and worn out. Her appearance made people feel pity. It turned out that Zhang Ling's husband was also on the list of those who had died. She reached the front of the crowd, turned around to face everyone, and spoke calmly. "People can't come back to life after they die, but we still have to live. Do you think just a little compensation is enough to keep going? Have you eaten everything? Or do you think, after getting what you want, you can protect the supplies in your hands and your children at home with your own strength?" Everyone looked at each other in silence. Zhang Ling's gaze swept over everyone, and her voice was very clear and strong. "Zhao Luzhong is a good person. If he hadn't stepped forward and led everyone out to find supplies, would you have been able to run a boat? How could you have eaten so well for so long? You would have starved to death long ago." Her words made everyone lower their heads, and even Lin Yen wanted to clap for her. Zhang Ling looked back at Tong Li, her expression unreadable, and continued, "I believe Zhao Luzhong won't treat everyone unfairly. Just be patient. When he recovers, he will give us an explanation." Zhang Ling's words immediately calmed the family members' emotions, but one person still asked a question. "But my family will run out of food tomorrow, and the children are still waiting to eat." "Yes, my family is the same. We only have enough food for 2 more days. When will Luzhong get better?" Apart from their hunger, these people showed no sadness over losing family members. Tong Li quickly responded, "I still have some food at home. I'll give it to you first. When old Zhao recovers, he will think of a way." All right, hearing there was food, the family members calmed down and stopped causing trouble. Tong Li went home to get some supplies, and everyone shared them. Only then was this trouble finally resolved. After everyone left, Tong Li thanked Lin Yen, though she seemed a bit reluctant. "It's nothing." Lin Yen waved her hand and carried 2 buckets of water back home. She didn't care whether Tong Li was willing or not. Her way of dealing with problems was to drive people away. In the end, Tong Li chose her own way, and it was none of Lin Yen's business. Life went on day by day. Over a month had passed, and the whole city was completely soaked in floodwaters. The water level in the community had risen to the 6th floor. By this time, most families had used up their stored food and rescue supplies. Even those with more food couldn't withstand the power outages and lack of gas. At first, some people risked going out to find supplies, but now, with the floodwaters as deep as the sea and fierce storms, few dared to leave their homes. Going out might mean they would never return. But staying inside also meant risking starvation. Gradually, people's hearts changed, and another side of human nature appeared. People who once stuck together in the building now saw each other as obstacles to survival. Neighbors fought over supplies, and even fought physically. Brothers, sisters, spouses, and lovers fought over a piece of bread. Such incidents happened often, with constant noise and shouting all day. Lin Yan had lost her usual calm and leisure these days. Living in a devastated world for so long, even with plenty of supplies, she often felt uneasy and anxious inside. There is a saying, life is not just about eating and drinking, it also needs dreams and hope. Otherwise, it's just like waiting to die. One day, after finishing her boxing practice, she sat by the window, recalling the disasters of her past life, carefully planning her survival, and setting goals for herself. In her previous life, the heavy rain and flood lasted for nearly 2 months. When the rain stopped and the temperature rose, the floodwaters gradually receded, but the city then faced various pests and diseases. A few days after the floodwaters receded, the temperature suddenly dropped again, turning the rain into a snowstorm, and extreme cold followed. The city, just recovering from the flood, was quickly frozen over. She was thrown out of her aunt's house when the floodwaters first receded, and then went to the nearest shelter. The shelter's environment was very poor. She arrived late and was assigned to a basement flooded by the rain, sharing with more than 10 people. Fortunately, it was this stuffy basement that kept her from freezing to death on that cold night when the temperature suddenly dropped. Most of the people living on the surface died during that extremely cold night. Jincheng is a southern city, and its houses do not have the insulation features of northern homes. Moreover, her living room and one bedroom had large floor-to-ceiling windows, which could not withstand temperatures below -50 degrees Celsius. The glass might even. So, she needed to carefully plan her next steps. She had considered Lu Hongbao's factory, but its location was fine at normal temperatures. When the extreme cold arrived, it would be too vulnerable. Thinking about the cold, Lin Yan's mind quickly replayed the hardships she endured during that freezing year, like watching a movie. It was both cold and hungry. Suddenly, she remembered her past self, craving rice balls during midnight dreams. She immediately opened her offline recipe book, found how to make rice balls, and started preparing ingredients. She had plenty of black rice and glutinous rice stored in her space, mixed with a large pot of steamed rice. She had collected shredded pork floss and seaweed for rice, mostly from discount stores, and they were large packages, just right now. Cucumber shreds, carrot shreds, sausage, and canned meat were all ready-made. Eggs couldn't be cooked fresh, so Lin Yan took out some pre-cooked scrambled eggs she had stored earlier. The recipe offered many flavors for rice balls. Lin Yan used her preferences to create several different tastes, including braised meat, salted duck eggs, cheese, salad dressing, and ketchup. She tried each one and loved them all. Without molds, Lin Yan found 2 boxes of sandwich paper from her space, which she had bought from a bakery, and used her hands to shape the rice balls into fists, wrapping them in paper. To keep them warm, she wrapped each one as she packed them into her space. When the extreme cold arrived, these warm, filling rice balls would be excellent food supplies. After working for nearly 2 hours, Lin Yan finished shaping over 60 rice balls from 3 pots of rice. Seeing her power bank still had enough charge, she steamed 2 more pots of rice to prepare for making more rice balls later. She packed up her tools, sat down to rest for a moment, and then Ding Hai arrived. He opened the door directly and said, "I'm going out for a few days. If it's quick, 4 or 5 days, if slow, about a week. Tian Wang will stay to protect you." "Huh? Protect me?" Lin Yan looked down at Tian Wang's innocent big eyes and slightly smiled. "Are you saying I should take care of the dog for a week?" Ding Hai thought for a moment and nodded. "You could understand it that way. If there's danger and it bites someone, that's on me." Lin Yan. All right, she misunderstood again. His meaning was just for the dog to protect her. Ding Hai pointed to a large box at the door. "I've prepared food and water for him, enough for half a month. I also wrote down his habits and precautions on this paper." He handed Lin Yan a piece of paper. Lin Yan took it and looked at it, smiling. "Okay, I'll study it carefully later." Ding Hai nodded, carried the box inside, and then handed Lin Yan a key. "Things outside are quite dangerous lately. It's better you don't go out. If you run out of food, you can come to my place to get some." Lin Yan looked at the key in her hand, stunned. This kid's heart is really big, isn't it? That was a whole room full of supplies for survival. Is he not afraid she might secretly take some? Thinking this, Lin Yan asked casually with a teasing tone, "If you want, you can take everything." Ding Hai replied seriously, "If you want, just take it all. I can go out and find more." Lin Yan. Honestly, the weather is really hard to talk about. Ding Hai didn't pay attention to Lin Yan's colorful expression but continued to remind her, "Remember to lock the security door in the corridor and turn on the power at night. Don't skip it." Lin Yan nodded repeatedly, but still looked worried. "The building isn't very safe now. If I can't protect your home, it's fine." Ding Hai seemed to know what she was about to say and interrupted her directly.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just take care of yourself. All right then, Lin Yan agreed and curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "Just out to handle some things." Lin Yan understood and didn't ask further. Having never kept a pet before, she suddenly became a proud dog mom. After Ding Hai left, Lin Yan happily reached out to the Heavenly King like she was playing with a child, saying, "Hello, Heavenly King." Unexpectedly, the Heavenly King obediently sat down and raised his right paw, placing it in Lin Yan's hand. This made Lin Yan very happy. She gave various commands, directing the Heavenly King to help her pick up different objects. To her surprise, the Heavenly King not only performed well but also clearly distinguished between cups and blankets. "We're playing a game of Find It, she said, and she and the dog enjoyed the game for over an hour. Eventually, Lin Yan couldn't hold on anymore and called a stop. After pouring some water for herself and the Heavenly King, she sat on the ground and started opening the packages from her online orders. She loved the game of opening mystery boxes. These days, she would open one every day to surprise herself. But the surprises were disappointing, mostly useless items. There was a big set of makeup, 7 sets of practice exam papers, a pump, a feather duster, a razor, and a set of Ultraman costumes for adults. This time, she took out more than 20 packages at once and asked the Heavenly King to pick 10 for her to open. She didn't believe she couldn't find something useful among so many. The Heavenly King sniffed each package, then nudged and pushed to select 10. The room was filled with the sounds of rustling and crinkling, and the Heavenly King was even more excited than Lin Yan. He perked up his ears, stared intently at what Lin Yan was holding, as if all the gifts were meant for him, and impatiently paced back and forth. Every now and then, he barked softly to urge her. Lin Yan was amused by his behavior. She muttered, "Guess what this is? If you guess right, it's yours," while deliberately waving the packages in front of him. First package, a box of Now dog food. Lin Yan. Second package, a vacuum-sealed pack of beef steak. Lin Yan. Third package, a big bag of shrimp shells. Next, she opened a box of training dog treats, a large stuffed doll, a flying disc, and a box of birthday decorations. She looked at the Heavenly King with surprise. "Are these all things you like?" The Heavenly King stuck out his long tongue and happily barked, "Woof." Lin Yan happily wore a birthday hat on the dog's head, blew up a balloon, and threw it into the air. The dog joyfully jumped up and bumped the balloon against the ceiling. The balloon fell, the dog pushed it up again, and it fell once more, then was pushed up again. This made Lin Yan giggle nonstop. The 7th package finally arrived in good condition. It contained a tactical pen. Lin Yan carefully studied the manual and loved this pen immediately. It's a small pen that combines a self-defense knife, a window-breaking safety cone, a compass, a fire starter, a flashing light, and a whistle. Although a bit small for use in the end of the world, it is very easy to carry. The other 3 packages contained 2 small fire extinguishers, a high-powered stun baton, and a box of vegetables and flower seeds. All 10 packages were carefully selected by Tian Wang, and each one was very useful. Lin Yan looked at the pile of packages discarded by Tian Wang. Not believing in bad luck, she opened 2 of them. One was a fan for elderly people to dance with, and the other was a pair of children's socks. She didn't bother opening the others, directly storing everything, including the items she had just found, into her space. Tian Wang watched Lin Yan perform magic-like tricks, making objects appear out of thin air and then disappear, but he didn't react much. Instead, he gently licked Lin Yan's hand affectionately. Lin Yan handed the big stuffed doll to Tian Wang and went to the kitchen to prepare food. To reward Tian Wang, she cooked a large portion of chicken and shrimp, with broccoli and carrots, one plate for herself and one for the dog. With the dog's company, Lin Yan no longer felt lonely during the day. Eating became more enjoyable with a companion. At night, she slept more peacefully, no longer worried about the sound of a door being pried open. The door priers hadn't come yet, but the persistent knocking continued. Since Zhao Jianye became the building manager, Yuan Xiao had been helping him and had gained quite a bit of supplies. But despite his efforts, he still couldn't support so many mouths at home. Now that the building's official organization had shut down, Yuan Xiao's family was also out of food. Aunt Yu was crying as she knocked on doors, begging for food, hoping to get Aunt Yu Anning to come out and kneel before several families. Lin Yan listened to music with her headphones, ignoring the loud knocking outside. From time to time, she threw out a stuffed doll, and Tian Wang quickly ran out, grabbed it, and then happily ran back. After playing for a while, she found it boring. The King of Heaven came back with a box of balloons and asked Lin Yan to them up. Lin Yan turned into a pump, blowing up balloons all over the ground. She tied some to her and the King of Heaven's feet. The dog and she stepped on each other's balloons, laughing happily. Aunt Yu managed to get food from Tong Li and Old Ge, but Lin Yan, despite many days passing, still refused to share anything. She stared at the always closed fire door, gritting her teeth with anger and saying, "Just wait and see." The heavy rain had been falling for over a month, but suddenly, without warning, it stopped. Everyone inside the building cheered loudly, as if the disaster was finally over. Lin Yan stood by the window, staring outside, feeling a bit stunned. The constant noise of rain was annoying, but since it had lasted so long, it had seeped into every part of life. Now that it suddenly stopped, it felt strange and uncomfortable. She thought carefully, was this how the rain stopped in her past life? She couldn't remember. But no matter what happened before, as long as the rain stopped, the flood would soon go down, giving people a little hope. Lin Yan looked down and petted the King of Heaven, who was begging for food. She took out 2 steaks, 2 fresh chicken, a vacuum-sealed salmon, a carrot, half a cooked pumpkin, and some cabbage from her space and put them in the dog's bowl. She smiled and joked, "Your meal for one time could feed me for a week. Luckily, your dad gives enough money for food." Before leaving, Ding Hai left a big box of vacuum-packed fish, fruits, and vegetables for the King of Heaven, enough for half a month. Thinking of Ding Hai, Lin Yan felt worried. She didn't know how he was doing now or if he was in danger. After the excitement outside, everything returned to normal. The rain stopped, but the hard days had to go on. People kept fighting for what they wanted, and some lost their minds just to survive. In this cruel environment, some had no choice but to do anything to stay alive. But others used the chaos of the end of the world as an excuse to let their true nature out, behaving badly without shame. After Lin Qingyun's family used up all of Yangxi's food, their eyes turned back to Lin Yan. Initially, Li Wenyu boldly went to pretend to be a kind sister. Later, Li Wenhui visited, recalling the past, sharing warm stories of the brother and sister. After repeatedly begging without success, only Lin Qingyun's loud insults continued wave after wave. Seeing that Lin Yan gained no benefit from this, Lin Qingyun started spreading rumors, claiming Lin Yan was living alone and hoarding more food than she could eat. Once this news spread, it was like a powerful explosion inside the building, instantly igniting the red eyes of almost everyone there, driven by hunger and greed. Soon, people from the 17th floor came one after another. At first, they politely asked Lin Yan to share some food with them. After being refused many times, they lost their patience and began breaking in violently, using axes and hammers to smash the fire door, making it shake dangerously. Everyone on the 17th floor gathered in the corridor, listening to the shouting and smashing outside, feeling scared. Aunt Yu squinted her eyes and shouted loudly at Lin Yan through her rough voice, This is all your fault. They want your supplies. Hurry up and give the food to your auntie, so we don't become the scapegoats. Lin Yan didn't speak, only giving Aunt Yu a cold look. This stubborn woman, she thought she didn't know that Lin Qingyun's family was holding onto her tightly, and it was her who encouraged them. Unlike Lin Yan's cold silence, Lu Li, with her fiery temper, shouted at Aunt Yu, "What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll tell them your family has food too.
No one will escape then."
You little girl, you're so mean. You should be thrown out too," Aunt Yu yelled angrily, jumping in rage. "Throw me out? Fine. Then I'll go to Gaomi," Lu Li said proudly, raising her chin and sneering at her. Aunt Yu almost fainted from anger. Besides Yuan Xiao, everyone else, including Yu Anning, was just as bad. They didn't want to bother arguing with the two, and instead looked at Lin Yan with resentment, wishing they could just open the door and push her out. Yao Bin, Lu Li, and Old Man Go all stood beside Lin Yan, glaring angrily at Yuan Xiao's family, ready to fight if necessary. "Everyone be quiet and stop fighting," Zhao Jianya said, frowning as he quickly thought of a solution. He was not like the fools from the Yu family who had no sense. He knew very well that handing over Lin Yan was not a good idea. So many people going to the 17th floor was definitely not just to ask for some food at Lin Yan's house. They were just using Lin Qingyun's words as an excuse to attack the 17th floor. Most residents on other floors were not united. When one was in trouble, others pushed him aside. But the 17th floor had always stuck together and was the most active in going out to find supplies. It was hard not to be jealous. However, Zhao Jianya, the building manager, had just lost his authority. Building it back would take time, and he felt a bit helpless. Before Zhao Jianya could think of a plan, Lin Yan took out a nail gun from her pocket, looking fearless at the fire door that had a big hole in it. Was she going to shed blood? She didn't care. Outside, the banging on the door continued, each sound hitting everyone's hearts, making them feel cold. Just when everyone was on edge, suddenly, a sharp sounded. A pointed axe appeared at the door handle. The fire door was broken. With a loud bang, the lock fell, and the door swung open. The people outside were eager to rush in. But to their surprise, the man leading the group stepped into the corridor and was immediately pressed against the forehead by a cold nail gun. Li Dahai paused, then sneered. He casually reached out and grabbed the nail gun from Lin Yan, speaking disdainfully. "Just a kid, I think you really owe me," but before he could finish saying hit, he was replaced by a loud, pig-like squeal. Just a second ago, after a dull thud, a row of nails shot through Li Dahai's collarbone and deeply embedded in his shoulder. The sharp pain shot through his body, making him scream loudly. He immediately dropped his axe and collapsed to the ground. Lin Qingyun and Li Wenhui's excited expressions froze instantly as they hurried to check on Li Dahai. Behind them, a group of people also stopped, stiffly stepping back with worried looks. They didn't know what kind of attack Li Dahai had suffered, but seeing him bleeding so much and shouting so loudly, anyone would be scared. Getting food to survive is important, but staying alive is even more important. Anyone else want to try? "I don't have any food here, but I do have plenty of nails," Lin Yan continued, raising her nail gun and pointing it at the crowd. At this moment, everyone finally saw what kind of weapon Lin Yan was holding. They were so frightened that they all backed away, losing the reckless courage they had just moments before. Lin Yan coldly looked at those she had targeted. One by one, they shrank back like turtles hiding in their shells. She sneered softly. She bent down to pick up a fire axe and slowly spoke. "Lin Qingyun told you, right? I am alone, with no help." As she spoke, she coldly stared at everyone outside the door, as if trying to memorize their faces. "But don't forget, I am also free and fearless. To stay alive, I am willing to do anything." At this point, Lin Yan's voice suddenly grew heavier. She spoke each word clearly, including killing. After saying this, her expression turned serious. She aimed 2 more shots at Li Dahai's knees.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Li Dahai's heart-wrenching screams made everyone's hearts tighten sharply. Lin Yan remembered the cruelty her family had shown her in her past life, her eyes burning with anger. She tightened her grip on the nail gun and said fiercely, "If you don't want to die, then get far away quickly. Don't come near me or I won't mind ending with you. Okay, we're leaving." "Put down the gun," Li Wenhui said nervously, carefully reaching out to touch the nail gun. Lin Yan wouldn't let him touch it. She pushed Lin Qingyun's forehead and shouted at Li Wenhui, "Take your father away now, immediately." She didn't mind losing Li Dahai's life, but she wanted him to die peacefully. That was her greatest mercy. Li Wenhui was afraid Lin Yan's emotions might suddenly spiral out of control. He trembled and retracted his hand. "I'm leaving. We're leaving now. Let go of my mom." He looked at Li Dahai on the ground, covered in blood and crying out in pain. His 2 injured legs had been dragged twice, leaving long blood streaks on the floor. Some people in the hallway couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to help Li Wenhui. Lin Yan watched all this coldly. Once Li Dahai was dragged downstairs, she pushed Lin Qingyun into the hallway with her forehead. She slowly lowered her nail gun and coldly said to Lin Qingyun, "You know how much you mean to my dad. If I hadn't gained the upper hand today, you wouldn't treat me kindly either. You know that well. So, from now on, you should know what to do. Otherwise," she waved the nail gun in her hand and gave Lin Qingyun a ghostly smile. Lin Qingyun, already frightened, felt her legs go weak from the warning and sat down heavily on the ground. Lin Yan looked coldly at the people hiding far away. She saw Lu Hongba among the crowd, looking anxious and worried. She nodded slightly at Lu Hongba and reached out to close the broken fire door. Right now, she was the target of everyone's anger. It wasn't a good time for Lu Hongba to get involved with her. She turned around, and everyone on the 17th floor stared at her like they had seen a ghost, stunned and speechless. Especially Aunt Yu and her children. At this moment, the children felt very lucky they hadn't angered this bad influence too much, or they might have been the ones caught. But Aunt Yu's legs were starting to shake uncontrollably. If her son hadn't been holding her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Xiaonian, Yaobin was the first to speak. Lin Yan looked down at the nail gun in her hand and smiled at Yaobin.
"See?
I'm pretty good. Grandpa Ge taught me well. Now I have a very steady hand." Grandpa Ge, who was unexpectedly praised, looked a bit complicated and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yan looked at the bloodstains on the ground and returned to her usual gentle appearance. She said shyly, "I'll go back and get some rainwater to wash this off." She turned to walk home, with Luli following her like a puppet, moving her hands and feet. As soon as they entered, Tian Wang wagged his tail excitedly and rushed toward Lin Yan, startling Luli and making her scream. Only then did she come back to her senses. Lin Yan told Tian Wang to go into the bedroom, then took a deep breath. Before Luli could ask, she said calmly, "Ding Hai went out. He left Tian Wang to me." Luli nodded silently and asked softly, "Are you okay?" She was a bit worried about Lin Yan's condition. After all, this family was Lin Yan's only remaining relatives, especially Lin Qingyun, who was her only aunt. Even if their actions weren't considered personal, it must have been very hard for Lin Yan to personally hurt them so badly. As Luli guessed, Lin Yan indeed felt uncomfortable inside. God knows how much she restrained herself just now, not to deal with Lin Qingyun and Li Wenhe together. Killing them could give her some closure for the painful memories from her past life. But even if they died, would those deep-seated painful memories in her heart disappear? The answer was clearly no. In this already broken world, death was actually a kind of relief. But if they lived in pain, suffering every day, that would be the cruelest punishment for them. Lin Yan didn't say much. She went straight into the bathroom, grabbed a bucket of water, and went outside to collect rainwater. Then she took 2 brushes and, with Lu Li, carried the bucket out. She told Lu Li about how this family handled things. The hatred from her past life was clear, but she didn't need to hide the family's coldness and character. "Do you think we should just cut off these relatives?" she asked. Lu Li squatted beside Lin Yan, gently patting her head with a tender look. "It's okay. You still have us." She knew that after losing her parents and cutting ties with her only relatives, she would truly be alone. Lin Yan looked up and smiled at her, her eyes soft and happy. They were chatting and joking while sweeping the floor when suddenly, the fire door was pulled open from outside. Old Dr. Zhu and his wife hurried out, almost tripping over the two people sitting at the door. "Xiao Nian, are you okay?" Grandma Zhu panted as she helped Lin Nian, her eyes full of worry and anxiety. Hearing that someone was planning to attack Lin Nian's home, the old couple rushed upstairs in a panic. On the way, they saw Li Dahai injured, which scared them even more. A strong man bleeding so much, and Lin Nian was just a young girl. What could she have gone through? Dr. Zhu wished he had a pair of rocket boots, carrying his medical box and rushing upstairs as fast as he could. But his legs wouldn't obey him. His mind urged him to go faster, but his legs felt like they were disconnected, unable to keep up. By the time everyone had left, they still hadn't reached the top. Now seeing Lin Nian standing safely here, they finally relaxed and felt relieved. Inside room 1705, Dr. Zhu put down his medical box and sat with old Ge, drinking tea and chatting. Grandma Zhu kept holding Lin Nian's hand, gently rubbing it. Lin Nian knew Grandma Zhu was kind-hearted. She didn't pull her hand away and let her show her concern. "Xiao Nian, you need to be careful in the future. Don't go out alone. Those people are just animals," Grandma Zhu warned. After hearing Grandma Zhu's words, those who hadn't gone out much recently learned what had been happening in the building, which was filled with constant noise and chaos. One apartment on the 10th floor was rented by 3 girls. One night, their door was broken into and robbed. The 3 girls were attacked in the dark, and they didn't even see the faces of the thieves. Another family on the 11th floor, a family of 3, was also robbed. They ran a small catering business in the neighborhood. The male head was beaten almost to death, and the female head was also harmed. Luckily, their young child was unharmed, as the criminals didn't hurt the kid. Dr. Zhu heard Grandma Zhu mention this family and interrupted. That little he hurt his ribs. It will take at least a month to heal. I told him to go to the hospital, but he said there's no way. The family of 3 has no food left and doesn't know how to survive. Grandma Zhu sighed. They are really terrible people. Today, I overheard Xiao Zhang and his wife talking about planning to come to your house. It scared me so much that I quickly brought Grandpa Zhu upstairs. After hearing this, Lin Nian couldn't help but feel moved. She patted Grandma Zhu's hand to comfort her. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. I have a security door at home, and look, I managed to chase them away. You two should take better care of yourselves. Since they are old and weak, they are easy targets." Dr. Zhu said, "We're doing okay. Now that everyone in the building knows I'm a doctor, they're more polite to me and show some respect." Lin Nian nodded. She understood why these 2 elders, knowing they are weak, still came to help her. They probably want to use her status as a doctor to threaten others and protect her. At the very least, they came to help treat her. Feeling the kindness of the elderly couple, Lin Nian felt warm inside. She thought about how difficult it was for the 2 elders to come up here, so she hosted a hot pot dinner for everyone. Looking at the steaming pot filled with greens, mushrooms, crab sticks, fish balls, and slippery udon noodles, the 2 elders were amazed. "You all cooked so much delicious food at once." They knew that the people on the 17th floor had bought a lot of supplies before, but eating so much at once made them feel sad. There was also gas for the camping stove, which could be used to cook many bowls of porridge. Old Mr. Ge scooped a fish ball for Dr. Zhu, smiling happily. "More. Later, we can play chess. I'll share some of my rations with you." Dr. Zhu took a bite of the fish ball, then gave the other half to his wife, replying, Sure. If I have nothing to do, I'll come play chess with you." Grandma Zhu looked at the high pile of food in Lin Yan's and Lu Li's bowls, then scooped some greens into her husband's bowl. Yaobin listened to the 2 elders' conversation and joked, "Grandpa Go only eats 1 meal a day, saving food for when you visit." Ha ha ha. Dr. Zhu rarely laughed so happily. The 2 old friends felt like they had just met again after a long time. After finishing their meal, the 2 old men started playing chess, while Yaobin sat nearby watching. Luli found 2 pieces of clothing and forced Grandma Zhu to sew small cloth pouches inside them. This way, they could hide cookies, dried beans, and dried fruits inside, wear them, and avoid detection. At first, Grandma Zhu refused, but in the end, She couldn't resist Lu Li's persistence and agreed to do it. Lin Yan leaned next to Grandma Zhu, watching her sew, and asked, "Are those two good to you?" Grandma Zhu smiled. "What's good or bad? They are just staying here. They do their thing, and we do ours. We don't interfere." Lin Yan nodded. "That's best. Try not to get involved with them, especially when it comes to food. Stay away from them." "Yes, those two." Grandma Zhu hesitated but didn't say more. After finishing these tasks, it was already dark outside. The old couple left the house wearing heavy clothes, their faces showing obvious happiness. Lin Yan knew Dr. Zhu had been treating patients upstairs and had also brought some medicines from the pet hospital. She didn't understand medicine, but she knew pet medicines should never be given to humans casually. Even if she had a powerful protector nearby, the medicines in this space could support 10 such protectors for a lifetime. Moreover, she might soon part ways with the old men. All these things that she couldn't use herself could still help someone in need, which was always good. Dr. Zhu was not picky. He selected some useful items and looked at Lin Yan with a caring expression, saying, "Don't worry, I won't save that bad guy." Lin Yan knew he was talking about Li Dahai. She smiled calmly. "It's okay to save him. Let him live a bit longer, and you can ask for a higher reward." "Hurrah, you clever girl, that's enough." Dr. Zhu understood her hidden meaning. He was thinking that he didn't want that bad guy to die, and he wanted him to suffer more. He couldn't do everything, but he could definitely handle this well. As for Li Dahai, his shoulders and legs were nailed, and he had fainted from the intense pain. The family hurriedly searched for Dr. Zhu, but found no one, so they had to wait. They waited for 3 hours. Dr. Zhu, persuaded by Lin Yan, asked Lin Qingyan for some supplies before agreeing to help. They had no food, so they needed clothes, blankets, pots, and pans, anything they could get. Yang Si was so distressed, she almost spat out blood, wishing Li Dahai would just die quickly. As for whether Li Dahai would die or not, only his wife and son cared. No one else paid attention. Everyone was worried about their own future. Zhao Jianya sat on the sofa, sighing all afternoon. He knew he couldn't go on like this. The rain outside had stopped, but the floodwaters remained high. After the boat capsizing incident last time, no one dared to go out to find supplies easily. Without income, resources in the building would only run out more and more. Conflicts over supplies, like today, would only get worse. Did he have to become like those hungry dogs, scavenging around the building? He knew roughly how each household was doing, especially the 5 families on the 12th floor, who stuck together even more tightly than those on the 17th. What he envied most was apartment 1203. Not only did they have plenty of supplies, but they also gathered a group of followers to protect them. Even more impressive, they turned their supplies into a business, lending at high interest and making a lot of money in the neighborhood. Just thinking about how successful 1203 was made Zhao Jianya feel jealous and angry. He wanted wealth and didn't want to worry about food every day. He wanted more power, to be able to say what goes in his building, instead of constantly flattering and tricking others. But with the small amount of supplies he managed to bring back risking his life, it wasn't enough. He couldn't even fill his teeth, let alone become a leader. Without supplies, it was like starting a business without initial capital. Relying only on words and brute force wouldn't work.
It was really frustrating.
Unlike Zhao Jianya's worries, Yuan Xiao's group of crows, after being provoked by Lin Yan, instantly turned into a flock of quails. Yu Anning kept complaining to Aunt Yu, "I told you long ago not to go out and cause trouble. If you had really pushed her out today, it would have been your fault." Aunt Yu shrank back and muttered nervously, "I didn't know that young girl was so cruel. Even her uncle-in-law could be attacked. Their family will probably call the police. When the police come, they'll take her away, calling the police. It's not that easy now." The soldiers said, "Self-reliance. Do you know what that means?" "It means taking care of yourself or facing the consequences alone." Yuan Anning became more angry and hot as she spoke, fanning herself with her hand while sitting on the chair. Yuan Xiao handed her the last bit of water from a bottle and looked annoyed at the family members on the sofa. He said impatiently, "Now you understand. Just be careful in the future. Don't think about whether she's cruel or not. The girl next door, Ding Hai, is not someone to mess with. And there are 3 others across the street. They're all in the same group. Don't go near them. After finishing the water, Yuan Anning suddenly thought of something. Do you think that Wang Lizi might be the one she killed? They had heard about Wang Lizi's death, but they didn't believe that Lin Yan was the murderer at first. Because, in their eyes, Lin Yan was just selfish and spoiled. She didn't seem capable of doing something so serious. They thought she wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. But today, seeing her in action, she didn't seem afraid of killing at all. It looked like she was very skilled at it. Wang Lizi must have been the one she killed, then pretended to be weak to gain sympathy, hiding her true nature as a murderer. As they thought more about this, they felt a chill run down their spines and their hair stood on end. Especially Aunt Yu, who couldn't help but picture Lin Yan threateningly to Hai with a gun. It was as if the gun was pressed against her own head. Her heart pounded wildly, and her breathing grew rapid. Suddenly, the old woman blacked out and fainted.